Chapter 109. Everyone looked over and saw a dozen strong horses galloping from the dirt road outside the village. When Li Wangyu saw the person in the lead, he felt a faint pain in his buttocks. The person who came was the Duke of Lu, Cheng Yaojin. Behind him were 3 young men and more than a dozen bodyguards. Li Wangyu was very surprised. Why did this devil incarnate come to Ding Zhou village? Did he want to find trouble with him again? He did not dare to be rude, and quickly went forward to respectfully greet Cheng Yaojin. Uncle Cheng, how come you have time to come to this nephew's place today? Wahahaha, today is the day off. I just heard that you brat made some pig slaughtering feast. I brought my sons to eat the rich. Pig slaughtering feast? This cheap meat can also make Cheng Yaojin, the Duke of the Tang dynasty, come here? Moreover, what do you mean by eating the rich? I am now in debt of more than 2,600 copper coins. You brought more than a dozen men to eat the rich. Does your conscience not hurt? Before Li Wangyu finished cursing in his heart, Cheng Yaojin habitually used his large palm to slap Li Wangyu's shoulder. The slap almost made Li Wangyu's body go soft. This old man did not realize it, and instead frowned. Nephew, your body is too weak. Yes, Uncle Cheng is right. I will go back and train. Li Wangyu was sweating like a waterfall. Do you not know how heavy your hand is? Come, Laozi will introduce you to my 3 sons, Cheng Chumo, Cheng Chuliang, and Cheng Chubi. In the future, you 4 brothers should get to know each other better. Cheng Yaojin pointed at the 3 young men beside him. Li Wangyu looked up and almost bit his own tongue. This Cheng Yaojin's genes were really strong. Those who did not know would think that Cheng Yaojin's 3 sons were triplets. They looked almost exactly the same. Except for the beard and the wrinkles on their faces, they were almost identical copies of Cheng Yaojin's triplets. Li Wangyu quickly greeted Cheng Yaojin's 3 sons. Wangyu greets my 3 elder brothers. Ha! What elder brother? Call me big brother. Cheng Chumo, like Cheng Yaojin, patted Li Wangyu's shoulder. Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chubi did the same. They laughed heartily as they used their big hands to rub Li Wangyu's weak shoulders. F***CK? Did this bastard Cheng Yaojin want to bring his 3 sons to kill me today? Li Wangyu was about to collapse. Also, why were the father and son of the Cheng family so friendly? Cheng Yaojin asked him to call him uncle the moment they met, and these 3 younger versions of Cheng Yaojin asked him to call him brother. In the Tang dynasty, titles such as uncle and elder brother were not used casually. They were reserved for relatives. Rubbing his numb shoulders, Li Wangyu could only smile bitterly and greet them again. Wangyu greets my 3 brothers. Virtuous nephew, what are you doing? Why are hundreds of people gathered together? After greeting, Cheng Yaojin pointed to the crowd at the village entrance and asked. Li Wangyu smiled and briefly told Cheng Yaojin what happened today. In the end, he pointed to Chuizhua and said, Uncle Cheng, I'm afraid I can't treat you to a meal today. This county magistrate Chui is going to take me back to Chang and county for questioning. When he said this, Chuizhua was almost scared to death. After Cheng Yaojin and his party appeared, Chuizhua's heart thumped. After hearing Cheng Yaojin and his son greeting Li Wangyu so warmly, he felt his legs tremble. Of course, Chuizhua knew Cheng Yaojin. Not only did he know him, but he was also very familiar with him, because Cheng Yaojin's second wife married the daughter of the Chui clan of Qinghe. Chuizhua was also born in the Chui clan of Qinghe, but the difference was that he was a collateral descendant of the Chui clan of Qinghe. Madame Cheng Yaojin was the eldest daughter of the Chui clan of Qinghe, the eldest daughter of Chui Xian, the head of the Chui clan of Qinghe. The difference in status between the two was like clouds and mud. As one of the members of the Chui clan of Qinghe, who was an official in Chang, and Chuizhua had to bring gifts to greet Madame Cheng at Duke Lu's mansion during festivals. Madame Chung was just meeting the members of the Chui clan of Qinghe out of the family's needs. After a few words of encouragement, she sent them out and did not have much interaction with them. Chung Yaojin was at most familiar with the members of the Chui clan of Qinghe, but he could not even remember their names. "You're that Chui something? Come here and tell me what you want to do with my nephew." Chung Yaojin glared at Chui Zhua. Chung Yaojin glared at Chui Zhua, and Chui Zhua was so scared that he almost wet himself. He trembled as he came over and saluted Chung Yaojin. Duke Lu, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I didn't know Li Jia Xiaolang was your nephew. He was so scared that he could not speak clearly. He did not understand how Li Zhou's son became Chung Yaojin's nephew. Was he blinded by lard just now? He actually wanted to arrest Li Wangyu and take him to the county government. No, it was all this damn Li clan's fault. Thinking of this, Chui Zhua shot a fierce look at the Li clan leader and the elders. It was this group of bastards who wanted to frame him. Misunderstanding my ass. Tell me what you want to do. Chung Yaojin grabbed Chui Zhua's collar and pulled him to his face. "Duke Lu, please forgive me. I really didn't know. It was the Li clan of Hu County. They were greedy and wanted to humiliate your nephew." Chui Zhua was completely confused. In order to get Chung Yaojin to forgive him, he did not hesitate to betray the Li clan. Compared to Chung Yaojin, the founding duke of the Tang dynasty, the Li clan of Hu County was nothing. Chui Zhua naturally knew which side he should side with. Chung Yaojin threw Chui Zhua away in disgust. "Go and apologize to my nephew. If he doesn't forgive you, you don't need to enter my Chung mansion anymore." Hearing his words, Chui Zhua quickly got up from the ground. He did not care about the dust on his official robe and respectfully ran to Li Wangyu. "Young Master Li, it's all this county's." He wanted to put on a show of authority, but he heard Chung Yaojin's soft snort. He quickly changed his words. "It's all my fault. Please forgive me." The dignified fifth-rank county magistrate of Chom, and county even called himself my subordinate in front of Li Wangyu. My subordinate was a humble way of saying that he was just someone who could run errands. Li Wangyu saw that Chung Yaojin knew this county magistrate Chui, so he was too lazy to argue with him. He disdainfully curled his lips. "All right, there's nothing for you to do." He then turned to the clan leader and elders of the Li clan and shook the land deed in his hand. "Everyone, if you don't come to move the graves in 3 days, don't blame me for finding someone to take action. Humph, don't say that I didn't warn you." Li Wangyu's words were like a hot slap on the face of the Li clan. The people of the Li clan did not expect the situation to suddenly change. Just a moment ago, Chui Zhua was on their side, but now he changed his attitude. How did Duke Lu, Chung Yaojin, become Li Wangyu's uncle? Could it be that the Li clan of Hu County was really going to be forced to move their ancestral graves by Li Wangyu? That would be the end of the world. The Li clan leader angrily glared at the clan elder, who came up with the idea of forcing Li Wangyu to move the graves. It was all because of this old bastard's good idea that things ended up like this. How were they going to deal with it now? Chapter 110. Chung Yaojin couldn't be bothered to interact with the Li clan and only watched coldly from the sidelines. Even so, it gave the Li clan enough pressure to make them not dare to cause any more trouble. Now, the situation had changed. Li Wangyu had bought the location of the clan's tomb. Originally, they wanted to force Li Wangyu to move the tomb, but now it was Li Wangyu who was forcing the Li clan to move the tomb. The Li clan leader coughed softly and lowered his stance. "Li Jia Xiaolang, our Li clan will not force you to move the tomb. Let's just forget about this matter." The old man's words made Li Wangyu laugh. So it was the Li clan that had let him off. With such thick skin, no wonder he could become the clan leader. Ha ha, how funny. You won't let me move the tomb? Do you not know how to read? Do you not understand what is written on the title deed? Or are your ears not good? Listen carefully. I am the one who is forcing the Li clan to move the tomb. Xiao Lang, where it is possible to make mistakes, one should be lenient. Don't go overboard. The Li clan leader said through gritted teeth. Overboard? Do you know how to write these two words? You bunch of gluttons, did you think of this when you greedily asked for money from my lord? Did you think of this when you stole the golden fields from my family? Did you think of this when so many of you came to Dingzhou village to dig up my lord's tomb? Bah! Li Wangyou's carefree and unrestrained scolding had vented the resentment in his heart, but it had also caused the faces of the Li family's people to turn pale. Now that Li Wangyou had the title deed, Yang Quan was obviously not on good terms with the Li clan. Even Chuizhua, the county magistrate of Chang, and county quickly changed sides after Cheng Yaojin's arrival. This made the Li clan members feel a chill in their hearts. Li Jia Xiaolang, are you really going to be so heartless? The Li clan leader said in a low voice. You asked for it. Good. Since that's the case, Li clan, won't say anything more today. The Li clan's ancestral grave is on that hillside. If you really dare to dig up the grave, do as you please. The Li clan leader finished speaking with a gloomy face, then turned to his clansmen and shouted, Let's go back. Grandpa, are we going back just like that? But the ancestral grave, Li Gui was still unwilling to give up and asked in a low voice. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the Li clan leader. I will personally go to the Imperial Clan Temple to demand an explanation for today's matter. Go back now. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The members of the Li clan, who had been arrogant and insufferably arrogant just a moment ago, were now all listless. Amidst the loud taunts and mocking laughter of more than 100 men from Dingzhou village, they were ready to withdraw from the village. Li Gui, didn't you want to crawl back to the county? Li Wangyou suddenly shouted. For some shameless people, cynical men were never stingy to hit them when they were down. Li Wangyou, you wait for me. Li Gui was so irritated by his words that his face turned red. He completely forgot the boasting he had made before. Li Wangyou laughed loudly. Li Gui, get out. If you say one more word, I will dig up your family's grave today. His words were like a slap to Madame Li's face, causing Li Gui's face to turn red and green, but he didn't dare to make a sound. The Li clan leader snorted coldly and didn't say anything more. He led the members of the Li clan, who were extremely disappointed and prepared to retreat. Cheng Yaojin suddenly said, You are from the Li clan of Hu County, right? I will explain what happened today to His Majesty, and let His Majesty discipline you. His words made the Li clan's patriarch and a group of clan elders' bodies uncontrollably sway. Some of the clan elders with poor mental fortitude even fell directly onto the ground. Hi, Duke Lu, why do you say that? Our Li clan didn't offend you, did we? The Li clan leader tried to support himself. You are going to dig up my nephew's grave. How dare you say you didn't offend me? Get out. I don't want to care about your trivial matters. Cheng Yaojin's words made the Li clan more depressed. He didn't say anything more and turned to leave. Today, the Li clan's face was completely lost. Li Wangyou was actually threatening the Li clan. If he really wanted to dig up the grave, he wouldn't do it. First of all, the Li clan of Hu County was a relative of the royal family. If he really dug up their ancestral grave, it would be like slapping Pai Lupi's face. Second of all, although he was expelled from the clan, the people buried in the Li clan's grave were the ancestors of his previous body. He couldn't blame the Li clan's deceased ancestors for the sins of the Li clan's descendants. The Li clan leader naturally saw this point. That was why he said to Li Wangyu that it was up to him whether he dug up the grave or not. After the Li clan left, Li Wangyu repeatedly thanked the village chief and the villagers who came to help. After the crowd dispersed, Li Wangyu invited Cheng Yaojin and his son to his residence as guests. Yang Quan used work as an excuse and returned to the county office after greeting Cheng Yaojin. Cui Zhuo didn't want to leave, but seeing that Cheng Yaojin had no intention of keeping him, he could only follow Yang Quan and leave. For Cui Zhuo, today was like trying to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice used to lure it. Originally, he wanted to curry favor with the Li clan of Hu County. In the end, not only did he not achieve his goal, but he also turned against the Li clan in front of everyone. Moreover, he also had a falling out with Yang Quan. The gains didn't make up for the losses. On the way back to Hu County, Cui Zhuo wanted to mend the rift between him and Yang Quan. No matter what, he didn't want to casually offend a big shot like Yu Shinan. Brother Shuqing, just now I was confused. Brother Shuqing, please don't take it to heart. Cui Minghouse's words are too serious. Yang Quan calmly replied, "Who is that Li Wangyu? Isn't his father Li Zhou?" Cui Zhuo asked the question in his heart. Li Zhou was originally one of the big shots in the imperial court. However, after offending Pai Lupi, he lost his official position and died of illness. Cui Zhuo didn't take Li Wangyu seriously and only wanted to curry favor with the Li clan of Hu County. However, seeing Cheng Yaojin's attitude today, it was obvious that he had misjudged and that there was something he didn't know. Yang Quan looked at him and replied with deep meaning, "Cui Minghouse in Chang, and has never heard of Li Jia Shaolang." "Shuqing, what do you mean?" "Haha, nothing." However, Li Jia Shaolang is quite famous in Chang, and as the county magistrate of Chang, and Cui Minghouse actually doesn't know of him. This is surprising. Cui Zhuo really didn't know about the series of events that Li Wangyu had caused in Chang, and because his official rank was too low. Regardless of whether it was the poetry recital at Lake Xiujiang, the important ministers who were able to enter the waterside pavilion, or the guests who were able to attend Zhang Liangfu's birthday banquet, Cui Mingfu was still miles away from that level. Yang Quan didn't continue to say anything to him. After returning to Chang, and Cui Zhuo went to inquire about the name Li Wangyu from Dingzhou village in Hu County. Although he didn't know much, it was enough to make him break out in a cold sweat again. He had kicked an iron plate this time. He couldn't help but feel lucky. If it wasn't for Cheng Yaojin's sudden appearance, he was afraid that he would have brought Li Wangyu back to Chang and for interrogation. That would really be like poking a hornet's nest. Cui Zhuo didn't think about how to repair the relationship with Li Wangyu in the future. However, in Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu was very depressed at this time. Chapter 111. Li Wangyu politely invited Cheng Yaojin and his son into his house, and immediately asked the Niu brothers to go to the village to buy a pig for him to slaughter and then send it to the kitchen. Since Cheng Yaojin said that he wanted to eat a pig slaughter feast, Li Wangyu naturally would not refuse. In fact, the reason why Cheng Yaojin suddenly brought his 3 sons to Dingzhou village today was not to eat cheap meat. It was just an excuse. Cheng Yaojin. This fellow seemed to be not stingy, but in fact, he was very shrewd. As the saying goes, his face was like a pig's and his heart was clear. He had already seen that Li Wangyu would not be a fish in a pond in the future. Naturally, he did not mind coming to the cold stove, now to form a good karma. Of course, the premise was that Cheng Yaojin really liked Li Wangyu. Otherwise, no matter how talented Li Wangyu was, the devil incarnate would not bring his 3 sons to Dingzhou village to eat rich people. Since Cheng Yaojin brought his 3 sons to the door, the smile on Li Heng's old face never disappeared. That fawning appearance made Li Wangyu gnash his teeth. When the beautiful superior learned that Cheng Yaojin brought her 3 sons to visit, she hurriedly came out from the backyard to greet them. Su Chongqing was also very curious about Cheng Yaojin. This was the first living Tang Dynasty celebrity she saw. This little girl greets Lu Guogong. Wahahaha, no need for formality. Little girl, I heard that you are my nephew's cousin. Then you can also call this old man uncle. Cheng Yaojin deliberately emphasized the word cousin. While speaking, he also mischievously winked at Li Wanyu. This old bastard. Li Wanyu speechlessly rolled his eyes. Sure enough, no one would believe that the beautiful superior was his cousin. Su Chongqing's face was slightly red, but she was not nervous. She bowed again. Yes, niece greets Uncle Cheng. Cheng Yaojin did not delve into the issue of Su Chongqing's identity. He was too lazy to care about this kind of thing. He just smiled and let it go. As soon as Cheng Yaojin entered the central room of the Li family's front yard, he noticed the chairs that his beautiful superior had ordered people to build for him. In particular, the rocking chair that his beautiful superior had asked the carpenter to build made the old man even more excited. After pondering over its function, he directly sat on it and rocked very comfortably. My dear nephew, you're so insensible. Why don't you know how to show filial piety to your elders when you have such a good thing? Forget it. I won't argue with you. Dalong, Erlang, San Lang, remember to take this chair with you when you leave. Cheng Yaojin's words made Li Wanyu completely dumbfounded. F***CK. Was this the founding duke of the Tang Dynasty or a bandit? Oh, right. This guy was a bandit from Wagong Stronghold. F***CK. Was this considered as inviting a wolf into the house? Li Wanyu was conflicted about whether or not he should ask the old butler, Li Heng, to put away all the valuables in the house. However, looking at Li Heng's lackey appearance, he would probably take the initiative to give these to Cheng Yaojin, right? Uncle Cheng, I've already asked my family to buy pigs and slaughter them. Since we have nothing to do, why don't we play mahjong? Li Wanyu suddenly rolled his eyes and came up with a bad idea. The Tang Dynasty naturally did not have mahjong, a national treasure, yet. The earliest records of mahjong in China were from the Ming and Qing dynasties. Mahjong was probably invented at that time. However, because he was bored a few days ago, in order to pass the time, Li Wanyu specifically asked the carpenters in the village to help him make a wooden mahjong set. Now, in the house, including the 4 maidservants, Li Heng, Perrin, and the Niu brothers had all learned to play mahjong as a recreational activity. Since they had nothing to do, Li Wanyu and Su Chongqing had the people in the house accompany them to play mahjong. Li Wanyu was angry with Cheng Yaojin, this old fellow who came to his house to eat and take things. He wanted to seduce Cheng Yaojin to play mahjong, and then win some copper coins from him. As a person from Sichuan, Li Wanyu naturally knew how to play mahjong. He dared not say that he was an expert, but he was invincible in Lai Hot. The beauty's skill level was average. She only knew how to play mahjong. However, in the Tang Dynasty, she had nothing to do, so she was addicted to playing mahjong. What is mahjong? Cheng Yaojin curiously asked. Li Wanyu led the Cheng father and son to the mahjong table and poured out the mahjong tiles. He and Su Chongqing explained the rules of mahjong in detail, which made Cheng Yaojin and his 3 sons itch. Nephew, this mahjong game was also made by you? Yes. Li Wanyu shamelessly agreed, causing the beauty to cover her face with her hands. She was embarrassed to see this fellow's thick skin. This mahjong game is interesting. Come, sit down and try it. Cheng Yaojin did not hesitate and sat down at the mahjong table. Dalong, you come too. Erlang, San Lang, you guys watch from the side. Li Wanyu looked at the beauty with a smile and pulled her to sit at the mahjong table. After teaching Cheng Yaojin and his sons how to shuffle and number the tiles. The four of them began the game of sparrows. Li Wangyu reached out and picked up a tile from the mahjong wall. He rubbed it with his right thumb. Little chicken. He flipped the tile open. It was indeed a piece. Cheng Yaojin and his three sons' eyes lit up when they saw this. They felt that it was really cool. In fact, Li Wangyu was just showing off. He was invincible in Lai Ha, but in his previous life, he was only slightly better than a rookie. Anyway, every time he went back to his hometown in Sichuan, he would play mahjong with his friends and relatives. He would lose 9 out of 10 times. However, his skills were enough to show off in front of beginners like Cheng Yaojin and Cheng Chumo. When he deliberately went easy on them, Cheng Yaojin won a few rounds and laughed happily. Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chubi, who were watching from the side, were itching to play mahjong, but they could not sit at the table. They just wanted their brother to give up his seat. Cheng Chumo, who had just tasted the sweetness of mahjong, would not give up his seat. He pretended not to hear his two brothers' pleas. Li Wangyu saw that the time was right. He smiled like a fox who had stolen a hen. Uncle Cheng, it's boring to play like this. Why don't we put some money on the table? Wahaha, nephew is right. Then, let's put some money on the table. How about we do it the same way? Cheng Yaojin had just learned how to count and had just won a round of 4 tiles. Li Wangyu looked at his beautiful boss and immediately nodded in agreement. Everyone started to arrange their cards again, and the battle started anew. It had to be said that Li Wangyu's luck was not bad today. Cheng Yaojin and his sons were beginners. They were no match for him. Selfie, it's all right. A total of 8 tiles. Uncle Cheng, Brother Chumo, Hihi, Cheng Hui, a total of 8 tiles. Li Wangyu pushed down the tiles in his hand and smiled brightly. Keep the tab. We'll count them together later. Cheng Yaojin shouted impatiently. Li Wangyu immediately called the old housekeeper, Li Heng, to keep the tab. Everyone started playing again. I won. Uncle Cheng, I'm sorry. I won. Brother Chumo, you won. 2 rounds of mahjong were not finished. Cheng Yaojin's originally black face became even more unbearable. It was as black as the Kunlun slaves in Chang, and Cheng Chumo was also depressed. He did not win a single round of mahjong. He was losing money. Li Heng, how much do Uncle Cheng and Brother Chumo owe me? Li Wangyu smiled proudly. Lang Jun, Lu Guogong owes you 56 strings of coins. Cheng Gongzi owes you 43 strings of coins. Li Wangyu's eyes narrowed. When he was about to say something, his body suddenly became light. He was directly lifted up from the chair by Cheng Yaojin. He said word by word, Nephew, the pig should have been slaughtered. Shouldn't you go make the pig rice? Thus, Li Wangyu was tragically kicked off the mahjong table. His beautiful boss covered her mouth and chuckled. He went to the kitchen, dejectedly. As for the seat he had vacated, Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chubi almost fought over the seat. Chapter 112. Li Wangyu was very depressed as he cooked all kinds of dishes in the kitchen. Not long after, his beautiful boss also appeared. Even Su Changqing could win against Cheng Yaojin and his sons. It can be seen how bad they were at playing. Now that the mahjong table had become a civil war in the Cheng family, Cheng Huaibi finally sat down at the gambling table after Su Changqing was politely invited away by Cheng Yaojin. The so-called, there is no father and son on the gambling table was indeed a famous saying. When Li Wangyu finished cooking, he respectfully invited Cheng Yaojin to eat. However, he saw that the situation on the mahjong table had changed. Cheng Yaojin's 3 brothers were crying while Cheng Yaojin was laughing. Obviously, this old man's luck was better as he won against his 3 sons. Because Cheng Yaojin had brought more than a dozen guards with him, Su Chongqing asked Li Heng to find a mat and a short table for the guards to eat in the front yard. Cheng Yaojin and his sons were invited to the Li family's dining room to take a seat. Cheng Yaojin and his sons were very curious about Li Wangyu's large dining table. They were also full of praise for the high back chair. This made Li Wangyu very worried. Would this old man take the dining table and chairs with him when he left? The rocking chair in the central room of the front yard had already been unceremoniously moved aside by Cheng Yaojin's personal guards. Seeing this, Li Wangyu's face twitched. What made him even more worried was the washroom in the front yard of the Li family. Ever since Cheng Yaojin asked Li Heng to take him to the washroom, Li Wangyu felt that this old man's eyes were constantly glancing at the washroom. This old man wouldn't want to take away his ceramic toilet, right? If Cheng Yaojin didn't think it was dirty, then let him take it. Li Wangyu hurriedly stopped this nauseating association and asked the maids to serve the dishes. Cheng Yaojin and his 3 sons actually didn't come to eat. The pig-slaughtered rice was just an excuse. The nobles of the Tang dynasty almost only ate beef and mutton. They politely declined pork. At this time, seeing Li Wangyu really use cheap meat to make a table full of dishes, they couldn't help but look at each other, hesitating for a long time, not knowing whether to eat or not. The 4 of them looked at each other for a long time, and finally their gazes fell on Cheng Chubi, meaning that he should try it first. Cheng Chubi almost cried. Just because he was the youngest, he had to be bullied like this? What happened to fatherly love? Where are my brothers and friends? Looking at the threatening eyes of his father and brothers, Cheng Chubi had no choice but to raise his chopsticks and reach out to the plate of Dongpa pig knuckle. Oh, no, Wangyu pig knuckle. Cheng Chubi closed his eyes. With the fearlessness of a martyr and the spirit of a revolutionary martyr, he picked up the pork and slowly put it into his mouth. He began to chew. He opened his eyes abruptly, looked at his father and brothers, and let out a long sigh. Brother Wangyu's cooking, sigh. Let's not talk about it. Father, brothers, I'll eat this dish alone. The guards have brought beef jerky. You can eat that. Cheng Yaojin nodded with relief, and then slapped him on the head. Then he pulled the plate of Wangyu pig knuckle in front of Cheng Chubi and reached out his chopsticks to eat. Cheng Chumo and Cheng Chuliang also slapped their dear brother on the head and then unceremoniously reached out their chopsticks to pick up the dishes on the table. As the saying goes, no one knows a son better than his father. Cheng Chubi's intention to eat all the delicious dishes alone could not fool Cheng Yaojin, let alone his 2 brothers. Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing also sat at the table to accompany the guests, but the way the 4 of them ate was so scary that it could be called a small battle. The 2 of them held their chopsticks in a daze, but did not know how to pick up the food. Notice's table was filled with more than a dozen dishes, but the plates and bowls were flying everywhere, and even Cheng Yaojin directly grabbed the pig knuckle and began to eat. Li Wangyu stiffly turned his neck to look at Su Chongqing, and the 2 of them communicated silently with their eyes. Are you sure it's Duke Lu, Cheng Yaojin? Are you a refugee or a beggar? Maybe it's Cheng Yaojin? Not only did the Cheng father and son eat like this, but also the more than a dozen guards sitting in the front yard. The way they ate scared the 4 maids of the Li family, who were responsible for delivering the dishes, and their faces turned pale. The little girl parent hid at the side and whispered, "The Duke of the Tang dynasty is so pitiful. It feels like they haven't eaten for many days." Her words were heard by Li Heng and the Niu brothers. The 3 of them tacitly nodded, thinking that Perrin was right. The old housekeeper Li Heng also felt that his Longjuan's unwillingness to become an official was the right decision. The officials of the Tang dynasty were so pitiful that they could eat so much meat and end up in such a miserable state. Cheng Yaojin, and his guards were all very happy after eating the pig rice. What made Li Wangyu even more speechless was that Cheng Yaojin and his guards actually ate an entire pig. Li Wangyu could not help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. Last time, he invited more than 500 people in the village to eat the pig rice, but only 2 pigs were slaughtered. Were the Cheng father and son and his guards reincarnated from starvation? After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Cheng Yaojin went back home. Before he left, he did not forget to slap Li Wangyu's shoulder with his big palm. "Wahahaha, nephew, your house is really good. I will come often." His words made Li Wangyu, who was almost unable to stand because of the heavy blow to his shoulder, almost fall to the ground. Come often? Was this Cheng Yaojin afraid that he would not go bankrupt fast enough? Cheng Chumo and his 2 brothers each gave Li Wangyu a warm bear hug, making him feel as if he could hear the sound of his ribs cracking. The Cheng father and son must be his enemies from his previous life. Li Wangyu was very sure of this. "Brother Wangyu, from now on, your business is our business. If anyone dares to bully you, tell them our names, and we will beat the shit out of them," Cheng Chumo said very righteously. Cheng Chuliang and Cheng Chubi also nodded seriously, thinking that their brother was right. Yes, Brother Wangyu is the Cheng family's brother from now on. Brother Wangyu, next time Big Brother will go with you to Hu County and beat those bastards to death. Wangyu thanks 3 brothers. Li Wangyu said with a smile. Although Cheng Yaojin was not a good person, these 3 brothers were very loyal. One must know that the Tang people were very serious about their promises. Once they made a promise, they must fulfill it. Cheng Chumo's words were not like those drunk friends in the future who patted each other's chests and bragged. Since the Cheng brothers said so, then they really regarded Li Wangyu as their brother. Li Wangyu also felt that the Cheng brothers were very pleasing to the eye. He was happy to make friends with these top playboys in the Tang dynasty. Compared to the Cheng brothers, that Li Gui from the Hu County Li clan was not even worth a fart. Under Li Wangyu's tearful gaze, the Cheng father and son rode back to Chang, and Li Wangyu's tearful gaze was not because he was reluctant to part with Cheng Chumo and his brothers, but because that old bastard Cheng Yaojin not only took away his rocking chair, but also the mahjong table, and the most precious mahjong set in the history of the Tang dynasty. What made him cry even more silently was that Cheng Yaojin, that old bastard, actually went back on his word. The Cheng father and son acted as if they did not know that he had lost 100 or 200 strings of copper coins on the mahjong table, patted their butts, and ran away. This was like a ghost raiding a village. Shameless. Despicable. Chapter 113. Li Wangyu didn't know that when his family was being raided by the Japanese. Oh, no, the Cheng father and son, the Li clan of Hu County, ran to Chang and to complain. After the Li clan leader led several clan elders to retreat in defeat from Dingzhou village, the more he thought about it, the more sullen he felt. He felt that he had lost face, and his face was burning with pain. They didn't think that they did anything wrong today. It was all the fault of that damned Li Wangyu and the county magistrate, Yang Quan. Even the farm workers in Dingzhou village dared to go against the Li clan. They deserved to die. As for Lu Guogong, the Li family of Hu County knew their place. They knew that they, a relative of the imperial family with no power and influence, could not afford to offend him. Thus, they did not even think about it. Feeling that they had been bullied, the Li clan elders returned to Hu County after a brief discussion. They had people set up carriages and went straight to Chang and Zongjing Temple to complain. The Zongjing Temple was an official that managed the imperial family's affairs. There was a lower third-rank official in the Zongjing Temple. There were also 2 junior officials who helped the official manage the Zongjing Temple. Because they were mainly responsible for managing the imperial family's affairs. During the Jingguan era, the position of official was often held by members of the imperial family. Zhao County Prince Li Xiaogong's father was Li Yuan's cousin. After Li Yuan started the war, he was in charge of managing Bashu. With Li Jing's help, he killed Xiao Xian and Fu Gongyu. The south of the Yangtze River was under his command. His military achievements were almost on par with Pai Lupi's. After Pai Lupi ascended to the throne at Xuanwu Gate, Li Xiaogong withdrew from the center of power in the Tang dynasty and was appointed by Pai Lupi to be the official of the Zongjing Temple. In order to prevent Li Er from being suspicious, Li Xiaogong was even more disinclined to manage the nonsensical affairs of the imperial family. Although he held the position of a temple official, he was infatuated with singing, dancing, and beauties to entertain himself. He threw all the affairs of the Zongjing Temple to 2 junior officials to manage. Su Jingzong, one of the 18 scholars of the Duke of Qin's manor, was one of the vice ministers of the Zongjing Temple. Although the position of vice minister of the Zongjing Temple was an upper 4th-rank official, it did not have much real power. This made Su Jingzong, who yearned for power, feel very depressed. Although Pai Lupi often called for these 18 scholars to accompany him, for example, at the Chu River Lake Poetry Gathering last time. However, Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, both of the 18 scholars of the Duke of Qin's manor, had already entered the imperial court. Even Yu Shinan was a junior secretary, accompanying the sage. As for him, Su Jingzong, who was full of wisdom, he could only be a junior minister in the imperial clan temple and manage the trivial matters of the imperial family. This really made him feel indignant. That was why Su Jingzong from the Great Yin was so jealous of Li Wangyou's talent that day at Chu Jiangqi Poetry Festival. He repeatedly said that he wanted to use eye drops in front of Pai Lupi. Actually, Su Jingzong was just using the excuse of stepping on Li Wangyou to attract more attention from Pai Lupi. On this day, Su Jingzong was reading documents in boredom in his office in the imperial clan temple. Suddenly, he heard a Yamen servant come to report that the Li clan of Hu County was requesting an audience. Su Jingzong naturally knew that the Li clan of Hu County was a relative of the imperial family. He did not dare to slight them and hurriedly had the servant invite them into the Yamen. Greetings, Eunuch Li. Although Su Jingzong was also annoyed by these imperial relatives of the Li clan, he did not show it on his face. He respectfully greeted the Li clan leader. The Li clan leader and the elders also hurriedly greeted him. Naturally, they would not be disrespectful to the vice minister of the Zongjing Temple. Eunuch Li, what brings you here today? Su Jingzong asked. The Li clan leader and the elders had sorrowful expressions. A complaint. Our Li clan of Hu County's ancestral grave is about to be dug up. Please, Vice Minister Su, help our Li clan of Hu County get justice. Su Jingzong was shocked by the Li clan leader's words. There were still people in the Tang dynasty who dared to dig up the ancestral grave of the imperial family? Wasn't this like an old man eating arsenic and tired of living? He hurriedly asked for the details. The Li clan leader and the elders added fuel to the fire and told him how Li Wangyou and the county magistrate of Hu County, Yang Quan, had bullied them today. Vice Minister Su, this Li Wangyou and Yang Quan, as well as those farmers from Dingzhou village, are truly despicable. They actually ignored the saints and wanted to dig up our Li clan's ancestral grave. How can this be? They are simply rebelling against the emperor. The Li clan leader said angrily. Su Jingzong was from the Great Yin, so he immediately knew what was going on. It was obvious that the Li clan of Hu County had tried to dig up Li Zhou's grave, but Li Wanyu had bought the area where the Li clan's ancestral grave was located. This was clearly the result of the Li clan of Hu County not only failing to show off, but also being pushed to the ground. This bunch of useless imperial family members had the nerve to complain over such a trivial matter. Su Jingzong was just about to send the Li clan of Hu County away with a few words when he suddenly remembered something. The name Li Wanyu sounded very familiar. He pondered for a moment, and immediately remembered that Li Wanyu was the young man who had performed outstandingly at the Qiujiang Lake Poetry Festival not long ago. When Su Jingzong thought of the 2 poems that Li Wanyu had composed that day, he felt his blood boil, and a sense of indignation once again welled up in his heart. When it came to Li Wanyu, other than jealousy, there was only jealousy. He was jealous of Li Wangyu's talent, jealous of everyone's praise of Li Wanyu, jealous of Empress Jiangxuan's protectiveness of Li Wanyu. Now that he heard the name Li Wanyu from the Li clan leader's mouth, Su Jingzong couldn't help but think of something else. Su Jingzong coughed lightly. Eunuch Li, this matter is not easy to handle. First of all, Li Wanyu has the title deed, so he is in the right. Second of all, this Li Jia Xiaolang is only trying to scare you. He wouldn't dare to touch the Li clan's ancestral grave. As for the Hu County magistrate and the field attendants of Dingzhou village, I have no right to interfere. The imperial clan temple does not have this right. Even so, are we just going to let this little bastard humiliate the Li clan of Hu County? The Li clan leader's face was full of anger. He naturally knew that Li Wanyu wanting to dig up the Li clan's ancestral grave was nonsense. As long as the world was still part of the Tang dynasty, no one would dare to touch the Li clan's ancestral grave. But today, the Li clan of Hu County had lost face, so they couldn't just let it go. Su Jingzong laughed dryly. This matter is indeed difficult for the imperial clan temple to intervene. I hope Eunuch Li can understand, but the Li clan leader saw that he was only halfway through his sentence, so he hurriedly asked, Su Xiaoqing, but what? Su Jingzong looked left and right, then waved his hand to dismiss the doorman. Only then did he lower his voice and whisper a few words into the Li clan leader's ear. The Li clan leader's eyes lit up. Su Xiaoqing, this is a good idea, but I'm afraid that Yang Quan will make things difficult for us. Eunuch Li, this will depend on your Li clan to think of a solution. This is only my personal suggestion. Once we leave this door, I won't acknowledge it, Su Jingzong said unhurriedly. The number 1 sly person in the Wu Zhou dynasty naturally wouldn't give a good idea to the Li clan. In fact, it could even be said that it was extremely sinister. The 2 of them spoke very softly, so much so that even the clan elders nearby didn't hear them. They couldn't help but look sideways, wanting to know what kind of idea this vice minister of the imperial clan temple had given the clan leader. The Li clan leader nodded. Su Xiaoqing, this old man understands. Thank you for your advice. Eunuch Li is too polite. It's just a small matter, not worth mentioning. The Li clan leader and the clan elders bid farewell and left. Looking at the backs of the Li clan of Hu County, Su Jingzong couldn't help but reveal a trace of a contemptuous smile. Chapter 114. Li Wanyu still hasn't recovered from the shock of being robbed by Chung Yaojin and his son. Bad news came again. The next day, the old villager ran into the Li family in a panic. Xiaolang, something bad happened. Li Wanyu and Su Changqing quickly greeted him. Old villager, why are you in such a panic? Just now, the county government officials sent me a letter saying that this year, it's my turn to rent the village clothes. Isn't this delaying the spring plowing? The old villager's face turned red. The official in charge of household registration, taxes, warehouse payment, and other things. Su Changqing doesn't understand the old villager's meaning. What is rent the spring? He quickly looks at Li Wanyu and waits for him to explain. In rent, we have to serve the corvée. Because the time is not fixed. If it's in the spring, it's called rent the spring. Li Wanyu whispers into his beautiful boss's ear. According to the rent, every man has to serve the corvée for 20 days a year, which is official service. After explaining to Su Changqing, Li Wanyu looks at the old villager. Old villager, Didn't Yang Mingfu agree to cut this year's rent by half? Why does he suddenly want to conscript corvée? The old villager gasps. This time, it's not the Hu County government that wants to conscript us. It's the Chang and county government. Li Wanyu immediately thinks of Chang and County Magistrate Chui from yesterday. Is he behind this? Without waiting for him to ask, the old villager tells Li Wanyu and Su Changqing another terrible news. After Li Wanyu was removed from the Li family, he is now a white man. He also needs to serve the corvée. This time, he is one of the white men in the village who will serve the corvée. Li Wanyu is dumbfounded, but I'm not a middle-aged man. In the early Tang dynasty, men above the age of 16 were middle-aged men, and above the age of 21 were adult men. Li Wanyu had just turned 16, so he was not considered a middle-aged man, so he should not serve the corvée. The old villager shook his head. I don't know why, but your name, Xiao Lang, is on the list of people who need to serve in the corvée this spring. Li Wanyu was stunned for a moment before he shook his head helplessly. Then I'll use Na Xian as a substitute. The payment of silk for labor was the payment of money. Every ding had to pay 3 feet of silk per day, for a total of 20 days. Li Wanyu didn't lack this bit of money now. Even if he converted it into copper coins, it would be less than the usual amount of money. The old villager shook his head again. The county secretary of the army said that this time, everyone in our village must serve in the army. We can't take silk as substitutes. These words made Su Changqing's beautiful face turn pale. Li Wanyu's body was only 16 years old. How could he serve the corvée? In the mind of the beautiful boss, serving the corvée was hard work, similar to the time when Qin Shi Huang built the Great Wall. In fact, what she thought was not wrong. The contents of corvée included local civil engineering, building bridges and roads, managing rivers and canals, transferring grain, and other labor. Wanyu, what should we do? How can you serve the corvée? Why don't you go to County Magistrate Yang? If you can't, you can go to Cheng Yaojin to help plead. Su Changqing was so anxious that he was about to cry. Li Wanyu also pondered over this matter. Why did it seem that there was something fishy about it? Changqing, don't worry. I'll go to the county office right away. First, I'll ask Yang Mingfu what's going on. Su Changqing quickly nodded and asked him to inquire. Without waiting for Li Wanyu to take the horse out, Yang Quan angrily came to the door. Ming House, you came at the right time. Why am I involved in this transfer of spring? And why am I not allowed to take in silk? Li Wanyu saw Yang Quan and quickly asked. Yang Quan angrily said, Zio, I had a big argument with the Chang and county magistrate because of this. He did it on purpose. That bastard. Why? I've never met the Chang and county magistrate before. Why did he do this? Li Wanyu was puzzled. Yang Quan said, the Chang and county magistrate's surname is also Li. You understand? Li Wanyu slapped his forehead. Is he from the Li clan of Hu County? That's right. I don't know which bastard came up with such a wicked idea for the Li clan of Hu County to include you as a middle-aged man and force you to serve the corvée. Li Wanyu was puzzled. Don't middle-aged men have to be above 16 years old? Yang Quan shook his head. The Li family's magistrate said that your nominal age is already 17, so you're considered a middle-aged man. Nominal age. Li Wanyu was speechless. How could this age be calculated like that? Sure enough, the word official was divided into 2 parts. He could say whatever he wanted. The old villager carefully asked, Ming House, I heard that the transfer of spring this time is for us to transport grain. Transporting grain meant transferring grain to the Chao Valley. It would have been better if the old villager didn't mention this. Now that he mentioned it, Yang Quan was even angrier. That's right. That bastard gave you 20 days of corvée labor to transport grain from Chang. And to Inzhou, Li Wanya didn't know where Inzhou was, so he asked Yang Quan about it. He estimated that it should be around Yulin City and Miji in the future. It wasn't too far, about 400 kilometers away. In the future, it would only take 4 hours on the highway. Although the old villager had never been to Inzhou, he knew the approximate distance. After a rough calculation, he heaved a sigh of relief. Not bad. It's about 800 to 900 kilometers away. The ox cart will take about 10 days to get there. 20 days is enough for a round trip. Yang Quan coldly snorted. Do you know how much grain your village is required to transport this time? His words stunned the old villager. He quickly asked, Ming House? In the past, wasn't the grain transport task about 200 dan? Is there a change this time? Yang Quan directly raised one finger. Another 100 dan, 1,000 dan. After Yang Quan finished speaking, the old villager fell to the ground. He was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. How is this possible? 1,000 dan of grain. Our Dingzhou village only has 60 people for the spring transfer this time. How can we transport 1,000 dan of grain? Now is the spring harvest season. If we really want to transport so much grain, all the strong laborers in the village will have to be mobilized. Are they trying to force us to our deaths? The old villager said in a daze. Li Wanya was also stunned. For long-distance transportation, the ox cart could only carry 800 jin of grain at most, which was about 80 dan. 1,000 dan of grain would require more than 100 ox carts to transport. Wasn't this a joke? If all the strong laborers in the village were transferred to corvée labor in the spring, wouldn't the spring harvest be over? The Li clan of Hu County, what a vicious plot. Was it because the villagers of Dingzhou village helped him yesterday that they came up with such a vicious revenge plan? Li Wangyo's anger rose. He wished he could send people to the hillside right now and dig up all the graves of the Li clan of Hu County. Yang Quan looked at Li Wangyu. Zio, it seems that only Lu Guogong can solve this matter. The Li clan lost face yesterday, and will definitely not let this matter go. Ming House, even you can't do anything? Yang Quan shook his head. I had a big argument with the secretary of the army, but it was useless. This is his duty, and I can't stop him. But he is using his position to avenge a private grudge. I know, but I can't do anything. Yang Quan sighed. The beautiful superior finally understood what was going on and quickly advised, Wanyu, you should go to Uncle Chung to plead. We can only ask him for help. Li Wanyu waved his hand. Wait, let me think about it first. Chapter 115. Li Wanyu was not willing to ask Chung Yaojin for help unless it was a last resort. After all, although Chung Yaojin was close to him, Li Wanyu did not think that he should rush to ask for help. Moreover, the cynical man was stubborn and felt that it was shameful to ask Chung Yaojin for help. Even if Chung Yaojin stopped Li Clan's conspiracy this time, what about next time? Did he have to ask Chung Yaojin for help every time? Li Wangyu paced back and forth in the central room, wondering how he should face this matter. According to Yang Quan, although the rank of the secretary and supervisor of Chang and county was not high, it was his authority to conscript people to transport grain. Moreover, once this matter was decided, Dingzhou village must complete it. If they could not complete the corvée work, the punishment would be very severe. It was possible to be beaten with a paddle, jailed, or even a criminal. Li Wanyu did not think that he could fight against the government. Then the only way was to find a way to transport the grain to Inzhou. However, he had just asked Yang Quan. There was no waterway in Inzhou, so it was impossible to transport by ship. The only way to transport was by land, by ox cart or carriage. The ox cart transportation capacity of the Tang dynasty was just like that. The carriage was faster, but the load capacity was not good. He patted his head gloomily, hoping to find a way to solve the current dilemma. Su Chongqing looked worried. Wang Yu, don't think about it. You'd better ask Uncle Chung for help. Li Wanyu thought for a long time and felt that there was no other way. He could only sigh and nod silently. He ordered Niu Wu to take the horse, and they rode to Chong and to ask for help. Soon after they left Dingzhou village, a carriage came to them. Because the road was not wide, Li Wanyu and Niu Wu pulled the horse aside and waited for the carriage to pass first. The carriage squeaked past them, and the coachman nodded to them in a friendly way to show his gratitude. After the carriage passed, Niu Wu pulled the reins and was ready to drive the horse forward. However, he saw Li Wanyu sitting still on the horse, staring at the carriage that was gradually going away and thinking about something. Lang Jun, what are you thinking about? Let's go. Niu Wu urged. Li Wanyu didn't say anything. He just stood there in a daze. Just as Niu Wu was feeling puzzled, he saw Li Wanyu suddenly pull the reins. Niu Wu, let's go back. I have an idea. Ha ha, I am indeed a genius. Li Wanyu did not wait for Niu Wu. He whipped his horse and galloped toward the village. Niu Wu was baffled. He could only turn his horse around and follow. When the beautiful boss saw Li Wanyu return, she couldn't help but wonder, Wanyu, why did you come back? The old village chief and Yang Quan were still in the central room of the Li family. They were surprised to see him return so suddenly. Ha! Chongqing, I have an idea. 4-wheeled carriages. As long as we can build a 4-wheeled carriage, 1,000 dan of grain won't be a problem. Li Wanyu jumped off his horse and shouted, 4-wheeled carriage? Su Chongqing didn't understand what he meant. The old village chief and Yang Quan were also confused by Li Wanyu's words. What is a 4-wheeled carriage? 4-wheeled carriages were rarely seen in China since ancient times. However, in the Song dynasty, there were 4-wheeled carriages along the river during the Qingming festival. However, that kind of 4-wheeled carriage was different from the Western ones. Its 4 wheels were installed on a fixed frame, so it couldn't be turned. The problem of turning was solved by the strength of the 4 oxen. That's right. This was the reason why Chinese carriages and oxen carriages had 2 wheels since ancient times. They didn't invent bogies. Since the Roman era, 4-wheeled carriages with bogies appeared in the West. However, in the East, there was a detour in this regard. When Li Wanyu saw the Tang dynasty carriage, he felt that something was wrong. After thinking for a long time, he suddenly realized that it was because the carriage and oxen carriage of the Tang dynasty only had 2 wheels. In terms of load, 4-wheeled carriages were much heavier than 2-wheeled carriages. Li Wanyu remembered that the Napoleon army in Europe relied on 4-wheeled carriages to solve the problem of transporting military supplies. At that time, each carriage with 4 horses could carry up to 5 tons. It was equivalent to a 4-wheeled carriage carrying 30 don of grain. 1,000 don of grain could be easily carried away by more than 30 4-wheeled carriages. Moreover, the speed of a 4-wheeled carriage was much faster than an oxen carriage. An oxen carriage could only go 7 to 8 kilometers per hour, while a carriage could go up to 20 kilometers per hour. If the carriage traveled for 8 hours a day, it would be 160 kilometers. From Chang'an City to Yinzhou City, it would only take about 3 days. Ming House, when does the secretary and the army want us to set off? Li Wanyu asked. He needed time to gather people to test the carriage. 5 days later, we will set off from Chang'an City. Can the oxen used to transport grain be replaced by horses? I need more than 100 horses. Li Wanyu asked again. Yang Quan frowned. Of course you can. After all, oxen are more precious than horses. Could it be that you want to use carriages to transport grain? Horses are not as strong as oxen. That's right, Xiaolang. You can't joke about this. A carriage can only carry 5 to 6 dawn of grain, while an oxen carriage can carry 10 dawn. If we use carriages, the village will need to mobilize more people. This is absolutely not acceptable, the old villager hurriedly advised. Haha, don't worry. I can build a carriage that can carry 30 dawn of grain. I will go find Carpenter Lu now. Li Wangyu finished speaking, turned around, and ran out. His words made Yang Zhua and the old village chief look at each other in dismay. Could it be that this Li family's young man had lost his mind? A carriage carrying 30 dawn of grain? How is this possible? Even an oxen carriage, pulled by 4 oxen, could not carry so much grain, let alone horses. Ming House, you see. The old villager looked at Yang Quan, hoping that he could persuade Li Wangyu. This matter was related to the survival of Dingzhou village. Li Jia Xiaolang's temper could not be allowed to act recklessly. However, the beautiful boss on the side understood Li Wangyu's words. Her eyes could not help but brighten. Although she did not know how much grain a 4-wheeled carriage could carry, she knew that 4-wheeled carriages would replace 2-horse carriages. Moreover, when she traveled abroad in the future, she also rode a 4-wheeled carriage that pulled tourists for sightseeing. 2 strong horses could carry more than a dozen tourists around. It was much more powerful than the oxen carriages of the Tang dynasty. Yang Quan and the old villager naturally did not know about this. After Li Wangyu ran out, the 2 of them were restless. They did not know what Li Wangyu wanted to do. The old villager led the way, and the 2 of them walked to Carpenter Lu's house. They wanted to see what Li Wangyu's 4-wheeled carriage was with their own eyes. In Carpenter Lu's house, Li Wangyu was holding a charcoal pencil and was busy writing and drawing on a piece of paper. As he wrote, he was talking to Carpenter Lu. Carpenter Lu's 3 sons were watching by the side. Yang Quan and the old villager did not know what was going on, so they could only stand aside and watch. After a long time, Li Wangyu finally put down the charcoal pencil. Carpenter Lu and his 3 sons listened with excitement. Xiaolang, you are really a literary star that came down from the heavens. You even know about this magical item. I will try it with my sons immediately. If we succeed, Xiaolang, you will have made a great contribution to the people. Carpenter Lu sighed. Chapter 116. In fact, the 4-wheeled carriage was not complicated. The key was the steering mechanism. The steering mechanism was not difficult either. It was just a thin layer of paper. Once it was exposed, it would no longer be mysterious. The front axle of the 4-wheeled carriage was connected to the chassis through a rotating pivot. This way, the front wheels could turn. The front wheels of the carriage were smaller than the rear wheels. The front wheels were responsible for steering, while the rear wheels carried the weight. Since it was a 4-wheeled carriage, the load capacity of the carriage would be higher than that of 2 wheels. This was without a doubt. As for the shock absorbers and springs of the carriages of the future, Li Wangyu did not have any extravagant hopes. After all, it was a carriage used to transport goods. There was no need to consider comfort. It was not strange that he knew the structure of this carriage. When he was young, the village had a cooperative carriage to transport goods. The few naughty children loved to ride in the carriage. That carriage had broken down several times. Every time it was repaired, Li Wangyu would look at it from the side. After a while, he figured out what was going on with this carriage. Carpenter Lu and his 3 sons' craftsmanship was really good. In addition, the family just happened to help people build ox carriages. The wheels and other things were ready-made. He took his 3 sons and used 2 hours to process a set of steering mechanism for the carriage. He found the chassis of the ox carriage and installed it. Not long after, the first 4-wheeled carriage of the Tang dynasty was built. because it was temporarily modified from the chassis and wheels of the ox carriage, it looked a little strange. The old villager walked around the four-wheeled carriage a few times. He had a look of disbelief. "Xiaolang, is this what you said? A carriage that can pull 30 pickles? Don't joke around. This is impossible." Li Wangyu laughed. "Try it and you will know." Everyone pushed this extremely simple four-wheeled carriage back to Li Wangyu's house. It attracted a lot of attention from the villagers. "What kind of carriage is this? It looks strange. Why does it have four wheels? How can these four wheels be used? Maybe it's Li Jia Xiaolang's new toy. We'll know when we see it." The four-wheeled carriage was pushed to the entrance of Li Wangyu's residence. Li Wangyu didn't have time to feel sorry for his two horses. He even brought the two horses that Yang Quan and his entourage rode over, and had Carpenter Lu harness them, following which he called for the Ox brothers to help move the grain. There were more than 300 dan of grain stored at home, and he asked them to move 30 dan of grain out for the experiment. These grains were all packed in gunny sacks, and each sack was worth 1 stone. The villagers who were watching the excitement also came over to help. Soon, a total of 30 dan of grain was piled on top of the carriage, forming a small mountain. This made the villagers, who were watching the show, burst into discussions. "What is Li Jia Xiaolang trying to do? You're not thinking of using these four horses to pull the carriage, are you? Impossible. That's 30 dan of grain. Even 4 oxen wouldn't be able to move it. Isn't it? Who has ever seen so many things made of horse? What's more, this carriage looks strange. It has 4 wheels. TSK, it's really strange. I bet that the horses won't be able to move it. It's more likely that the gods will appear." Yang Quan and the old villager also didn't believe it. Even though they had seen Li Wangyu's drawing of the carriage and saw Carpenter Lu and his son build the carriage with their own eyes, they still didn't think that 4 horses could move so much grain. Li Wangyu pulled Niu Wu. "Erlang, do you know how to drive a carriage?" "Yes." "Then you sit on it and try to drive the carriage." Li Wangyu pushed Niu Wu onto the carriage. Niu Wu's face was strange. "Lang Jun, are we really going? I'm afraid that these 4 horses will be tired to death. I can't bear to do that." The old housekeeper Li Heng's face was full of heartache. The 2 horses at home were his treasures. How could he bear to let them pull the carriage, let alone the 30 dan of grain? Li Heng looked at Li Wangyu with pleading eyes. Li Wangyu pretended not to see it, and just urged Niu Wu to sit on the carriage. Niu Wu had no choice but to climb onto the carriage. The 4-wheeled carriage that had been hastily made was basically a chassis with 4 wheels and nothing else. He could only sit on the sack of grain and hold the reins with both hands. He turned his head and looked at Li Wangyu. "Lang Jun, I'm really going to drive it? Yes, hurry up. Why are you dilly-dallying?" Li Wangyu urged again. Niu Wu had no choice but to shake the reins and make a jia sound to urge the horses to move. Under everyone's surprised gaze, the 4 horses lowered their necks and exerted force with their 4 legs. Miraculously, the carriage began to move slowly. It moved. This carriage actually moved. My God! For horses can actually carry 30 dan of grain. My child's mother, am I not awake? Li Jia Xiaolang, I'm afraid he's really an immortal, right? Did he cast an immortal spell on the carriage? Hurry up, this carriage is really moving. Niu Wu drove the carriage full of grain and actually started to jog on the village road. The surrounding villagers all followed, wanting to see why this carriage was so miraculous. Lang Jun, how does this carriage make a turn? Niu Wu suddenly shouted from the carriage. It's the same as an ordinary carriage. There's no difference. Niu Wu drove the carriage around the village and then turned under the elm tree at the entrance of the village and ran back. Langjun, this carriage is too miraculous. It can really move 30 dan of grain. Moreover, it's no different from an ordinary two-wheeled carriage. Oh, no, it should be easier to drive. Just now, it made a turn even easier than a two-wheeled carriage. Niu Wu stopped the carriage and excitedly jumped down from the carriage and shouted loudly. Yang Quan and the old villager were stunned by this scene. Ming House, does this spring corvée work have to be completed for 20 days? If we complete this task of transporting grain in advance, what will happen? Li Wangyu saw that the four-wheeled carriage was successful and suddenly thought of something. He quickly pulled Yang Quan and asked, "Of course not. Your corvée work this time is to transport grain. When the grain is transported, the corvée work will be completed." Yang Quan casually replied, his eyes never leaving the four-wheeled carriage. The next moment, Yang Quan excitedly grabbed Li Wangyu's arm and said, "Zio, you can actually make such a magical weapon? If all the carriages in the Tang dynasty were like this, do you know how useful it would be? Quickly give the carriage blueprint to me. I want to submit it to the imperial court." Li Wangyu helplessly rolled his eyes. F***CK. You want to take away all the good things I have. Do you have any shame? Why are all the officials of the Tang dynasty like this? Ming House, I can't give you the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage. Why is that? Yang Quan was puzzled. Li Wangyu smiled and said, "Wait until we finish this spring corvée work." Yang Quan was stunned. Thinking of his question just now, he suddenly understood. He pointed at Li Wangyu and said with a smile, "Zio, you... Okay, I understand. Then I will wait for a few more days." Li Wangyu's words made Yang Quan immediately understand what he wanted to do. However, he was not prepared to oppose. As the saying goes, it is impolite not to reciprocate. Since Li Clan used such a shameless method first, then Li Wangyu should fight back a little. Chapter 117. After confirming that the four-wheeled carriage was indeed feasible, the old village was so excited that he almost knelt down in front of Li Wangyu. He originally thought that they would not be able to escape this calamity and that all of the strong laborers in the village would be sent to carry out the task of transporting grain in the spring. However, he did not expect that Li Wangyu would be able to create a magical weapon like the four-wheeled carriage. The poisonous trap that the Li clan of Hu County had set for Dingzhou village was actually so easily resolved by Li Wangyu. This was the idea that Su Jingzong had given to the Li clan. Ever since Li Zhou passed away, the Li clan of Hu County only had a few 7th rank and 8th rank officials left in the court. The one with the highest rank was the member of the clan who was in charge of the army in Chang and County. Su Jingzong was naturally very clear about the situation of the Li clan of Hu County. After all, he was the vice minister of the imperial clan and was responsible for managing these relatives of the imperial clan. As a result, Su Jingzong gave the Li clan leader such a desperate plan. Right now was the time for spring. He had the Li clan's secretary of the Li clan conscript corvée labor in Dingzhou village and pushed the task of transporting grain to Dingzhou village. Even if Dingzhou village wanted to report this matter, they could not say a single word. Transporting 1,000 dan of grain and a distance of 800 li was completely in line with the regulations of corvée labor in the spring. However, due to the busy farming season, the county yamen would not do this under normal circumstances, as it would delay the farming season. If the corvée labor of a village was conscripted once a year, if it was a task of transporting grain, 200 dan or 1,000 dan were all in line with the regulations. However, if the Dingzhou village's corvée wanted to complete the task of transporting grain, they would have to use all of the strong laborers in the village. If the Li clan thought of a way to do something else, such as changing the ones pulling the carriage to old cows or sick cows, then the Dingzhou village's corvée labor would be even more difficult. At that time, even if the entire village was mobilized, they might not be able to transport 1,000 dan of grain to Inzhou in 20 days. If they couldn't complete the task within 20 days, they would be sent to jail by the county magistrate and would be punished with a paddle. This group of villagers, including Li Wangyu, who had offended the Li clan of Hu County, would not be able to escape. Even if they did not die, they would be skinned alive. At this time, the old villager didn't have time to say more. There were only 5 days left before they set off. Now, they must hurry up and start making the four-wheeled carriage. He loudly informed the villagers of the spring transfer of corvée labor, which immediately caused an uproar in the village. What? Muramesa, are you sure? Asking us to transport 1,000 dan of grain per village. Are you trying to force us to our deaths? Officials of Chang and county, they will die a horrible death. Someone ignored Yang Quan's presence and directly scolded the 2 words dog official, which made Yang Quan speechless and could only pretend that he didn't hear it. Old village chief, this is the spring plowing season. How can we transfer so many strong laborers? If the spring plowing is delayed, it will all be over. Chang and county cannot be so unreasonable. Yang Mingfu, you have to make a decision for us. Isn't this spring transfer going to force more than 100 families of Dingzhou village to their deaths? There were even villagers who immediately knelt down to plead for Yang Quan. The village was in a mess. The old villager quickly jumped onto the four-wheeled carriage piled with grain and shouted with all his strength, "Quiet, quiet, listen to me." With great difficulty, the villagers finally quieted down. The old villager pointed at the carriage under him and shouted, "You cowards, what are you making a fuss about? You see what this is? With this four-wheeled carriage made by Li Jiaxiaolang, are you afraid that we won't be able to complete the task? Let me tell you, the grain transport this time is very easy. It will take less than 10 days to go back and forth. Not only will it not delay the harvest, but it will also give us a lot of time." With his shout, the villagers of Dingzhou village abruptly reacted. Wasn't it true? Everyone had seen the four-wheeled carriage just now. For horses were pulling 30 dan of grain along the way. A quick-witted villager immediately calculated, 1 carriage is 30 dan of grain. 1,000 dan of grain is only 30 carriages. 1 carriage can carry 2 people. Then our village only needs to send 60 or 70 people. Is that right, villager? Yes, that's right. The villagers of Dingzhou village became noisy again. Just now they were all ashen-faced, but now they were all smiling. The old villager shouted again, "Quiet, the matter is not finished yet. This four-wheeled carriage is good, but there is only one. We will set off in 5 days. We have to make 30 carriages in these 5 days. All the strong laborers in the village, put down what you are doing and listen to Carpenter Lu's command to make the four-wheeled carriage. You hear me?" The villagers hurriedly nodded in agreement. This was related to their own interests, so naturally no one would refuse. All the villagers, young and old, were busy under the command of Carpenter Lu and his 3 sons. To make 34-wheel carriages in 5 days, time was very tight. Fortunately, this was just a carriage for transporting grain. Other than the chassis, the carriage, and the steering mechanism, there was no need for anything else. The village immediately became lively. Some went to the mountains to cut wood, some went to transport wood, and some went to help Carpenter Lu's family pull the saw. Looking at the lively scene in Dingzhou village, Yang Quan stroked his beard. "Ziyu, your ability is really amazing. I really don't know how many good things you have in your stomach." Li Wangyu smiled. "Ming House is too kind. However, to change the oxen pulling the carriage to horses, I hope that Ming House can help." He was most afraid that after the carriage was made, Chang and County would not be willing to pull the horses for him. That would be terrible. "See, you don't worry. Leave this to me. I promise to give you the horses in 5 days. Yang Quan assured him. Originally, Chang and county needed to prepare more than 100 oxen carriages and more than 200 oxen pulling the carriages. Now that it was changed to more than 100 horses, Yang Quan dared to guarantee that Chang and county would not refuse. 5 days passed quickly. With the efforts of the villagers, more than 34-wheeled carriages were made. In order to save time, they did not even have time to plane the shafts of the carriages. They simply made them from logs cut down from the mountains. Even the bark was not removed. These 34-wheeled carriages looked shabby and rough. However, these carriages had all been tested. They were very sturdy. Each carriage could easily carry 30 dan of grain. There was no problem at all. Yang Quan did not go back on his words. Early in the morning, Chang and county sent more than 100 horses to the village. All the 4-wheeled carriages were hitched to horses and ready to leave. Li Wanyu was also part of the ding that was transferred to Spring. Of course, he had to leave with them. Niu Yong stayed at home to look after the house. Niu Wu accompanied him to Yinzhou to transport grain. Under the instructions of his beautiful superior, Li Wanyu climbed into the carriage. The old villager also set off to transport grain. He shouted, "Let's go!" More than 34-wheeled carriages filed out of the village and headed towards Chang and city. Chapter 118. The Granary of Chang, and was built near the East Way Bridge Pier in the north of the city. The huge Chang and granary took up almost 1,000 acres of land and was very large in scale. After the grain was transported from the Wei River to Chang, and it was transported to the nearby Chang and granary. The grain stored here not only had to supply the millions of people in Chang, but it also had to be transported to the entire Guanyi circuit and Longyu. In the entire history of Huaxia, transporting grain was the most troublesome problem. Due to the limitations of transportation, when transporting 100 dan of grain, people and horses would eat on the way. In the end, only 70 to 80% of the grain would be transported to the destination. Furthermore, the further the distance, the greater the consumption. For example, transporting grain from Chang and to Yinzhou was a journey of 800 miles. Under normal circumstances, it would take about 10 days. 1,000 dan of grain required more than 100 laborers. In 10 days, these people would eat 50 dan of grain. Adding on the consumption of the cows, it would only be more than that. After transporting the grain to Yinzhou, about 20% of the grain would be consumed. This was considered a short-distance transport. If they wanted to transport grain from Chang and to Longyu or even further, the journey would take 1 to 2 months. The consumption would be even more terrifying. This time, Dingzhou village was recruiting laborers to transport grain to Yinzhou. As long as they could pay 800 dan of grain at the granary in Yinzhou, they would have completed the task. The extra 100 dan of grain would be their rations for the return journey. More than 34-wheeled carriages formed a long line and arrived at the Chang and granary on East Way Bridge under the surprised gazes of the pedestrians. The old villager took out a receipt from Chang and handed it to the granary's Su Li. After confirming that they were the laborers, he began to arrange for them to release the grain. The receipt had to be stamped by the granary. After the grain was delivered to Yinzhou, the granary also had to be stamped to confirm the receipt of the grain. Finally, they would take the receipt to Chang and to prove that they had completed this year's labor task. When the granary's Su Li saw that Li Wanyu only brought 30-odd 4-wheeled carriages, he was puzzled. "Villager Qian, you are transporting 1,000 dan of grain this time. Why did you only bring these carriages? And they are all carriages? Didn't the county prepare ox carts for you?" The old villager's face was full of smiles. "It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Our carriage is big enough." Su Li had a strange expression on his face, but this matter was not under his control. He only needed to provide enough food according to the voucher. As for how Dingzhou village would be transported away, it had nothing to do with him. After checking that there were no mistakes in the receipt, the stitches, the secret plan, and the stamp were all correct, Su Li called the laborers in Chang's warehouse to begin moving the grain and loading it onto the cart. Everyone in the Chang'an warehouse was taken aback. Each of these carriages was loaded with 30 dawn of grain, and the carriages were piled up to the brim. With so much food, won't the horses tire to death? This horse belongs to the county. If it dies, you will have to pay for it. Su Li kindly reminded. He had been working in this Chang'an warehouse for many years, but he had never seen a cart that could carry so much grain at one time. Even an ox cart could only transport 10 dawn of grain at most. 30 dawn of grain for a cart. This was simply crazy. The old villager just smiled and didn't answer. After more than 30 four-wheeled carriages were completely loaded, he checked around to make sure that the grain was securely tied. He stepped onto the carriage and waved his hand in high spirits. Let's go. Su Li and the laborers in Chang'an's warehouse all craned their necks, ready to see a joke. Such a heavy carriage. Even if the horses were tired to death, they wouldn't be able to move it. Not to mention 4 horses, even 4 oxen wouldn't be able to move it. But when the 30 or so four-wheeled carriages all began to slowly move out of the Chang'an granary, the eyes of Su Li and the laborers of the Chang'an granary almost fell out of their sockets. These carriages were really pulling 30 dan of grain. The 4-wheeled carriages drove on the courier road and headed north in the direction of Yinzhou. This was the first time Li Wangyu had traveled so far in the Tang dynasty. Even the previous owner of this body had never left Fuxian and Chang, and let alone him, a modern person from more than 1,000 years ago. Niu Wu drove the carriage in the middle of the convoy, while Li Wangyu sat on the side, looking around curiously. More than 1,000 years ago in the Tang dynasty, the northern Shaanxi plain was not like the high yellow slopes of modern times. The vegetation and natural environment were preserved quite well. Li Wangyu soon found that after the simplified 4-wheeled carriages drove on the courier road, the road was not as bumpy as before. This batch of 4-wheeled carriages did not have any shock absorbers at all, in order to not hurt his, but Li Wangyu specially brought a bear skin from home to cushion his, but the bear skin was the black bear that scratched Niu Yong in Taibai Mountain. After the black bear was killed by Niu Wu, its tendons were pulled out and its skin skinned. After Li Wangyu saved Niu Yong, the 2 brothers tanned the bear skin and gave it to their Langjun. However, even with the thick bear skin as a cushion, Li Wangyu's 4-wheeled carriage, which was nearly 100 miles from Dingzhou village to Chang'an's warehouse, was jolted, dizzy, and miserable. The roads of the Tang dynasty were not the cement and asphalt roads of modern times. One could imagine how bumpy those dirt roads were. Li Wangyu's face turned pale at the thought of running back and forth on such bumpy roads for 5 or 6 days. Li clan of Fuxian, I'm not done with you. Because of the Li clan, Li Wangyu had to run thousands of miles and suffer this punishment. Unexpectedly, after the 4-wheeled carriage was loaded with grain in Chang'an's warehouse, it was much more stable. Carefully looking at the courier road in front of him, Li Wangyu could not help but feel happy. The quality of the courier roads of the Tang dynasty was very guaranteed. With Chang'an as the center, the Tang dynasty built an extremely dense road network. The county annals of Yuanhe County, written by the Tang dynasty's Li Jifu, clearly recorded in detail the so-called 8 destinations of the various states of the Tang dynasty, which were the road conditions and mileage that extended in all directions with the place as the center. These courier roads were generally paved with bluestone or cobblestone, and the roads were very smooth. The main purpose was to transport grain, march, and deliver documents. It was a bit similar to the national roads of modern times. Ever since Qin Shi Huang unified the 6 states, the roads and documents were the same. After that, the wheelbases of the carriages and ox carts were the same specifications and the same width. In this way, after the wheels repeatedly rolled over, the courier road would form 2 hard lanes with the same width as the wheels, a bit like the railway tracks of modern times. The 4-wheeled carriages, wheels could significantly reduce the consumption of horsepower and axle wear and tear. It was like a modern car driving on an asphalt road, relaxed and comfortable. The convoy of more than 34-wheeled carriages from Dingzhou village ran quite smoothly on the courier road. In less than 2 hours, they had run more than 50 miles, which was far faster than they had expected. When the convoy stopped to feed the horses and rest the horses, the old villager had a bright smile on his face. Xiaolang, at this speed, we can report to Yin province in 2 days at most. Li Wangyu suddenly remembered something. He pulled the old villager and asked, "Old villager, if we can reach Yin province in 2 days, then we won't consume much grain on the road. We only need to hand over 800 don of grain to Yin province. So the rest will belong to us, right?" Chapter 119. Li Wangyu's words surprised the old villager. He had never considered this kind of thing before. It turned out that when serving as corvée laborers, what everyone was most afraid of was the task of transporting grain. Not to mention the 20 days of traveling back and forth. The grain might not even be enough to eat. If there was a rainstorm on the road and they couldn't arrive on time, the people and horses would chew. In the end, they would have to pay for the extra grain from their own pockets. With the speed of the 4-wheeled carriage and the small number of people, the 200 dan of grain would only be eaten on the road. The old villager wasn't sure how to deal with the remaining 100 dan of grain. "The extra grain should belong to us, right?" the old villager replied. After all, they only needed to pay 800 dan of grain when they reached Yin province. The government didn't care about the remaining grain. That's good. When we reach Yin province, we can sell the extra grain for money to subsidize everyone's hard work. Li Wangyu said with a smile. When the Dingzhou villagers heard this, their eyes couldn't help but light up. Li Jia Xiaolang's words were reasonable. The 100 dan of grain was worth a lot of money. If they sold it in Yin province, then each of the 70 people would be able to get a few strings of copper coins. Li Wangyu didn't think about transporting the 100 dan of grain back to the village. After all, they were about to face the locust plague. No matter how good the copper coins were, it was not as good as the grain. However, the 100 dan of grain was the official grain for the corvée laborers. If they directly transported it back to the village, they were afraid that it would be troublesome, so they dropped the idea. Everyone looked at the old villager with eager eyes. After all, this matter still needed the old villager's approval. The old villager thought for a moment and nodded his head in agreement. The enthusiasm of these people was even higher when they thought about how they could earn a few strings of copper coins. Everyone felt as if a meat pie had fallen from the sky. However, Li Wangyu spoke again. "Everyone, although we are the only ones conscripting corvée laborers this time, everyone in the village, old and young, has contributed. The money from selling the grain should be distributed to each household. I suggest that the money from the sale of grain be taken by each household, and the rest be divided equally among the families in the village. Is that okay?" That's only natural. Without the help of the various families in the village, it would have been impossible to build these 30-odd carriages. I support Xiaolang's opinion. I agree. Let's do as Xiaolang says. It's fair and reasonable. We have no objections. The old villager nodded in agreement, and the matter was settled. After resting for an hour, everyone got on the carriage again and headed towards the Yin province. Before sunset, Dingzhou village's grain transport team had already traveled 300 li in one breath, nearly half of the journey. The old villager pointed at the relay station in front of them and said, "Tonight, we will stay in that relay station. Let's drive the carriage over." Everyone agreed and drove the convoy to the relay station not far away. The relay station they were planning to stay at was a third-class relay station. Just as the caravan arrived at the entrance of the relay station, a courier ran out. "What do you do?" "We came from Chang and city to transport grain to the Yin province. This is our certificate." The old villager quickly jumped off the carriage and handed the certificate to the courier. When transporting grain, one had to stay overnight at the relay station to ensure the safety of the grain. After the courier checked the certificate, he let them into the relay station. The relay stations of the Tang Dynasty were divided into 6 classes. The first class had 20 courier. The second class had 15 courier. The third class had fewer courier, and the sixth class had 2 to 3 courier. The relay station also had farmland. According to the Sufu Yuan Gui, the upper-class relay station of the Tang Dynasty had 2,400 mu of farmland, and the lower-class relay station had 720 mu of farmland. These fields were used to grow alfalfa to solve the problem of feed for the cattle and horses. The other harvests were also used for the daily expenses of the relay station. The relay station occupied a large area, about a few dozen mu. The 20-odd rooms were used for the accommodation of the officials. Just the barn alone could easily accommodate a few hundred cattle and horses. After Li Wangyo's caravan drove into the relay station, the courier pointed out an area for them to park, and everyone started to get busy. They unloaded all the horses from the carriages and led them to the barn to feed them. The other thing was to start a fire and cook to solve their food problem. The relay station would provide horse feed for free, but people like them had to prepare their own food. The relay station would not provide that. The relay station would not even provide a room for them to stay, so they could only sleep in the courtyard of the relay station. It would be fine if it didn't rain, but if it did, they could only squeeze into the barn and make do for the night. Luckily, the weather was clear today, so there was no need to worry about rain. Everyone took the blankets they brought from the carriages and laid them out in the courtyard. They lit a fire to warm themselves up and prepared to sleep. After rushing around for a day, even if it was just a carriage, everyone was exhausted. Just as they were about to sleep, they heard someone calling outside the relay station. The courier mumbled to himself as he went to open the door. It was a man with a face full of vicissitudes. He was dressed like a scholar, but his clothes were shabby. He led an old donkey to the relay station. "Do you have any proof?" the courier asked. This proof naturally referred to the proof that one could stay in the relay station. The Tang Dynasty had 4 kinds of proof. The first was a silver medal, which was issued by the province and written with the words "Imperial Horse Silver Medal." The second was a horn talisman. The third was a voucher. And the fourth was a transmission talisman. The last 2 were paper certificates, and the one in the old village chief's hand was a voucher. Only with these certificates could one pass through the relay stations and passes of the country without any obstruction. The man took out a transmission talisman and handed it over. The transmission talisman was a talisman to pass through. The postman inspected him for a bit before letting him in. However, he did not have a pleasant expression on his face. "Bring the donkey to the barn yourself. Then, like them, find a place to sleep." He pointed at Li Wangyo's caravan and said, obviously, he meant to let the man sleep in the open air. Niuwu laughed mockingly. It seems that he is also a scholar in dire straits. He has no official position, and the relay station does not provide food and lodging. Li Wangyu nodded. The relay station of the Tang Dynasty only provided food and lodging for civil servants, although one could enter the relay station to rest with a certificate. This young scholar was obviously not an official, which was why the courier had such an attitude. After the man thanked the courier, he led the old donkey to the barn and leaned against the pillar next to the barn, planning to sleep with his clothes on. Li Wanyu saw that he did not have any luggage, let alone any bedding. It was early spring in March, and the weather was still relatively cold. If he spent the night like this, he might suffer. His heart softened, and he called out, "This gentleman, come and sleep with us." Li Wanyu signaled Niu Wu to help the young scholar get another bedding. When they went out, the beautiful boss was afraid that Li Wanyu would not be able to sleep well, so she asked Perrin to prepare another bedding for Li Wanyu. The scholar was very surprised and a little embarrassed. After dawdling for a long time, he walked over and cupped his hands to Li Wanyu. "I am Ma Zhou from Chipping, Qingha. My courtesy name is Bin Wang. How should I address Xiaolang?" Ma Zhou. Li Wanyu felt that this name was very familiar. After thinking for a while, he suddenly raised his head and said in surprise, "You are Ma Zhou?" Chapter 120. Li Wanyu's exclamation surprised Ma Zhou. He was puzzled. "Xiaolang knows me? How should I address you? Xiaolang." Li Wanyu was speechless. "Of course I know you, but I only know you from the history books of the future. It was such a coincidence that I could meet Ma Zhou at this relay station. This famous person of the Tang dynasty had met another living person today. Ma Zhou was a legendary figure of the Tang dynasty. He was an orphan when he was young and came from a poor family. However, Ma Zhou was a genius. After he was successful in his studies, he became a teaching assistant in Bo Prefecture. However, because of his poverty, he became unruly and drank all day. In the end, he resigned and ran to Chang, and to stay in the house of Chang He. In the 5th year of Jingguan, Pai Lupi ordered hundreds of officials to write a memorial to discuss the gains and losses of the imperial court. Ma Zhou was recognized by the Pai Lupi and entered the imperial court as an official. Later, Ma Zhou rose through the ranks and finally sat in the position of the prime minister of the Tang dynasty. One had to admit that he was a great figure. Li Wanyu did not know how to answer Ma Zhou's question. He quickly changed the topic. "Brother Bin Wang, you haven't eaten dinner yet, right? Niu Wu, bring our dry rations over, and let Brother Bin Wang fill his stomach." Niu Wu agreed and went to fetch the dry rations. He also helped Ma Zhou get a bowl of water for dinner. Ma Zhou smiled embarrassedly. He was about to decline when he heard his stomach growling. This made him even more embarrassed. Li Wanyu smiled and stuffed the dry rations into his hands. He sat beside him and started chatting. "Brother Bin Wang, I am Li Wanyu from Hu County. My courtesy name is Zio. This time, I am transferring the official rations to Yinzhou." Li Wanyu introduced himself first. "Brother Zio, thank you." Ma Zhou also bowed again. "Brother Bin Wang, where are you going?" Li Wanyu calculated the time. At this time, Ma Zhou should still be staying at Lieutenant General Chang He's house. Why did he come to this relay station? Ma Zhou smiled. "I went to Yenzhou to visit a friend. I was in a hurry and almost missed the relay station." Yenzhou was the Yenin of the future, on the way from Chang, and to Yinzhou, they were heading in the same direction as Li Wanyu and the others. Li Wanyu looked at the old donkey tied to Ma Zhou's barn and couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Bin Wang, this old donkey of yours isn't even as fast as a person walking. There are still over 200 li to Yenzhou. How much time would it take for you to ride it?" When Ma Zhou heard this, his face turned red. Ever since he resigned from his teaching assistant position in Bozhou, he had been living in Chang He's house. Although he didn't have to worry about food and clothing, he was still living under someone else's roof. as a hanger-on. He didn't have much money. This old donkey was even borrowed by him. Although it was slow, it was still better than walking by himself. I've made a fool of myself in front of Brother Zio. Ma Zhou smiled. Li Wangyu looked at the downtrodden Ma Zhou in front of him and started to make some calculations in his heart. His luck was so good to be able to meet Ma Zhou at this time. Naturally, he had to build a good relationship with him. If he could make friends with the future prime minister of the Tang dynasty, why not? Li Wangyu even pondered in his heart, looking at Ma Zhou's current state. It was obvious that he wasn't in an important position in Changhe's residence. Was it possible for him to kidnap him to Dingzhou village first? After the locust plague, he and Su Chongqing had planned many properties in their minds. However, there were only so many people in his house. He didn't have enough manpower, whether it was the two brothers, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, or the old housekeeper Li Heng and Perrin. None of them were talents who could hold their own. As for the 4 maidservants sent by the enemy, there was no need to mention them. If he could kidnap Ma Zhou, the future prime minister of the Tang dynasty, to his place, that would be wonderful. Whether it was the Tang dynasty or the 21st century, what was the most precious thing? Talent. Ma Zhou was such a talent. The more he thought about it, the more Li Wangyu felt that it was feasible. However, Li Wangyu didn't feel that he was exuding the aura of a king that could make Ma Zhou bow down to him. Even the Niu brothers only wanted to repay him because he saved Niu Yong's life. Li Wangyu revealed 8 white teeth, and a bright smile appeared on his face. Brother Bin Wang, since you and I are fated to meet, why don't we leave this old donkey at the relay station, and you can take our carriage and leave. Our carriage is fast. We can send you to Yenzhou tomorrow. This Ma Zhou was a little hesitant. His old donkey was very slow. From Chang and to this relay station, it had been a journey of about 300 miles. However, he had already spent 3 to 4 days eating and sleeping in the open. If he could really hitch a ride, Ma Zhou would naturally be happy. However, he and Li Wangyu had never met before. At this moment, they were just strangers who had met by chance. How could he be so shameless as to hitch a ride? Brother Bin Wang, along the way, I can also ask you for advice on poems and songs. Please don't decline. Li Wangyu added fuel to the fire. These words surprised Ma Zhou. He thought that Xiao Lang was just an ordinary farmer. How could he know poetry? Li Wangyu of Hu County? Only then did Ma Zhou realize that this name was very familiar. After thinking carefully, he suddenly stood up and bowed. May I ask if you are the Li Zio who wrote on Yangquan and Journey to the Gallant? Li Wangyu's plagiarized poems had already spread throughout Chang, and there wasn't a single Confucian scholar who didn't know how to recite them. Ma Zhou liked them even more. He copied these poems down and recited them all day long. He always regretted that he didn't have the opportunity to meet Li Zio. He often sighed at how talented he was to be able to write such famous works. When he heard Li Wangyu's self-introduction, he didn't realize that this young farmer who was conscripted to serve the corvée was the author of these poems. Li Wangyu also stood up and bowed. This is my humble work. I hope Brother Bin Wang can give me some pointers. After confirming that the young man in front of him was really the Li Zio that he had been thinking about day and night, Ma Zhou was somewhat at a loss. He never thought that the person who could write such famous poems would be such a young man. I don't dare. Zio's poems are majestic and exquisite. I should be the one asking Zio for advice. Li Wangyu laughed in his heart and prepared to use his deception. If he didn't trick Ma Zhou into going to Dingzhou village, it wouldn't be considered a success. Last time, he failed to trick the Medicine King's son Ximiao. No matter what, he couldn't let Ma Zhou go. Li Wanyu pulled Ma Zhou and didn't care about sleeping. The two sat by the bonfire and began to talk. As a modern transmigrator, although Li Wanyu was just an ordinary university student, after experiencing the explosion of information in the future, the amount of knowledge in his mind could be said to be astronomical and geographical in the Tang dynasty. After a long conversation with Ma Zhou, Li Wanyu fully displayed the eloquence that he had honed in his university dormitory. His eloquence flowed like a torrential river. He had successfully hoodwinked Ma Zhou with his lies. Ma Zhou thought of Li Wanyu as a celestial being. "Zio, you have such great talent. Why don't you become an official?" "Haha, I only want to give my love to mountains and rivers. I have no interest in officialdom. But Brother Bin Wang, I see that you have the talent to be a minister. In the future, you will definitely be able to become a minister. Zio has overpraised me. But what do you mean by becoming a minister?" Ma Zhou didn't understand and asked. Li Wanyu was at a loss for words. He forgot that there were only great scholars in the Ming dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, there was no such thing as becoming a minister. The next morning, Ma Zhou didn't hesitate to leave the old donkey at the relay station. He nimbly climbed into Li Wangyu's carriage, afraid that he would miss the opportunity to talk to Li Wanyu. The four-wheeled carriages filed out of the relay station and sped towards Yinzhou. Chapter 121. While Li Wanyu was fooling Ma Zhou, an unexpected visitor came to the Li family of Dingzhou village. The medicine king, Sun Simiao, actually came back to pay a visit. He even brought a middle-aged Taoist with him. After being informed by the old housekeeper Li Heng, the beautiful boss came out to greet Sun Simiao as the lady of the house. She warmly welcomed Sun Simiao into the central room in the front yard and served him tea. After living in the Tang dynasty for more than half a month, Su Chongqing had slowly gotten used to the way the Tangs spoke. "Old immortal son, what brings you here today?" Sun Simiao smiled and said, "I'm very interested in the penicillin that the Li family kid talked about. I went to deal with some secular affairs a few days ago and collected some copper coins. I want to build a Taoist temple in Dingzhou village to study penicillin. I wonder if you'll welcome me?" His words surprised and delighted the beautiful boss. The king of medicine was willing to build a Taoist temple in Dingzhou village. That would be a great thing. "Old immortal son, you're willing to build a Taoist temple in our Dingzhou village? That's great. Have you decided where to build it?" Sun Simiao twirled his beard and smiled. "Not yet. I plan to go to the county government of Huxian and ask them to allocate a piece of land for me to build a Taoist temple." At this time, Sun Simiao was quite famous. After Pai Lupi ascended the throne, he invited Sun Simiao to the court and wanted him to stay in Chang'an. However, Sun Simiao refused. The old Taoist was dedicated to Taoism and walked the path of medicine to become an immortal. He was not willing to stay in Chang and to treat the rich and powerful. For this reason, Pai Lupi felt very regretful and compared Sun Simiao to an immortal like Guang Chengzi. Therefore, if Sun Simiao went to the county to ask Yang Quan for a piece of land to build a Taoist temple, Yang Quan would naturally agree. The beautiful boss blinked her beautiful eyes and immediately said, "Old immortal, my family owns a hillside facing the sun outside the village. I don't know if it's suitable, if it's possible. Old immortal, you don't have to go to the county. You can just build a Taoist temple on my land. That hillside is more than 1,000 mu. It's very spacious." Sun Simiao didn't expect that Li Wanyu actually owned a mountain slope. After pondering for a moment, he nodded and said, "In that case, thank you for your kindness. Let's go take a look first. If it's suitable, I won't be polite." He then pointed at the middle-aged Taoist beside him and said, "This is my disciple, Lu Shunwei. He is in charge of helping this poor Taoist to oversee the construction of the Taoist temple. Su Chongqing and Lu Shunwei greeted each other. His beautiful boss didn't know much about history, so she didn't have any impression of the name Lu Shunwei. If Li Wanyu was at home, he would tell her that this Lu Shunwei was Sun Simiao's eldest disciple. His skills were quite outstanding, and he could be considered half a genius doctor. The reason why Su Chongqing suggested to let Sun Simiao build a Taoist temple was because of a flash of inspiration. Although Li Wanyu had bought the mountain slope, temporarily dispelling the idea of the Li clan of Hu County moving Li Zhou's tombs, Sun Simiao was still a hot potato. However, this mountain was still a hot potato in his hands. He couldn't throw it away, but he couldn't take it either. No matter what, the Li clan of Hu County was a relative of the imperial family. Li Wanyu couldn't really dig up the Li clan's tombs, and he couldn't stop the Li clan from sweeping the tombs every year. Who knew how much trouble they would cause for this mountain slope in the future? Since that was the case, he might as well let Sun Simiao build the Taoist temple. No matter how tyrannical the Li clan of Hu County was, they couldn't go against Taoism, right? It had to be known that in the Tang dynasty, Taoism was the state religion. Pai Lupi had always claimed that he was a descendant of Laozi Lier. As long as Sun Simiao's Taoist temple was built, the Li clan of Hu County would no longer cause trouble for the ownership of the mountain slope. Although Li Wanyu had spent 1,000 strings of cash to buy the mountain slope, Su Chongqing didn't feel that there was anything to be reluctant about. Sun Simiao's Taoist temple was built on his land. What was there to worry about if they fell sick and couldn't find the king of medicine to treat them? This was killing two birds with one stone, so his beautiful boss would naturally do it. Sun Simiao took his disciple Lu Shunwei to see the mountain slope under the guidance of the old steward Li Hong. He was quite satisfied. With this matter settled, Sun Simiao returned to Mount Taibai to cultivate. He left the matter of building the Taoist temple to his disciple Lu Shunwei. He would only wait until the Taoist temple was completed before moving it down from the mountain. The reason Sun Simiao disappeared a while ago wasn't because he returned to Mount Taibai, but because he wandered around the Taoist sects to raise funds. This old Taoist had always been focused on medicine and didn't have any savings. If he wanted to do the modern medical research Li Wanyu tricked him into doing, he couldn't do it without money. Although Sun Simiao was 70 or 80 years old, this matter was very clear to him. Sun Simiao's seniority in the Taoist sects was very high. After all, there were only a few people of his age, so living a long life was also a capital. Since he personally went out, those Taoist sects naturally agreed. They all opened their pockets and offered money and manpower. In half a month's time, Sun Simiao had gathered enough money and returned to Dingzhou village to look for Li Wanyu and the others. As Sun Simiao, who wholeheartedly hoped to become an immortal through medicine, he would never give up penicillin, a medicine that could accumulate great merit. The Taoist temple that was going to be built in Dingzhou village was not so much a Taoist temple, but a medical research institute that Sun Simiao prepared for himself. The Taoist sects were very fast. After deciding to build the Taoist temple in Dingzhou village, the craftsmen of the natural law sect began to measure the land and plan the building of the Taoist temple. When Su Chongqing received the king of medicine Sun Simiao at home, Li Wangyu's four-wheeled carriage carrying grain team was already running on the post road. The speed of the four-wheeled carriage really surprised Ma Zhou. He carefully looked at the carriage that was filled with official grain and asked with uncertainty, "Xiao, this carriage is filled with no less than 20 dawn of grain, right?" Before Li Wanyu could answer, Niu Wu said proudly, 30 dawn, each carriage is pulling so much. We are transporting a total of 1,000 dawn of official grain to Yinzhou. When Ma Zhou heard this, he was even more surprised. How is this possible? This carriage is running so fast. Could it be that the extra 2 wheels have such an effect? Who built this 4-wheeled carriage? Why have I never seen it before? Niu Wu laughed loudly. While driving the carriage, he pouted his lips at Li Wangyu. This was built by my Langjun, so naturally you have never seen it before. Not only that, my Langjun also built a water wheel that can carry water without manpower. It is even more magical. When Ma Zhou heard this, he became even more unsettled. He cupped his hands at Li Wangyu and said, "Zio, is it convenient for me to go to Dingzhou village and see what the water wheel is?" Li Wangyu was worried that he could not find a topic to trick Ma Zhou into going to Dingzhou village. When he heard what Ma Zhou said, how could he not agree? He immediately nodded and agreed. The two of them agreed that when the carriage returned from Yinzhou, they would pick up Ma Zhou and return to Dingzhou village together. The 4-wheeled carriage ran very fast on the post road. In less than half a day, the city of Yenzhou was already in sight. Li Wangyu and Ma Zhou reluctantly bid farewell and agreed to meet again in 3 days. The grain team bypassed Yenzhou and continued to speed towards Yinzhou. Chapter 122. On the way, they rested for another night at the relay station. On the 3rd day after they set off, the grain transport team from Dingzhou village drove into Yinzhou. After checking the grain transport certificate for the soldiers guarding the city and asking for the location of the Yinzhou warehouse, the team drove straight to the warehouse to hand over the official grain. The old villager only brought 26 carriages to the warehouse to hand over the grain. Sure enough, the officials did not have any questions. After checking that the grain was in good condition, they signed and accepted it. They also signed and stamped the old villager's certificate. Thus, Dingzhou village's spring transfer this year was completed. They only spent 3 days out of the original 20 days of official work. Even with the return trip, it only took 6 or 7 days. More importantly, they also saved more than 100 dan of grain, which was not a small fortune. After the handover with the warehouse, the old villager and the others did not bother to find a place to rest and eat. They asked passers-by where the market was and hurried over. If the grain was not exchanged for copper coins, the old villager and the others would not feel at ease. What surprised Li Wangyu and the others was that the price of grain in Yinzhou was much higher than in Chang, and, however, this was normal. Chang and gathered grain from all over the world, so it was not strange that the price of grain was lower than other places. The retail price of grain in Chang was 360 copper coins per bushel, while in Yinzhou it was 400 copper coins per bushel. They easily found a grain merchant to sell their 100 dan of grain. The merchant offered a purchase price of 350 copper coins per bushel. Niu Wu muttered in a low voice about profiteers as he watched the bags of grain being carried down from the carriages and sent to the grain store. The old villager only kept the rations that everyone ate on the way back. The rest of the grain was exchanged for copper coins, a total of 420 strings of coins. Everyone who served the corvée was given 1 copper coin each. According to what Li Wangyu said before, the rest of the money could be given to each household when they returned to the village. This was not a small windfall, and everyone was grinning from ear to ear. It was the first time that they could earn money by serving the corvée. Knowing that Li Wangyu was the one who had brought all of this to everyone, everyone looked at him with even more respect and gratitude. Ever since Li Wangyu moved back to his old house in Zhou village, he had unknowingly brought a lot of changes to the village. After the construction of the water wheel, the farmers no longer had to expend the effort of stepping on the dragon bone water wheel to fetch water. The Li family's oxen were also lent to the farmers for free for the spring plowing. Now, Li Wanyu had built these four-wheeled carriages for everyone's benefit. One after another, Dingzhou village benefited immensely from his meritorious deeds. Li Wangyu's status in the hearts of the simple and honest villagers of Dingzhou village was even higher than that of the old village chief. Because it was getting late, they didn't plan to rush back today. The old villager led everyone to find a carriage shop to stay. 10 copper coins for a night at the carriage shop. If it was in the past, these farmers would definitely not be willing to do so. They would rather sleep in a carriage for the night than spend 10 copper coins for lodging. However, since they had the copper coins from selling grain in their pockets, they could afford to be extravagant for once. All of them moved into the large shared bunks within the carriage and horse shop. Li Wanyu pinched his nose as he walked into the room. He immediately came back out. The smell was simply too pungent. He felt that he would rather sleep outdoors. Although he wasn't as obsessed with cleanliness as his beautiful boss, he still couldn't stand the sour smell in the room. Niu Wu, however, understood him. He smiled and said, "Lang Jun, you should get another room. Our family doesn't lack that money. Why do you have to wrong yourself?" Li Wanyu readily accepted his advice and immediately turned to look for the shopkeeper of the carriage shop to get him a room to stay in. Regarding Li Jia Xiaolang's unsociability, the farmers of Dingzhou village, including the old village chief, didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. In their opinion, it was a sin to let Li Wanyu, the literary star, share a room with them. After staying in the carriage shop, Li Wanyu had nothing to do, so he took Niu Wu to the market in Yinzhou City for a stroll. It had been almost a month since he came to the Tang dynasty. Other than going to Chang and City once, he hadn't seen what the other cities were like. Yinzhou City was also known as Yulin City in the future. As an important city in the northern part of the Guanyi circuit, Yinzhou was still very lively. The Turks Zuyanchuo Khanate, Goguryeo, Beech, Xinluo Lugue, and other countries all had to pass through Yinzhou on their way to Chang and in the Tang dynasty. Therefore, although Yinzhou's trade couldn't be compared to Chang, and it was still quite prosperous, Li Wanyu and Niu Wu walked around the market. From time to time, they would buy some snacks to eat as they walked. As they were strolling, they heard a merchant arguing with someone not far away. Li Wanyu curiously went over. It turned out that the merchant had a batch of goods to be shipped to Chang, and he was discussing the transportation with the caravan in Yinzhou City. Li Wanyu saw the manager of the caravan shaking his head. He listened carefully and realized that the merchant's request was too tight. He wanted the goods to be shipped to Chang and City's West Market within 5 days. The merchant caravan's shopkeeper naturally wouldn't accept the offer of 5 days for a journey of more than 800 kilometers. He shook his head vigorously. Li Wanyu suddenly asked the merchant, "May I ask, sir, how many goods do you have? I might be able to help." Perhaps the merchant was desperate and didn't care that Li Wanyu was young. He immediately replied, "I'm in the porcelain business. I need to ship a batch of porcelain to Chang and City. There are about 800 to 900 dendrobium. Xiaolang, do you have any idea?" Dendrobium was a unit of weight in the Tang dynasty. 1 dendrobium was equal to 1 stone, which was about 50 kilograms. Hearing the merchant's words, Li Wanyu couldn't help but laugh. What a coincidence! He actually encountered such a situation while strolling around. Before he could say anything, the shopkeeper of the caravan beside him said, "Shopkeeper Ma, you're being too impatient. How can this young man help you transport the goods to Chang, and within 5 days? He's not a god. I think you should send someone to Chang and City first and apologize to the merchant. Then compensate him with some copper coins and ask him to wait a few more days. I can promise you that I'll deliver all the porcelain to you within 10 days. The porcelain merchant called Manager Ma looked depressed. "Ah, compensation is a small matter, but won't the Ma family's reputation be ruined? My Ma family's porcelain has never been so untrustworthy. The other merchants were discussing. Manager Ma is really unlucky. His porcelain kiln collapsed for no reason. All the porcelain that was about to be shipped out of the kiln was destroyed. Isn't that right? This is an unexpected disaster. Manager Ma has been in business for many years and has never missed a delivery time. The Ma family's porcelain is also one of the best in the Guanyi circuit. Their shop in Chong and city's West City is an old shop. If the delivery time is missed, it'll be difficult for the merchant to make a fuss. If you ask me, I'll just have to pay more copper coins. Li Wanyu stood to the side and listened to the others with a smile. He roughly understood what was going on and said again, Manager Ma, if I can help you deliver the goods within 5 days, how much can you pay me? His words stunned the shopkeeper of the caravan and the surrounding merchants who were watching the commotion. This kid didn't know how to brag. Chapter 123. The shopkeeper of the caravan was unwilling to lose his business. He and shopkeeper Ma had been business partners for a long time. Usually, the Ma family's porcelain was shipped to Chong and through them. This time, the shopkeeper of the caravan shook his head because of the incident at the Ma family's kiln. Of course, the porcelain could not be delivered in 5 days. That was why he tried to persuade shopkeeper Ma to delay the delivery time. Li Wanyu suddenly interfered. Shopkeeper Ma was unwilling to accept it and did not believe that someone could deliver the goods in 5 days. Young man, what nonsense are you talking about? This is not 1 or 2 pieces of porcelain that can be delivered by horse carriage. 800 to 900 dendrites of porcelain can only be delivered by ox cart. How can it be delivered to Chong? And in 5 days? Not only did the shopkeeper of the caravan not believe it, but the surrounding merchants also did not believe it. They all began to blame Li Wanyu for boasting. Xiaolang, don't joke around. Shopkeeper Ma is so anxious. Why are you still making fun of him? How can you make such a promise? How can the reputation of the Ma family's porcelain be taken lightly? Delivering 700 to 800 dendrites of porcelain to Chong, and in 5 days? Only the gods can do that. Shopkeeper Ma, you should send someone to Chong and to appease the barbarian merchant. A few days won't make a difference. Yes, don't be foolish and listen to this young man's boasting. It will be a big deal if your reputation is ruined. Hearing everyone's words, Shopkeeper Ma didn't dare to believe Li Wanyu's words, but he still had a trace of hope in his heart, hoping that Li Wanyu's words were true. Mr. Xiaolang, do you really have a way to deliver the porcelain to Chong, and in 5 days? Shopkeeper Ma decided to ask clearly. Li Wanyu's words were his only hope. Li Wanyu smiled and nodded. Of course, as long as the transportation is reasonable. Don't worry, Shopkeeper Ma. I promise to deliver the porcelain to Chong, and in 5 days. Although he said it with certainty, Shopkeeper Ma still hesitated. He could not believe Li Wanyu's words. The shopkeeper of the caravan was even more furious. Young man, how can you be so ungrateful? How dare you boast like that? That's right. You think you can deliver it within 5 days just because you said so? On what basis? This young man's accent clearly doesn't belong to the Yin province. Shopkeeper Ma, be careful not to be deceived. Li Wanyu smiled even more happily in the face of everyone's accusations. Who says I don't have proof? Wait a moment. He pulled Niu Wu over and whispered a few words in his ear. Niu Wu nodded and squeezed out of the crowd. Not long after, Niu Wu returned. He took out a piece of paper and handed it to Li Wanyu. This was the proof of Dingzhou village's transfer of grain this spring. Li Wanyu had specifically asked Niu Wu to go back to the horse carriage shop and ask the old village about it. Shopkeeper Ma, I'm from Chong and Hu County. I'm here to deliver government grain to Inzhou. Look at this voucher. It's written very clearly on it. When did we receive the grain from the Chang? On warehouse. When did we receive the grain from the Inzhou warehouse? How much grain did we deliver? These are all very clear. You'll know if I can help you deliver the porcelain in 5 days. Li Wanyu unfolded the proof and let shopkeeper Ma look at it carefully. The surrounding merchants also gathered around and stretched their necks to look at the contents of the proof. When they saw it clearly, everyone couldn't help but gasp. It's written on the proof that they delivered 1,000 dan of grain from the Chang and warehouse 3 days ago and delivered it to the Inzhou warehouse today. How is this possible? This proof can't be fake, right? No, the proof is real. There's an official stamp on it. It can't be fake. Only carriages can deliver 1,000 dan of grain from Chang and to In province in 3 days, right? Did you use hundreds of carriages to travel day and night? According to this speed, this Xiao Lang Sen really isn't bluffing. Shopkeeper Ma was even more excited. He thought that his family's reputation would be tarnished this time, but he didn't expect a glimmer of hope to be waving at him. Xiao Lang San, is what you said true? Can you really help this old man deliver this batch of porcelain in 5 days? Of course. Shopkeeper Ma quickly grabbed his sleeve. Then let's go sign the contract now. I'll entrust you to deliver the porcelain. Li Wanyu wasn't in a hurry. He slowly put away the proof and put it in his pocket. Then he smiled brightly and asked, Shopkeeper Ma, how do you calculate the transportation cost? How about 300 strings of coins? When it came to money, Shopkeeper Ma, who was anxious just now, immediately returned to his shrewd businessman nature. The transportation cost of the ox cart in the Tang dynasty was also very expensive. It was 100 copper coins for every 100 miles it traveled with a load of 50 kilograms. However, this kind of large shipment would be much cheaper. Shopkeeper Ma's batch of porcelain usually cost 300 to 400 strings of coins to transport to Chang and city. Of course, the Ma family's porcelain wasn't cheap like the ones Li Wanyu custom-made at the kiln in Huxian. According to modern standards, those were high-end custom-made handicrafts, so the price was naturally quite expensive. The main reason why the Ma family didn't move their kiln to the vicinity of Chang and city was that there was a kind of kiln in In province that was especially suitable for firing porcelain. The Ma family's porcelain was thin and light, and the quality was excellent. Therefore, the Ma family would rather spend a huge amount of money on transportation than move their kiln to the vicinity of Chang and city. They only opened a shop in Chang and city's west city to receive customers and sell the porcelain of the Ma family in In province. These porcelain were transported to the west through the Silk Road. Because of the long journey and the wear and tear, the price of the porcelain was almost the same as gold when it arrived in the West. It was a luxury exclusive to the upper class. Li Wanyu smiled even more happily at Shopkeeper Ma's offer. However, he shook his head like a rattled drum. Shopkeeper Ma, we're doing express delivery business. How can we charge the same as ordinary ox carts? Express delivery business? What the hell was that? Li Wangyu's words confused everyone. They had never heard of express delivery business. What did he mean? This express delivery business is to deliver goods as quickly as possible. The speed of delivery is different, so naturally the price will be different, Li Wanyu explained. Everyone understood what he meant. It was like the courier station of the government. Some fast horses were required to travel 6 times a day, which was about 180 miles. The more urgent ones were required to travel 300 miles a day, and the fastest ones were required to travel 500 miles a day. The faster the speed, the higher the cost. Yang Guifei's, a ride in the red dust, makes the concubine smile. No one knows it's from lychee. It was the Lychee Express that traveled 500 miles a day from Lingnan to Chang and city during the Tianbao era. Then, Mr. Xiaolang, how much do you charge for transportation? Shopkeeper Ma asked helplessly. Li Wangyu made a gesture. Not much. 600 strings of copper coins. Everyone felt a toothache. The cost was really not cheap. It was double the cost of the caravan. Shopkeeper Ma hesitated for a while before finally gritting his teeth and agreeing. Okay, we'll go with the price Mr. Xiaolang mentioned. Seeing that he agreed, Li Wangyu felt that he seemed to have found another way to make money. Chapter 124. In the Tang Dynasty, when the transportation capacity was low, the express business had a great future. Li Wangyu felt that if he pulled a four-wheeled carriage team, he would definitely make a lot of money. The only pity was that he didn't have horses. The horses of the four-wheeled carriage team of Dingzhou village all belonged to the Chang and county government. The village was only borrowing them, and they had to return them when they returned to Chang. And a horse cost about 9 to 10 strings of copper coins. This time they sold the grain for 420 strings of copper coins, 70 strings of copper coins were divided, and 350 strings of copper coins were left. Helping Shopkeeper Ma transport porcelain could earn them another 600 strings of copper coins, and a total of 950 strings of copper coins. In this way, if the money was used to buy horses, they could buy about 100 horses, and they could get more than 24-wheeled carriages to transport them. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. This was a profitable business, with Chang, and as the center, they could help merchants transport goods between the east and west cities. They could transport goods within a distance of 1,000 miles. After making money, they could continue to buy horses. It wouldn't be long before the transportation industry of Chang and city was taken over by Dingzhou village. At that time, they could eat Wangyou's elbow and throw it away. It was beautiful. After making an agreement with Shopkeeper Ma, they would go to the Ma family's kiln to transport porcelain the next morning. Li Wangyu hurried back to the carriage shop with Niu Wu. He found the old villager, pulled him into his room, and told him what had just happened. When the old villager heard that Li Wangyu actually went out for a stroll and found a job for the team to transport goods back to Chang, and his face wrinkled like a chrysanthemum. When he heard that Li Wangyu said that the transportation cost was 600 strings of copper coins, the old man almost had a heart attack. Xiaolang, stop fooling around. How can you give so much money? Just let us transport goods. The old villager shook his head, thinking that Li Wangyu was joking with him. Li Wangyu smiled and stared at him without saying anything. The old villager was speechless. He asked in disbelief, "Are you really going to give me 600 strings of cash?" "That's right. I'll go and pick up the goods tomorrow morning. If you deliver them to Chang, and within 5 days, I'll pay you 600 strings of cash. Here's the contract." Li Wangyu took out the shipping contract he had signed with Shopkeeper Ma. The old villager hurriedly took it and read it carefully several times before he finally believed that it was not a joke. "Oh my God, isn't this a pie falling from the sky? It won't take 5 days. It'll be delivered in 3 days," the old villager said excitedly. Li Wangyu shook his head. "We can't be so sure. What if we run into something special along the way? For example, if there's a rainstorm or something that delays the journey, you'll have to pay for it." "That's true. You can't be so sure. Xiaolang, you're so thoughtful." The old villager nodded repeatedly. Li Wangyu asked again, "Old village chief, what do you think of this matter?" "What do you mean?" "This business of transporting goods. Can we do it?" The old villager was stunned. "Of course we can do it. This business is like picking up money. Unfortunately, this is the only time. When we return to Chang, and the horses will have to be returned to the county government." Li Wangyu smiled and pointed to the contract on the table. "Isn't this money? We'll buy horses and transport them ourselves. We'll pick up goods for the merchants in Chang, and what do you think?" His words stunned the old villager for a long time. This old man had been facing the yellow soil and the sky all his life. When he suddenly heard Li Wangyu say that he wanted the villagers to pick up goods, he was a little stunned. However, the old man quickly understood Li Wangyu's idea. He was so excited that his beard was about to curl up. "Xiao Lang, this is a good idea. Ha! With little Lang's four-wheeled carriage, we can buy a batch of horses, and then we can start a transportation business. TSK, this will make more money than the farmers." "That's right. I think we should not divide the 300 strings of copper coins. We can use all of it to buy horses. Let's treat it as a partnership between all the households in the village. We'll divide the money after we make money." The old villager immediately nodded. "I think it's okay. We'll do as you say." After the two discussed this matter, the old villager and Li Wanyu returned to the datong shop. They gathered all the farmers and told them what they had just discussed. This time, it was the group of farmers' turn to be dumbfounded. It was not easy to confirm that Li Wangyu's words were true. They were all boiling with excitement. Li Wangyu struck while the iron was hot. He described the beautiful future of the express delivery business for everyone. He also drew a big pie, which made the farmers even more excited. They couldn't wait to run the business and earn the copper coins now. After a long time, everyone unanimously agreed that they would not divide the money. They would go back to buy horses and transport goods. That night, many of the 70 or so villagers, including the old villagers, couldn't sleep. They tossed and turned, unable to sleep. In their hearts, they were thinking about the express delivery business that Li Wanyu had talked about. Early the next morning, Li Wanyu was happy when he went out. Why did a group of old and young men all have panda eyes? After a casual breakfast, everyone drove the carriages straight to the entrance of the Ma family Yao outside of Im Province City. Shopkeeper Ma was already waiting there. When he saw the carriages arrive, he was slightly surprised. He had thought that Li Wangyu and the others would use carriages to transport goods. This way, they could send the porcelain to Chang and city in 5 days. He did not expect that there would only be 30 carriages. In Shopkeeper Ma's mind, it would take at least 100 to 200 carriages to transport 1,000 don of grain, let alone his 800 to 900 don of porcelain. "Mr. Xiao Lang, why are there only these carriages? Where are the other carriages?" Shopkeeper Ma hurriedly asked Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was taken aback. "No, that's all we have." "Shopkeeper Ma, get someone to load the goods." "What? Only 30 carriages? Mr. Xiao Lang, are you kidding? How can we load all of them?" Li Wangyu said, "Shopkeeper Ma, don't worry. Just let someone carry the porcelain. There won't be a problem if each carriage carries 20 don of porcelain." At this point, Shopkeeper Ma did not have time to think. He simply ordered the craftsmen to carry the porcelain out and start loading the carriages. The Tang dynasty had already figured out a set of methods to prevent the porcelain from being damaged during transportation. The craftsmen would stack the porcelain pieces according to their type and specifications and tie them together. Then, they would sprinkle some sand to fill the gaps. Next, they would plant some bean or wheat seeds. After watering, these seeds would germinate and intertwine with each other. Thus, the bound porcelain pieces would be firmly tied together to form a solid whole. This way, the packaged porcelain could be transported to the west through the long Silk Road by camel caravans. At the entrance of the Ma family, Yao, the porcelain pieces had already been packed and prepared. At Shopkeeper Ma's command, the craftsmen started loading the carriages. The villagers of Dingzhou village were busy fixing the carriages with ropes to prevent the porcelain pieces from being shaken off the carriages. After an hour, the 30 carriages were all loaded. "Shopkeeper Ma, get on the carriages. It's getting late. We have to hurry," the old villager called out. With so many porcelain pieces being transported, Shopkeeper Ma naturally had to escort the carriages. He took a few servants of the Ma family and boarded the carriages of Dingzhou village. Until now, Shopkeeper Ma's heart was still beating like a drum. He was afraid that he would be deceived, or that the horses could not pull such a heavy carriage. The old villager shouted, and the horsewhips sounded one after another. When the four-wheeled carriage slowly started and trotted on the road to Chang, and the expression on Shopkeeper Ma's face was wonderful. He was really scared. Chapter 125. In fact, the four-wheeled carriages were not running fast. Compared to the speed of horses, the carriages were only trotting. But even so, the speed of the carriages reached 20 kilometers per hour, which was about the same as the speed of bicycles. Every 2 hours, the carriages stopped to let the horses rest for an hour. In one day, the carriages ran 200 or 300 miles on the post road. Shopkeeper Ma was finally convinced that they could reach Chang, and in 5 days. No, at this speed, they could reach Chang, and in 3 days at most. Shopkeeper Ma, who was used to this post road, was shocked. That night, Shopkeeper Ma found Li Wangyu when he was resting at the post station. "Mr. Xiaolang, I wonder if your carriages can undertake this kind of transportation for a long time in the future?" After witnessing the speed of the four-wheeled carriages of Dingzhou village, the shrewd shopkeeper Ma immediately thought of continuing the cooperation in the future. Li Wangyu was happy. This express delivery business was really promising. He had the first repeat customer. He immediately nodded. "Shopkeeper Ma, from now on, our carriages of Dingzhou village will undertake the transportation business in the east and west of Chang. And if Shopkeeper Ma wants to cooperate for a long time, there is no problem. We can give you a discount." Shopkeeper Ma was overjoyed. He wanted to ask Li Wangyu to sign a long-term transportation contract, but Li Wangyu temporarily refused. What a joke! They hadn't even bought their horses yet. Now, they were borrowing a chicken to lay eggs. Li Wangyu promised to wait for the four-wheeled carriages of Dingzhou village. Once they were officially established, he would immediately go to the West Market to contact Shopkeeper Ma. Only then did Shopkeeper Ma leave with satisfaction. When the carriages passed through Yenzhou, Ma Zhou had already been waiting at the agreed place, for fear of missing the meeting with Li Wangyu. When they passed by the post station where they stayed for the night, Ma Zhou sold the old donkey to the postman at a cheap price. He still took Li Wangyu's carriage. The future prime minister of the Tang dynasty was completely convinced by Li Wangyu in just 2 or 3 days. Whether it was Li Wangyu's random astronomical and geographical knowledge or Li Wangyu's practical knowledge, they all made Ma Zhou's heart burn. Not to mention that Li Wangyu would occasionally come up with 1 or 2 wonderful poems, which made his heart itch even more. Ma Zhou was also someone who wanted to get to the bottom of things. He kept asking about the astronomical and geographical knowledge that Li Wangyu had casually mentioned. However, Li Wangyu was just an ordinary university student in the future. That kind of general knowledge was something he knew, but not the reason. If he had to fully explain why the sky was blue and why the fish could breathe in the water, that would really be asking for his life. Therefore, he could only evade Ma Zhou's question. Ma Zhou misunderstood. He thought that these were Li Wangyu's unique knowledge. As a bystander, it was very impolite of him to ask such a question. It was no wonder that Li Wangyu would hide something from him. With this mentality, Ma Zhou pondered for a long time and finally made a decision. When the four-wheeled carriage team passed by Fang Zhou to rest, Ma Zhou disappeared. Li Wanyu was anxious and looked around for Ma Zhou. However, he saw Ma Zhou coming back with a pile of things in his hands. Brother Bin Wang, where did you go? Teacher Zio, please accept this disciple's 6 gifts and allow this disciple to become your disciple and learn from you. Ma Zhou respectfully bowed to Li Wanyu and at the same time handed over the 6 gifts that he had just bought in Fangzhou. The 6 gifts for becoming a disciple were the 6 gifts that a disciple would give to their teacher. They were celery, which symbolized diligence and diligence, lotus seed, which symbolized painstaking education, red beans, which symbolized good luck, red dates, which symbolized high school early, longan, which symbolized perfection, and skinny strips of meat, which symbolized the disciple's sincerity. Ma Zhou's words gave Li Wanyu a fright. What the hell was going on? He just wanted to trick Ma Zhou into going to Dingzhou village to help. Why did this guy come to him? For no reason to become his disciple. Not to mention that Ma Zhou was 27 or 28 years old this year, and he was only 16 years old. He was not even 20 years old yet. What was he trying to do? Brother Bin Wang, don't mess around. I am only 16 years old, Ma Zhou said seriously. Confucius said, there is always someone to learn from. Zio, you are more talented than me. I hope to learn from you. It is only right for me to be your disciple. Did he use too much strength to act cool? Li Wanyu began to reflect on himself. How did he trick Ma Zhou to the point that he was not clear-headed? Ma Zhou insisted on becoming Li Wanyu's disciple, which made things difficult for him. What could he teach Ma Zhou? The 36 moves to win in Mahjong or oral English. Li Wanyu suddenly felt that his university major was really a tragedy. If he knew that he would transmigrate back to the Tang dynasty, he would have chosen to major in ancient literature. However, he majored in e-commerce in university. Wasn't this a joke? Could it be that Ma Zhou wanted to become his disciple and study internet technology, computer technology, marketing, e-commerce technology, and e-commerce management in the Tang dynasty? Was this to prepare for his reincarnation 1,000 years later? Brother Bin Wang, I have little talent and knowledge. Please don't mention the matter of becoming my disciple again. Ma Zhou did not give up. He ignored Li Wanyu's rejection and directly knelt down. If teacher does not accept me as his disciple, I will not get up today. Li Wanyu suddenly understood what it meant to lift a rock only to drop it on his own feet. Why did he try to trick Ma Zhou? Li Wanyu looked at the old villager for help, hoping that he would help him persuade Ma Zhou, who knew that the old man laughed and said, Xiao Lang, I think you should accept this Ma Zhou. He is also wholeheartedly interested in learning. You should encourage him. This old man is actually adding fuel to the fire. His conscience is really bad. Li Wanyu looked at Niu Wu again. Forget it. This guy is probably the same as the old villager. He will only try to persuade me. Looking around, no one could help him persuade Ma Zhou. Even the surrounding villagers of Dingzhou village were praising Ma Zhou. Ma Lang is really smart. He knows to ask Xiao Lang to be his disciple. TSK. Unfortunately, I am illiterate. Otherwise, I would have already worshipped Xiao Lang as my master. Forget it. Let your families Dalong and Erlang go to school. Maybe in the future, they will have the opportunity to be Xiao Lang's disciple. TSK. To be able to be Xiao Lang's disciple is really a blessing from the previous life. Who is Xiao Lang? He is the descendant of the god of literature from the heavens. This group of bastards is adding insult to injury. Li Wanyu only felt that his teeth were itching. Brother Bin Wang, do you really want to be my disciple? Li Wanyu rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. It's not impossible, but you have to answer one of my questions first. If you answer correctly, I will accept you as my disciple. How about it? Ma Zhou immediately clasped his hands and said, "Teacher, please speak." Li Wanyu slowly said the question, but it made Ma Zhou and the surrounding onlookers stunned. Chapter 126. Li Wanyu really wanted to learn from those transmigration novels that he had read and give Ma Zhou a difficult problem, like putting a 9-tune pearl through a rope. But firstly, he didn't have such a precious pearl. Secondly, using this kind of question to test the Tang people was asking for humiliation, because in the spring and autumn period, Confucius had already given the answer. He painted the line with fat and made the ants pass. The Tang dynasty also had ants wearing 9 songs pearls, so other people already knew about this. Li Wanyu wouldn't ask for a rebuff. He gave Ma Zhou a logical reasoning problem. I have 12 copper coins now, and one of them is a fake coin with lead added, so the weight is different. I'll give you a weighing instrument that can only be weighed 3 times. You have to find the fake coin and ask how to operate it. Brother Bin Wang, if you can't solve this problem, you can forget about taking me as your teacher. The weighing instrument was the ancient Chinese balance. It used bamboo as the beam, silk as the button, and a copper plate at both ends. In the late spring and autumn period, the manufacturing technology of balance and weights was quite sophisticated. Li Wanyu deliberately gave Ma Zhou a difficult problem. He didn't believe that a scholar of the Tang dynasty could solve this kind of logical reasoning problem. Previously, when he asked the thief question in Zhang Liang's residence, it stumped many court officials. Even Yang Quan and the others couldn't figure it out. As soon as he asked this question, Ma Zhou's eyebrows locked, and he began to think seriously. The villagers were even more confused when they heard this. They felt that there was no answer to this question at all. Are you purposely making things difficult for me? How can you find the fake coin with different weights from the 12 copper coins after weighing it 3 times? How about you use your hands to weigh it first? Which copper coin do you think is different, and weigh it? I'm afraid this question is unsolvable. How can you give this kind of question to make things difficult? It seems that Xiao Lang doesn't want to accept Brother Ma Zhou as his disciple, so he deliberately gave this kind of unsolvable question to make things difficult. Shopkeeper Ma, who was watching from the side, was also stumped by Li Wanyu's question. He thought hard for a long time and felt that this question was unsolvable. 6 copper coins against 6 copper coins. I don't know the weight. 5 copper coins against 5 copper coins. 12 copper coins. How to solve this problem? Xiao Lang, Kun, is there really an answer to this question? Shopkeeper Ma asked. Li Wanyu nodded. Of course. Do you think I would come up with an unsolvable question to deliberately make things difficult for Brother Bin Wang? Yes. The crowd of onlookers nodded their heads one after another. Even Niu Wu nodded his head incessantly. Li Wanyu was so angry that he almost kicked Niu Wu's, but this song was really something. How could she treat his Lang Jun like this? How could he endure this? Li Wanyu thought about it and simply pulled the old villager to testify. He whispered the answer to him. This question was actually not difficult to answer. First, the 12 copper coins were divided into 3 groups of 4. Then, the first and second groups were placed on the left and right copper plates of the weighing apparatus. If they were balanced, then different copper coins would be in the third group. If they were different, for those interested students, Li Wanyu recommends Baidu to write down the entire process of answering this question. It's really too lame. He told the old villager the process of solving the question, but the old man was confused. After a long time, he nodded his head uncertainly. This old man understands. This question is indeed solvable. Actually, the old man didn't understand anything. What was this and that about dividing and dividing, weighing and weighing? He had long been confused. Damn it, he didn't even understand the answer. This was too embarrassing. So the old villager nodded his head again. This old man understands what Xiaolang said. Ma Zhou, think about it carefully. The old villager was pacing to the side when he was surrounded by the villagers of Dingzhou village. Muramesa, can you tell us how to name the copper coins? Asked Wang Yao. Don't worry, we won't tell Ma Zhou. Quickly tell us the answer. Tell your sister. The old man glared at them. Have you finished your work? Have you fed the horses? Go wash the horses after you fed them. The ropes on the carriages are tight. Don't break these porcelain. You can't afford to pay for it, even if you sell them. His scolding scared the other farmers, and they all dispersed to do their own things. The old villager waited for the crowd to disperse before wiping the sweat on his forehead. This Li Jia Xiaolang is really too bad, since Li Wanyu gave Ma Zhou this difficult question. Ma Zhou seemed to have lost his soul. Whether it was eating or sitting in the carriage, he was muddle-headed and kept thinking about the problem of the 12 copper coins. He didn't even know that the carriage had returned to Chang and city. He was completely immersed in this problem. Li Wanyu couldn't help but blush with shame. Did he use too much force and make Ma Zhou, the future prime minister of the Tang dynasty, stupid? If that was really the case, it would be a big sin. The carriage entered Chang and city from Beiguang Gate and passed through 4 streets to reach Chang and West City. The Ma family shop was in the West City. This time, from Yinzhou to Chang and city, they only rested for 2 nights. In 3 days, they covered the distance of 800 to 900 miles. Under the guidance of shopkeeper Ma, the carriage team drove to the entrance of the Ma family's porcelain shop. Shopkeeper Ma finally let out a sigh of relief. His family's reputation and reputation were finally saved. Shopkeeper Ma asked all the workers in the shop to come out and unload the carriage. The villagers of Dingzhou village also helped. Shopkeeper Ma invited the old villager and Li Wanyu into the shop and immediately asked the accountant to bring gold from the storeroom to pay the bill. 600 strings of coins was equivalent to 100 taels of gold. Shopkeeper Ma directly paid the carriage fee with gold and left the address of Dingzhou village. He said that he would ask them to help him transport the goods next time. After a long time, all the goods were finally unloaded. Until now, Ma Zhou was still sitting in the carriage, motionless, thinking about the 12 copper coins. Seeing that it was getting late, Li Wanyu and the old villager discussed that they might as well go back to Dingzhou village today and go to the Chang and county government tomorrow to complete the task. Anyway, they still had a lot of time and were not in a hurry. After being on the road for 6 or 7 days, everyone was a bit homesick. The old villager nodded in agreement. At this time, the evening drum had already sounded. The carriage team exited the city through the Golden Gate next to Shi City and went around the city wall, heading straight for Hu County. The sky had just turned dark when the 4-wheeled carriage team returned to Dingzhou village, causing a commotion in the village. Dingzhou village had a total of 127 families. This time, 70 people had been transferred to Chang and county, accounting for almost 2/3 of the village's villagers. Now that the man in the family and their child had suddenly returned, it naturally attracted the attention of all the villagers to welcome them. The beautiful boss had also received the news. With a smile on her face, she led Perrin out to welcome Li Wanyu home. Wanyu, you've worked hard. Why are you so smelly? Go and take a bath. Su Chongqing was just about to go up and talk to Li Wanyu, but he couldn't help but cover his nose with his hand as he spoke in disdain. Li Wanyu smelled himself. Of course, he had eaten and slept in the open for 6 or 7 days. His clothes were all smelly. He smiled awkwardly and ran back to the backyard to take a bath. Li Wanyu had run away, but he had forgotten about Ma Zhou. The child was still sitting in the carriage. muttering to himself as if he had lost his mind. Chapter 127. Li Wanyu took a comfortable hot bath and changed into a new set of clothes, but was stopped by his beautiful boss. "Hey, why did you bring back an idiot?" Li Wanyu was stunned. "What idiot?" But he immediately reacted. His beautiful boss was talking about Ma Zhou. Haha, he is not an idiot. You know who he is? Ma Zhou. Su Chongqing was puzzled. Who is Ma Zhou? Li Wanyu was speechless. Well, Ma Zhou is the future prime minister of Li Shimin. Is he powerful? Then why is he like an idiot? Su Chongqing asked curiously. Li Wanyu chuckled and told his superior about how Ma Zhou wanted to be his disciple and how he had given Ma Zhou a difficult logic problem. His beautiful superior couldn't help but roll her eyes. "You were so naughty when you turned the future prime minister of the Tang dynasty into an idiot. I want to see how you will compensate." "Ha! Who told him to pester me to be his disciple? I have no choice." Li Wanyu laughed. After figuring out who Ma Zhou was, Su Chongqing quickly asked the old butler, Li Heng, to take Ma Zhou to bathe and change his clothes. He also asked the little maid, Perrin, to prepare dinner for Li Wanyu. After eating and drinking, Ma Zhou was no longer in a daze. Instead, he asked the old butler for a weighing scale and went to his room to do experiments. Li Wanyu shook his head and did not care about him. He asked Perrin to make him a cup of Medicine King tea and whispered to Su Chongqing under the bright methane lamp in the central room. "Chongqing, tomorrow I will accompany the old village chief to Chang and county. If there is no accident, the thing I predicted will happen." Li Wanyu put away his smile and said, "Seriously?" Su Chongqing looked worried. "Wanyu, do you have to do this? I'm worried that something might happen. Why don't we just forget about it?" Li Wanyu pretended to be relaxed and smiled. "It's fine. Have you sent out the invitation for me?" "It's been sent out. I got Niu Yong to deliver it." He continued in a low voice, "If you don't kill the snake, you'll be harmed instead. I'd rather take a little risk. In fact, it won't be very dangerous. As long as the guests come, I should be fine." Hearing him say this, Su Chongqing could only nod in agreement, but his heart was still filled with worry. The next day, Li Wanyu accompanied the old villager to the county government in Chang, and city was divided into two counties, east and west. Chang'an County in the west and Wanyan County in the east. The county magistrate of Chang and county was in the Longevity Square. The village chief had been here many times, so he led Li Wanyu to the Longevity Square with ease. At the entrance of the county yamen, the two men tied up their horses and asked the yamen runners to go in and inform them that the village head of Dingzhou village, in Hu County, was requesting an audience with the Sihu army. The yamen runners went in and quickly came out to bring the two men into the county yamen. Compared to the county yamen of Hu County that Li Wanyu was familiar with, the county yamen of Chang and county was much larger. Turning around the screen wall, there was a memorial arch in front of them with the words Chang and county written on it. Under the memorial arch, there was a path paved with green bricks that was 100 meters long. On the east side of the path, there was a drum for crying out grievances for the people to beat. On the west side of the path, there were 2 stone tablets with the words 3 levels for false accusations, 50 lashes for those who overstep their boundaries. At the end of the path was the main hall of the county yamen. This was where the county magistrate held court. On both sides of the path in front of the main hall were the offices for officials, civilians, and ceremonial rites. On the west were the offices for soldiers, punishment, and workshops. These were the offices of the yamen. They were led by the yamen runners to the east side of the house. The yamen runner reported, "Sihu Li, the village head of Dingzhou village in Hu County, is here." A middle-aged man with a white face and no beard walked out of the house. He was wearing a light green official robe. Li Wangyu knew that this was the member of the Li clan that served as an army officer in the county yamen of Hu County. Village head Qian, wasn't your village transferred to Yinzhou in spring to transport grain? What are you doing here today? Sihu, Li asked impatiently. His tone was unfriendly. The old village head cupped his hands and bowed. Sihu Li, our village's transfer of spring this year has been completed. We are here to report. What? Completed? Your village transferred 1,000 dan of grain to Yinzhou this year. It's only been 6 or 7 days, and you say it's been completed. You dare to play tricks on me. Sihu Li roared in anger after hearing the old village head's words. Li Wangyu curled his lips and interrupted. Why are you angry, Sihu Li? Our village's transfer of spring has naturally been completed. There is a receipt from the Yinzhou warehouse as proof. Sihu Li extended his hand. Give me the receipt. The old village head quickly took out the receipt and respectfully handed it over. Sihu, please take a look. Our village has indeed completed the transfer of spring. Sihu Li grabbed the receipt and carefully examined it. The more he looked, the more shocked he felt. According to the receipt, the Dingzhou village's household had delivered the grain at the Yinzhou warehouse 3 days ago. He couldn't help but rub his eyes and look at the receipt again. They were all correct. How was this possible? Sihu Li wouldn't believe that the receipt was real even if he was beaten to death. He pointed at the old village head and angrily said, Nonsense! This receipt was clearly forged by you to deliver 1,000 dan of grain to the Yinzhou warehouse in 3 days. Do you think I am an idiot? Arranging Dingzhou village's transfer of grain in spring was naturally the order of the Li clan leader of Hu County. His goal was not only to delay Dingzhou village's spring plowing, but the Li clan had an even more sinister plan. Li Wangyu didn't know that because the 4-wheeled carriage was too fast, they had unintentionally avoided a disaster. Su Jingzong, that person from the Great Yin, had given the Li clan of Hu County an even more sinister plan. He had the Li clan of Hu County send people to set off early. While they were resting at the relay station, they would take advantage of the night to pour dirty water on the grain. At the same time, he would send people to Yinzhou to bribe the official at the Yinzhou warehouse. At that time, when the Dingzhou village's household had worked hard to transport the grain, the official would use the excuse that there was a problem with the grain and refuse to accept the contaminated grain. The official at the Yinzhou warehouse would naturally have a reason to refuse to accept the grain that had been contaminated. As a result, the Dingzhou village's household would have to pay for the missing grain from their own pockets. When they returned to Chang, and Sihu Li would have an excuse to punish them. In short, according to Su Jingzong's plan, Li Wangyu and the villagers of Dingzhou village would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. But who would have thought that because Li Wangyu had built the 4-wheeled carriage, the grain convoy's speed would far exceed the Li clan of Hu County's expectations. The people they had sent were still bitterly waiting for the grain convoy at the relay station along the way. As for the clansman who had gone to Yinzhou to bribe the officials, by the time he reached Yinzhou, Li Wangyu and the others had already returned to Chang. And Sihu Li naturally knew all of this plan, but he never would have thought that the plan that the Li clan had planned for half a day would turn into a joke. This made Li Sihu feel extremely sullen and furious. Li Wangyu, however, opened his mouth to provoke Sihu Li. The truth can't be faked, and the fake can't be true. Could it be that Sihu Li doesn't understand the seal on this document? Could it be that you're going to tear up the document and arrest us? His words were purely to provoke Sihu Li. Unexpectedly, Sihu Li, who was already angry from embarrassment, really grabbed the document and tore it into pieces. What document? I didn't see it. Li Wangyu was delighted. Now, it all depended on whether or not the guests he had invited were good enough. Chapter 128. Seeing Officer Li tear up the slip of paper, the old villager panicked. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, had an imperceptible smile on his face. The old villager did not know of Li Wangyu's plan. Afraid of scaring the old man, Li Wangyu had not communicated with him about his plan. Officer Li, how could you tear up this slip of paper? We really did transport all the grain to En province. This is absolutely true. The old villager fell to the ground and desperately tried to gather the pieces of paper. He wanted to piece them back together. You still dare to speak nonsense. You two unruly people. You won't give up until you see the coffin. You actually want to forge a slip of paper and deceive me. Someone come, arrest these two people, and throw them into jail. They will be punished by the Ming House. The officer of the Secretary of State was a lower-rank 7 official. Although he was not conspicuous in the Chang and county, he was still an official with real power. His orders were naturally obeyed by the bailiffs of the Chang and county. The officer of the Secretary of State was in charge of the county. He did have the right to imprison people who refused to serve the corvée and await the official punishment of the county magistrate. Ignoring the old villager's complaints, a few bailiffs took out chains and handcuffs and tied up Li Wangyu and the old villager. Officer Li's expression was ferocious. Arrest these two unruly people and throw them into jail. Yes, sir. The bailiffs replied and pushed Li Wangyu and the old villager to the county jail. The old villager cried out for his innocence all the way. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was relatively calm. This was because all of this was part of his plan. Li Wangyu's plan was to use the four-wheeled carriage's speed to create a time difference. Naturally, no one would believe that he could travel between Chang and En province in 6 or 7 days. Then he would use his words to deliberately provoke the Li clan's secretary and Hu Zhongjun, so that he would arrest him and make a big deal out of it. When Li Wangyu found out that Dingzhou village had been moved to Spring and that the Li clan was deliberately making things difficult for them, he felt that he had to make a big deal out of this matter and make the Li clan suffer in silence. Only then could he cut off the Li clan's desire to spy on him and Dingzhou village. Therefore, he used this ridiculously fast delivery time to dig a hole for Li clan. When Yang Quan had asked him for the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage, he had not given it to him because he had thought of this. Yang Quan also guessed Li Wangyu's thoughts, so he didn't insist on asking for the four-wheeled carriage's blueprint. If Yang Quan reported the four-wheeled carriage to the imperial court in advance to ask for reward, the matter would become public knowledge, and he would not be able to dig a hole for Li clan to jump into. Now, Li Wangyu was very satisfied with the result. Not only did Secretary Li jump into the hole, but he also went from bad to worse and tore up the receipt. It was easy to lock him up, but it was not so easy to let him out. Li Wangyu did not struggle and obediently followed the Yamen runner into the county prison. However, once he entered the county prison, Li Wangyu regretted it. Was this place really meant for humans to stay? The prison was filled with the thick stench of feces and urine, as well as other unknown smells. It was so pungent that Li Wangyu almost fainted. The county prison did not even have windows, so it was dark and damp. There were all kinds of rusty torture instruments hanging on the walls, and there were even ochre-red dried blood. It looked very eerie and terrifying. The county prison's punishments were mainly flogging, imprisonment, exile, and death. Therefore, there were not many prisoners in the prison. When the head of the prison saw the Yamen runner bring in the prisoners, he asked impatiently, "What did these two people do?" Secretary Li ordered them to be locked up first. He said that they forged the receipt for the transfer of Spring. They will be locked up first and will be tried by the Chui Ming House. The Yamen runner pushed Li Wangyu into the prison cell and explained to the head of the prison, Li Wangyu almost fell down from the push, but he hurriedly supported the old village chief, who was also roughly treated and pushed into the prison cell. Looking at the prison cell that was separated by a thick wooden partition, there were some rotten straws scattered around. There were even rats and cockroaches scurrying around. There was also a dirty drowning bucket in the corner that emitted a foul stench. Li Wangyu could not take it anymore and shouted at the head of the prison, "Big brother, this prison cell is too dirty. Can't you clean it up?" When the head of the prison heard this, he was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. "Little child, do you think you are here to stay in a hostel? Do you want me to send you a table of food and wine and find a few courtesans from Ping Kong Fong to accompany you?" Li Wangyu rubbed his nose. "There is no need for courtesans. I can clean it up and get some food and wine." His words made the head of the prison and the yamen runners convulse with laughter. The head of the prison wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and laughed. "I have been in charge of this prison for more than 10 years. This is the first time I have seen someone come in and ask us to clean it up. Ha. This place is so dirty. Shouldn't you clean it up? You—" Li Wangyu shouted with his neck straightened. The old village chief at the side grabbed Li Wangyu and stopped him from continuing. The old man was now so anxious that he was out of his wits. He could not understand why he was treated like this when he had completed the task of transferring Spring. As the head of the prison locked the door with a chain, he sneered, "You little child look pink and tender. Be careful not to annoy me. I will lock you up with the prisoner with homosexual tendencies. Tut-tut, Xiaolang and others like you very much. Ha!" Threatened by the head of the prison, Li Wangyu immediately shut up. "Forget it. People have to bow their heads under the eaves. I have to pinch my nose and bear it." Li Wangyu stared at the head of the prison and thought that when he got out of prison, he must take revenge. The cynical man was thinking about the head of the prison. "Little child, what's the matter? Are you not convinced? I tell you, in this prison, even if you are a dragon, you have to coil up, and a tiger, you have to squat down. I am the rule in this prison." When the head of the prison saw Li Wangyu staring at him, he scolded with a grin. The old village chief was afraid that Li Wangyu would suffer losses, so he quickly stopped in front of him. "The little child is not sensible. Head of the prison, don't lower yourself to his level. I am the village chief of Dingzhou village. Do me a favor." "Village chief? Why is the village chief also locked in this prison? We are wronged. Our village has completed the task of transporting the official grain in spring this year. Officer Li said that we falsified it. God, who dares to falsify the voucher of the government? That is to kill the head. Head of the prison, please help us to plead for mercy. We have really completed the corvée service." The old village chief begged for mercy, but what he got was a thick spit from the head of the prison. "Bah, you unruly people, what can't you do? Just wait in the prison. When the Ming House starts the trial, you will die with a clear understanding." Several government runners on the side were also laughing. "Head of the prison, Zhao, why are you so merciful today? When a newcomer is locked in, shouldn't he be put in the cage first? I don't have time now. My wife will send me clothes and food later. When I have time later, I will teach these two people a lesson. Damn it, they think the prison is not clean." "Bah," the head of the prison said, and walked out. Li Wangyu looked at a wooden cage not far away and could not help but turn pale. The cage was also known as the flail. It was a wooden cage. After being locked in, the head would be clamped outside the cage and could not be retracted. The height of the cage made it so that the prisoner could only stand on tiptoe, which was extremely painful. Most of the prisoners who were locked in the cage fainted. He had really miscalculated. It turned out that the Tang dynasty had a show of strength in the prison. If he was locked up in the cage, he would really suffer. If something bad happened to this old man, it would be his fault. He began to reflect on whether he was too rash. He had come up with such a bad idea. It was really a bit of a trap. When Li Wangyu was reflecting, a group of well-dressed young people came from outside the Chang and county government. Chapter 129. This group of young people didn't care if it was the Chang and county yamen or not and prepared to charge in. The yamen runners at the entrance quickly stopped them. The yamen is a restricted area. What do you want to do? Before he could finish his sentence, he heard a slap and felt a burning pain on his face. This yamen runner was slapped by the young man in front of him. You, what about me? Get out of here. Call that bastard Chui Zhu out. That bastard. How dare he catch my brother? I'll skin him alive. The person who hit him was a burly young man. Beside him were two other young men who looked similar. Brother Chumo, why are you talking nonsense with them? Fight your way in and save Brother Zio. Another young man beside him shouted, Brother Yai, let's wait for Chui Zhu to come out first. After all, this is the Chang and County Yamen. If you fight your way in, aren't you afraid of being beaten by your parents? Another person beside him advised. The entrance of the Chang and County Yamen suddenly became very lively. The three brothers of the Chung family, Chung Chumo, his two younger brothers, Fang Ju and Fang's wife, and a group of children of the Tang dynasty. Du Ruhui's two sons, Du Go and Du He, Wei Zheng's eldest son, Wei Shuyu, Yuqi Jingda's twin sons, Yuqi Baolin and Yuqi Baoqi, Prince Consort Chai Shao's son, Chai Linggu, Niu Jinda's son, Niu Zhengping. It could be said that most of the top playboys of the Tang dynasty Xinguan era were gathered here. Some quick-witted yamen runners immediately ran to the back hall of the yamen. There were also yamen runners who recognized Chung Chumo and the others and trembled in fear. Anyone would be afraid of such a group of top playboys in Chang. And the reason why this group of playboys suddenly attacked the Chang and County Yamen was all because of Li Wangyu. Before he left to transport the grain, he roughly calculated the time and asked his beautiful superior to help him send an invitation to Chung Chumo, his brothers, and Fang Yai to visit the Li family in Dingzhou village. The invitation was sent 3 days ago by Su Changqing to the Chung residence and the Fang residence in Chang. And the reason why invitations had to be sent 3 days in advance was an ancient Chinese custom. 3 days for inviting and 2 days for asking. In order to show respect to the guests, invitations must be sent out at least 3 days in advance. In the invitation, Li Wangyu only said that he had come up with a novel toy and invited them to Dingzhou village to appraise it as guests. Originally, the invitation only invited the Chung brothers and Fang Yai because in the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu only knew these 4 foppish sons. Who would have thought that after Chung Chumo and his 2 brothers had eaten a pig-slaughtering feast at Dingzhou village's Li family, they went around showing off, causing a group of dandy young masters to be very curious. In addition, Li Wangyu was now quite famous among the top nobles in Chang and city of the Tang dynasty. His poems and the incident at Zhang Liang's birthday banquet were all spread among the nobles, which made these playboys very interested in Li Wangyu. When they found out that Li Wangyu had invited the Chung brothers and Fang Yai to a banquet, this group of dandy young masters didn't care about etiquette and came uninvited. They followed the 4 of them to Dingzhou village in a grandiose manner, preparing to eat the rich. When the group of people arrived at the Li family, they saw Su Changqing coming out with tears on her face. She told them that Li Wangyu had been arrested by the Chang and County Yamen and was now imprisoned. It was unknown whether he was alive or dead. When Li Wangyu and the old villager went to the County Yamen to report, Niu Wu secretly followed behind them. He knew a bailiff at the County Yamen who had just received the news that Li Wangyu and the old villager had just been imprisoned by Magistrate Li. After Niu Wu confirmed that Li Wanyu had been imprisoned, he immediately rushed back to Dingzhou village on his horse. That was why Su Chongqing had cried and complained. If Li Wanyu hadn't been imprisoned, they would have invited a big banquet as a way to bond. The beautiful superior's complaint was naturally an act. The reason why Li Wanyu had invited the Chung brothers and Fang Yai was to use the influence of these 4 top dandy young masters of the Tang dynasty to ferment the matter and at the same time protect himself. He and Su Chongqing didn't expect that it wasn't just 4 dandy young masters who came, but a group of people. When the 3 Chung brothers and Fang Yai heard that Li Wanyu had been imprisoned, they immediately became anxious. They jumped on their horses, turned their horses around, and galloped towards Chang. And the group of dandy young masters who came to join in the fun immediately followed. This kind of fun was what they liked the most. How could they not join in? When they arrived at the Chang and County Yamen, the previous scene happened. Cui Zhua, who had been informed by the bailiff, didn't even have time to put on his official uniform. He hurriedly ran out from the back hall of the Yamen and bowed to this group of dandy young masters while panting. "Greetings, young masters. May I ask what brings you to the Chang and County Yamen today?" In the Tang dynasty, not everyone could be called young master. Only the young nobles could be called young master. But this group of dandy young masters were all standard young masters. Although Cui Zhua was a county magistrate above the 5th grade, he didn't have any prestige in front of this group of dandy young masters of the Tang dynasty. He even seemed a little humble. It wasn't his fault. In Notice Chang and City, except for these dandy young masters' fathers, who wouldn't be afraid of these dandy young masters. Chung Chumo's loud voice roared, "Surname Cui, where's my brother? Let them out quickly, or I'll smash your county yamen today." Cui Zhua was confused. Weren't the 3 Chung brothers in front of him? Were they the sons of Chung Yaojin's concubines? But why did they come to the Chang and County Yamen? "Child Chumo, did you make a mistake?" "My Chang and County Yamen wouldn't dare to catch the young masters of the Chung family." Cui Zhua answered carefully. Chung Chumo said angrily, "It's Li Wanyu from Dingzhou village. He's my brother too. Let him out quickly, or I'll teach you a lesson." Fang Yai also stepped forward and grabbed Cui Zhua's collar. "If brother Zeal loses even a hair in your county yamen, we'll smash your Chang and county yamen today." Cui Zhua was about to cry. Damn it, he was threatened by a group of 1st and 2nd grade officials and the sons of the founding duke, and he still didn't know what was going on. He naturally knew about Li Wanyu. After returning from Dingzhou village that day, he asked around. After knowing about Li Jia Xiaolang from Dingzhou village in Hu County, Cui Zhua had long given up on finding trouble with Li Wanyu. He even wanted to mend the relationship between them. But after meeting him that day, he hadn't seen Li Wanyu again. Now, this group of playboys came knocking on his door and asked him to let him go. Wasn't this nonsense? Cui Zhua smiled bitterly. "Mr. Fang, I haven't seen Li Jia Xiaolang today. How can I let him go? Why did you say that he's in my Chang and County Yamen? Today, I've been handling official business in the back hall and didn't start the trial. Gentlemen, please investigate this matter clearly. Is there a mistake in this matter?" Just as he was explaining that he didn't catch Li Wanyu, the Yamen runner beside him suddenly thought of something and his expression changed. The Yamen runner quickly moved to Cui Zhua's ear and whispered a few words. However, Cui Zhua's back was drenched in cold sweat. "Damned Officer Li, are you trying to get me killed?" Chapter 130. The Yamen runner quietly informed Cui Zhua that Chief Li had ordered them to lock up 2 people today. They seemed to be from Dingzhou village in Hu County. One of them was even the village chief of Dingzhou village. When Cui Zhua heard this, Large beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. It was almost certain that the two people locked up were Li Wangyu and the village chief of Dingzhou village. Nonsense! Who agreed to do this? Quickly go and ask Li Jia Shaoling to come out. Cui Zhuo urged. The Yamen runner received the order and immediately ran towards the county government prison. At this time, head warden Zhao had already returned from the county government prison. Because of a quarrel with his wife, head warden Zhao was in a bad mood. He wanted to teach the two new prisoners a lesson. Head warden Zhao led a few jailers to unlock the chains of Li Wangyu's cell and shouted at Li Wangyu, "You come out." Li Wangyu didn't expect that his reinforcements wouldn't come, but instead, the head warden would show his strength. "Hey, big brother warden, let's talk nicely. We're all civilized people. Don't be rough." Li Wangyu was being grabbed by a few jailers and was about to be stuffed into the cage. He was also anxious and randomly shouted, "Didn't you want me to clean up for you? Bah, have a taste of this cage first. Then you'll know why Prince Ma has 3 eyes." Li Wangyu struggled with all his might, but how could his small arms and legs withstand the strength of these burly jailers? His head was about to be forcefully pressed down and stuffed into the cage. "You bunch of bastards. I'll teach you a lesson later." Li Wangyu was flustered and angry as he cursed loudly. The head warden and the jailers weren't angry. Instead, they laughed. "Oh, you want us to teach you a lesson? Good, we'll wait here." Before he could finish his sentence, he heard hurried footsteps from outside the prison. The Yamen runner rushed in and shouted, "Stop right now. The Ming House has ordered us to release Li Jia Shaoling immediately." After he finished shouting, the jailer and the jailer were both stunned. The hand that was holding Li Wangyu down unconsciously loosened. Li Wangyu knew that the reinforcements he had invited had finally arrived. He shook off the jailer's hands and tidied up his clothes. But in the next moment, Li Wangyu's actions stunned everyone. He didn't walk toward the exit of the county government prison. Instead, he turned around and returned to the prison cell. He reached out to help the old village chief up and gently pushed him out of the prison cell. After the old village head left the prison, Li Wangyu didn't leave. He returned to the prison and closed the door behind him. Young Master Li Ming House, please leave." The bailiff was so shocked by his actions that he could not speak clearly. Li Wangyu calmly blew the floor clean and sat down cross-legged. "Go out." Why did he want to go out? Since they can lock me in, they won't let me out so easily. If I don't get an explanation today, I won't get out of this prison. The old village chief was also shocked by Li Wangyu's actions. He repeatedly urged, "Shaoling, don't make trouble. Since the Ming House, let's go quickly." "Old village chief, I won't go. You go back first. I'm fine. They won't dare to do anything to me." Li Wangyu smiled and waved at the old village chief. He already felt very guilty for implicating the old village chief. Now, he naturally wanted the old village chief to go back first, so that the old man wouldn't be frightened. Li Wangyu's actions not only stunned the old village chief, but also the bailiff, jailer, and jailer. Other people who entered the prison were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get out. But this person didn't want to go out. The bailiff cautiously persuaded again. "Shaoling, come out quickly. The Ming House and your group of friends are waiting for you." When Li Wangyu heard his words, he felt more confident in his heart. "Don't talk nonsense. Go back and tell your Chui Ming House that Li Wangyu, think the environment of the county government prison in Chang and County is good. I'm going to stay here for a few days and enjoy life." His words made the jailer and jailer so angry that their noses were almost crooked. The jailer stared and reprimanded, "You little bastard, come out quickly. Believe it or not, I'll whip you to death." As the jailer spoke, He raised the whip in his hand and threatened to whip Li Wangyu. Before Li Wangyu could speak, the bailiff who came to pass the message hugged him. The bailiff urgently whispered in the jailer's ear, "Jailer Zhao, if you want to die, don't drag us down with you." "What do you mean?" The jailer didn't understand. "Do you know who are the people outside who are making a ruckus with the Ming residents? Who are they?" The bailiff counted with his fingers. "The 3 sons of Marquis Lu, the eldest son of Marquis Kai, the eldest son of Marquis Zheng, the second son of Marquis Liang." Before he finished counting, the jailer's legs had turned to jelly, and he knelt on the ground. The names of these famous big shots in the imperial court could scare many people to death, not to mention a jailer like him. Even Cui Zhuo couldn't afford to offend their sons. But the jailer actually threatened this group of top foppish friends and even wanted to put him in the cage. He was simply tired of living. The head of the prison crawled up from the ground and bowed to Li Wangyu in the cell with a flattering look on his face. "Young master, please come out now. Damn it, it's too dirty in here. I don't want to dirty your clothes." However, Li Wangyu ignored him and continued to hum a little tune. The jailer and bailiff begged Li Wangyu for a long time, but Li Wangyu was unmoved. They didn't dare to use force to drag him out. In the end, the bailiff could only lead the old village chief to report to Cui Zhuo. Cheng Chumo and his brother had seen the old village chief before and knew that he was the village chief of Dingzhou village. Seeing him come out with the bailiff, they immediately asked, "Old village chief, where is my brother Wangyu?" The old village chief looked at Cui Zhuo and opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. The bailiff whispered back, "Young masters, Li Jia Shaoling doesn't want to come out." "Nonsense! Who would want to stay in prison for no reason? It must be you who beat him up, so he doesn't dare to see us. Surname Cui. Just you wait, I'll kill you today." While speaking, Fang Yai rolled up his sleeves and was about to hit him. Wei Shuyu, do go, and he quickly held him back. They could scare Cui Zhuo, but if they really beat him up, it would cause a lot of trouble. No matter what, Cui Zhuo was a 5th-rank official of the Tang dynasty and represented the face of the imperial court. Cui Zhuo was also about to cry. He was simply an undeserved disaster. He was sitting at home, but trouble came from the sky. Who did he offend? But he got into such trouble. "Young masters, it's better for you to persuade the Li family's young master. If he really doesn't want to come out, we don't even dare to touch him." The Yamen runner was clever and helped Cui Zhuo out of his predicament. Cui Zhuo gave him an encouraging look and quickly said, that's right. Young masters, since Li Wangyu doesn't want to come out, you should persuade him." Cheng Chumo and the others looked at each other and followed Cui Zhuo's words. A group of people, led by Cui Zhuo, went to the county government prison. In the prison cell, the jailer was still begging Li Wangyu to come out. When he saw Cui Zhuo leading a group of playboys, he was so scared that his body trembled. Chapter 131. When Cheng Chumo and the others saw that Li Wangyu was really in the cell, they all greeted him. "Brother Zio, we're here to save you." "Brother Zio, don't be afraid. We're here. Who bullied you? Tell us. We'll help you vent your anger." When Li Wangyu saw them, he couldn't help but laugh. He quickly stood up and greeted them in a circle. "Thank you for your concern. I'm fine in this cell and don't plan to go out for the time being." His words made the group of wastrels dumbfounded. That bailiff really didn't lie? Li Wangyu really didn't want to come out? "Zio, don't make a fuss. Come out quickly. We're treating today. Let's go to Drunken Immortal Restaurant and get drunk. Come, let me introduce you. This is Duke Zheng's eldest son, Wei Shuyu. This is..." Cheng Chumo pointed at Yuchi Baolin and the others and introduced them one by one. Li Wangyu was stunned. These were all sons of the top nobles of the Tang dynasty: Du Ruhui, Wei Zheng, Yuchi Jingde, Chai Xiao. Niu Jinda, Cheng Yaojin, Fang Xianling. Li Wanyu felt a little dizzy. Did he go too far? Why did he only invite the Chung brothers and Fang Yai? Why did this group of people come in the end? He quickly greeted these wastrels. Everyone greeted each other courteously. The cell was as lively as a market. Cui only felt a headache. He carefully said, Li Jia Xiaolang, please come out of the cell. Today was all a misunderstanding. It would have been better if he didn't mention this. Li Wanyu was unhappy. What misunderstanding? The village chief and I came to the county office to transfer Spring. Why did you lock us up for no reason? If you don't give me an explanation today, I won't go out of this cell. What do you mean by Spring? Cui still didn't know why Li Wanyu was locked up in prison by Officer Li. Li Wanyu said, I, along with more than 60 Dingzhou villages, Dingzhou village, have been conscripted into corvée labor this year to transport 1,000 dan of official grain to Yinzhou. Now that we've delivered the grain, we've come back to report to the Secretary of State's army. He's actually accusing us of forgery and locking us up in prison. Cui Ming House, you have to give me an explanation for this. Cui Zhua had just found out the ins and outs of this matter. Before he had time to think about it, someone grabbed his collar again. Chung Chumo, Chung Chuliang, and Chung Chubi grabbed Cui Zhua and spat on his face. Our brother! How dare you make him serve the corvée? Surname Cui, how dare you? I really don't know. Cui Zhua replied with a mournful face. The corvée labor was arranged by the Secretary of the House of Commoners. This lowly official did not give any instructions, including today's matter. This lowly official did not know about it. It was all done by the Secretary of the Army. Young masters, please understand. What about that bastard Secretary of the Army? Hearing Cui Zhua's words, everyone believed him. They had some understanding of the county government's operations. Conscripting corvée labor was indeed the commoner's authority. Cui Zhua hurriedly waved his hand at the Yamen runner. Quick, go find Secretary Li. The Yamen runner hurriedly ran out to carry out the order. Not long after, he returned to the prison alone, returned to the Ming house. Secretary Li is not in the county government. I heard that he went back to Hu County. The reason why Secretary Li was not in the county government was because he was in a hurry to return to Hu County to discuss this matter with the Li clan's elders. Although he had used his authority to throw Li Wanyu and Dingzhou village's village head into the county government's prison, he could not do anything about it. However, as the Secretary of the Army, he had no right to interfere with the punishment. That was the right of the county magistrate, Cui Zhua. Therefore, if he wanted to beat Li Wanyu to death, he had to use the Li clan's influence to do something. In Secretary Li's view, Li Wanyu was a peasant who had no power or influence. As long as the clan put in some effort and bribed Cui Zhua, it would be easy to sentence them to exile or 1,000 li. Like the elders of the Li clan in Hu County, Secretary Li did not see Li Wanyu as a member of the clan. Instead, because the Li clan had lost face several times, he saw Li Wanyu as a mortal enemy. He wanted to break his bones and suck his marrow. Naturally, Secretary Li did not know that after he left, the Chang and county government had created a storm and trouble. Seeing that they could not find Secretary Li Chung Chumo, Fang Yai, and the others began to persuade Li Wanyu to come out of the prison. They patted their chests and promised that they would help him vent his anger. But no matter what they said, Li Wanyu shook his head and refused. Brothers, this little brother appreciates your good intentions. However, this little brother was unknowingly imprisoned in the Chang and county government prison. Naturally, I need an explanation before I can leave. I cannot leave without a reason. Yuchi Baolin, Niu Zhengping, and the others did not understand what he meant, but Fang Yai, Cheng Chumo, and the others could guess. They knew of the grudge between Li Wangyu and the Li clan in Hu County. Naturally, they could guess what Li Wangyu was thinking. Li Jia Xiaolang wanted to use this opportunity to cause trouble. Understanding this, the Cheng brothers and Fang Yai stopped trying to persuade him. In their view, the Li clan in Hu County should be taught a lesson. Whether it was expelling Li Wangyu from the clan or forcing Li Zhou to move the grave, they were all too much. Not to mention, it was the Li clan in Hu County who provoked Li Wangyu several times. It was truly chilling. Chumo stared at Cui Zhua. Since my brother does not want to come out, then forget it. Cui Ming House, you can deal with it impartially. However, my brother cannot suffer in this prison. You understand? Yes, this official will do as you say. I will definitely satisfy Li Jia Xiaolang. Cui Zhua's heart was bleeding, but he could only force a smile. What was wrong with Li Jia Xiaolang? He insisted on staying in this prison. Cui Zhu did not need to think with his toes to know that this would be a huge problem. Cui Zhu immediately turned to look at the jailer. Jailer Zhao, you have to serve Li Jia Xiaolang carefully. You understand? If he needs anything, you have to try your best to meet it. Don't shirk. Otherwise, I will hold you responsible. Now, it was Jailer Zhao and a group of jailers' turn to cry. They were in a prison, not a hostel. How could they be reduced to serving people now? It was a fantasy. Jailer Zhao and the jailers were all wondering who this young man was. It was really scary that the sons of a large group of marquises were his friends. Li Wangyu looked at the jailer and the jailers and laughed. He laughed so happily. The cynical man was quite vengeful. He still remembered what the jailer had said. He pointed to the prison room with his finger. Jailer Zhao, please clean it up first. This prison is too dirty. The jailer opened his mouth, but before he could speak, Chung Chumo and the others made a fuss again. Yes, after Zio said that, I found that this prison is really stinky. Cui Zhua, is your county government a pig farm? How can it be so dirty? Hurry up and let people clean this prison. Let's get some fresh air and light more torches to brighten up the hall. Yes, let people clean it up. Get someone to bring us good wine and good food. Today, we will accompany Brother Worryless in this prison and have a few drinks. Cui Zhua, the yamen runners, the jailer, and the jailers were all thunderstruck when they heard this. To have a banquet in the prison, this group of playboys was too much, wasn't it? The jailer began to think whether he should really invite several courtesans from Ping Kong Fong. Chapter 132. When Cui Zhua saw that these foppish men were not leaving, he immediately ordered people to clean up the prison. He also ordered people to bring in mats and tables and lit up large candles and incense. The yamen runners and the county government were all called to the prison to remove the garbage, clean the floor, wipe the dirt, and wash the floor with clean water. In less than 2 hours, the originally filthy prison had changed its appearance. In Head Zhao's opinion, this prison was cleaner than his own home. At least there were no candles and incense as thick as an arm in his home. The wine and dishes ordered from the restaurant in the West were carefully sent to the prison by the doctors of the restaurant. There were several large tables, and even more than 10 jars of wine were brought in. Li Wangyu was pulled to the table by the Cheng brothers and sat down. A large bowl was directly filled with wine. Brother Wangyu, come on, let's drink. We won't go home until we're drunk. Wahahaha, this is the first time I've drunk in prison. It's great. Brother Shuyu, let's drink. Brother Wangyu, you're really a talent. Haha, come on, let me toast you. The prison of the county government in Chang and county immediately became like a wine shop. A group of foppish men drank a few glasses of wine and made a scene. Cui Zhua had already covered his face with his sleeves and ran away. Head Zhao and a group of jailers were left behind. They forced a smile and poured wine for these foppish men. They directly changed into waiters. Li Wanyu felt that these foppish men of the Tang dynasty were all true men. After a few glasses of wine, he became familiar with them. He did not think that these foppish men were the sons of the Tang dynasty. He just thought that they were his university classmates in the future, drinking and bragging. When the banquet was in full swing, Chung Chumo suddenly began to sing and toast to everyone in the banquet. Li Wanyu was shocked by his behavior. Damn, this guy's singing is killing me. Li Wanyu knew that the Tangs loved to sing. During the Tang dynasty, they digested and integrated the different styles of music and singing from the north and south, and also absorbed the music and singing culture brought by the Western barbarian merchants. Not only did the court music of the Tang dynasty form the famous Yiyu and Yenyu Ten songs, but folk music also became colorful and vivid. But while other people enjoyed singing, Chung Chumo's singing was deadly. However, Li Wanyu soon discovered that he was wrong. After Chung Chumo took the lead in singing, everyone at the table also began to sing back. Apart from Wei Shuyu, Du Go, and Du He, who were slightly better off, the others like Yuchi Baolin, Niu Zhengping, and the others were the ones who were in a tragic state. Li Wangyu's face began to turn pale, and waves of nausea came from his heart. Before he could suppress the nausea caused by the ear-piercing noise, something even more shocking happened. Chai Lingwu was so happy that he pushed the table in front of him away. He stood up and started to twist his body and dance. Damn. Not only was there a sound wave attack, there was also a F***king visual attack. Li Wanyu felt that his whole body was not good. Li Wanyu only felt that there were 100,000 alpacas galloping in his heart. He looked around to see if the others despised Chai Lingwu as much as he did. But he saw that this group of fops was actually watching with great interest. The Yuchi Baolin and Yuchi Baochi brothers were all eager to have a dance competition with Chai Lingwu. Li Wanyu painfully held his forehead with his hand. These bastards, don't they have any sense of beauty? Actually, Li Wanyu was just curious because he had never seen anything like this before. The banquets of the Tang dynasty were all like this. Even when Pai Lupi hosted a banquet in the palace, it was also like this. Not only would the Pai Lupi dance in front of the crowd, but those dukes and ministers would also do the same. Under the influence of alcohol, this group of fops left the stage one after another. Niu Jindao's son, Niu Zhengping, was injured when he was riding a horse in his early years. One of his legs was lame, so it was inconvenient for him to dance. He asked the jailer to find a drum so that he could play it to liven things up. Jailer Zhao's head was full of sweat. He hurriedly ran out to look for a drum, but he did not find it. So he steeled his heart and called 2 yamen runners to bring down the grievance drum in front of the county yamen and bring it into the prison cell. When Niu Zhengping saw the drum, he was so happy that his back teeth were showing. He simply took off his clothes that were in the way and began to beat the drum with his bare upper body. Li Wanyu was completely dizzy, but he had to say Niu Zhengping's drumming was really good. The grievance drum was actually played with a strong rhythm by him, very much like the drumming of the later generations. When the impassioned drumming started, this group of fops who were drunk became even more excited. They took off their robes and bare upper bodies. They twisted their bodies and raised their arms, spinning and jumping. As they danced, their mouths made roaring sounds. Li Wanyu was grinning and laughing at the fop's ugly dance when he saw Chung Chumo flirting with him. No, he was waving at him. What does this mean? Does he want me to dance too? Help! Li Wanyu suddenly wanted to go home. He could no longer stay in the county yamen of Chang. And county being stared at by a group of fops, Li Wanyu had no choice but to brace himself and stand up. Anyway, if they were to lose face, they would all lose face together. Besides Jailer Zhao and the jailers, there was no one else in the prison. Li Wanyu could only be glad that his beautiful boss was not here. Otherwise, she would laugh at him to death. Li Wanyu did not know how to dance this kind of dance in the Tang dynasty. He simply threw caution to the wind and sang in his heart along with Niu Jingping's drumming, "My dad just killed him, just killed him." Uncle Bird's horse-riding dance crossed more than 1,300 years and arrived in the land of the Tang dynasty ahead of time. He straightened his back, leaned back slightly, spread his arms, and made a walking with wind posture, crossed his arms in front of him, and made a controlling the reins posture. At the same time, he got into a horse stance and began to shake his legs up and down along with the rhythm of the drumming. Li Wanyu's horse-riding dance immediately attracted the attention of the group of fops in the prison. Li Jia Xiaolong's dance seemed to be very moving. A moment later, the group of fops all changed to a horse-riding dance. They shouted along with Li Wanyu, "My dad just killed him, just killed him." After the horse-riding dance, Li Wangyu's drunkenness kicked in. In his excitement, he simply grabbed the drumstick in Niu Jingping's hand and beat the drum himself. As he beat, he loudly sang the song, "Loyalty to the Country." When the smoke of war rises, the mountains and rivers look to the north, the dragon rises. The horse neighs, the sword is like frost, the heart is like the yellow river, the water is boundless, who can resist 20 years of freedom? Where is the long sword of hatred? How many loyal brothers and sisters are buried in other homelands? After Li Wanyu finished shouting the lyrics, the passionate lyrics stimulated the group of noble disciples and made them feel their blood boiling. One after another, they began to shout and sing along with Li Wanyu. Li Wanyu became more and more excited and beat the drum with more and more strength. Finally, under Li Wanyu's heavy hammering, the drum could not bear the burden and broke with a crash. Chapter 133. The banquet in the prison of Chang and County finally came to an end. The group of foppish lords were all drunk. They were helped out of the prison by the bailiffs and sent back to their own mansions. Under the care of head warden Zhao and the jailers, Li Wanyu lay down comfortably on the brand new bedding and fell into a deep sleep. In his prison cell, not only did Cui Zhuo get someone to bring in new bedding, even the bed was moved in. Mats were even laid out and a few tables were placed on the table. This was comparable to the treatment in a hostel, or even better. At least there would be no guests sleeping in the hostel. There was also a group of jailers standing guard outside. While Li Wanyu was sleeping soundly with the foppish lords, Pai Lupi was discussing state affairs with Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and a group of important officials in the court. Only a few officials could enter the Yin and Yang Palace to discuss state affairs with Pai Lupi. Therefore, they behaved casually. The relationship between the emperor and his officials in the Tang dynasty was not as strict as it was in later dynasties. There was a clear hierarchy. When the officials went to court, they all knelt in the main hall. When it came to the Song dynasty, they had to stand. There were no seats. When it came to the Tatar Qing dynasty, they had to kneel. This was the so-called sitting in the Tang dynasty, standing in the Song dynasty, and kneeling in the Qing dynasty. In the Yin and Yang Palace, Pai Lupi and the officials sat even more casually. They could sit cross-legged, or even ask the chamberlain to bring them a table so that they could lean against it. Li Er was an emperor who treated his officials well. As for Cheng Yaojin, Li Jing, and the other founding generals, he did not set fire to the celebration building, nor did he give up military power with a cup of wine. It could be said that he was a broad-minded emperor. While they were discussing state affairs, a chamberlain quietly walked to Pai Lupi and whispered something in his ear. Pai Lupi could not help but grin. "Ha, Xianling, Ruhui, you should hear about this." Pai Lupi gestured to the chamberlain, indicating that he should tell them. The eunuch bowed to the officials and then told them what had happened in Chang and county. When Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui heard that their son actually followed a group of playboys to make a scene in the county government, their faces couldn't help but twitch a few times. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui hurriedly stood up and bowed to Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, I am ashamed of my incompetence. Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand. They're just a bunch of young men. It's not worth getting angry over. Why did they make a scene at the Chang and County Yamen? The latter question was directed at the eunuch. The eunuch hurriedly replied, Your Majesty, it's because Li Wangyu from Hu County was imprisoned in Chang and County. That's why they went to cause trouble and demanded Chui Ming House to release him. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui, who were originally a little embarrassed, looked at each other when they heard the attendant's words. They were no longer anxious and sat back down. Everyone, including Zhang Sun Wuji, looked at Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu again. Why was he imprisoned in Chang and County? Pai Lupi coughed dryly and was about to ask about the situation when he heard the eunuch outside the hall announcing loudly, Her Highness the Empress is here. The Empress of the Tang Dynasty was called Her Highness, not the Empress in the later TV series. Her Highness referred to the palace. Empress Zhongsun lived in the Li Zheng Hall, so she was called Her Highness. Pai Lupi didn't have time to talk about this matter. He hurriedly stood up and ran to welcome his wife. The two were deeply in love and were a couple when they were young. Empress Zhongsun married Pai Lupi when she was 13. She gave birth to 2 sons and 1 daughter for Pai Lupi. The eldest son, Li Chengqian, was the crown prince of the Tang Dynasty. Empress Zhongsun's position in Pai Lupi's heart was far beyond that of the concubines in the harem. Pai Lupi carefully supported Empress Zhongsun, who was 5 to 6 months pregnant, into the Yin and Yang Palace. All the officials, including Zhang Sun Wuji, bowed and greeted her. He asked the eunuch to bring a cushion and helped Empress Zhongsun to sit down. Pai Lupi then smiled and asked, Why is Guanyin maid here? You are pregnant. If there is anything, just ask the eunuch to tell me. Erlang, it's not the first time I'm pregnant. I'm not so delicate. The doctors at the Shangyao Bureau also asked me to move around more. Empress Zhongsun smiled and said, I cooked white dragon fish. Thinking that you are all discussing state affairs, I'm afraid you are all hungry, so I brought some for you all to try. She waved her hand, and the eunuchs brought a bowl of fish soup to Pai Lupi and the officials. White dragon fish soup was made with mandarin fish. It was very fresh and thick, and was the favorite of the Tang people. Thank you, Your Highness. I haven't tasted this white dragon fish soup for many years. Today, I'm basking in His Majesty's glory. Zhongsun Wuji teased. As his sister, Empress Zhongsun had a very good relationship with him. Big brother, can't you shut your mouth with food? Empress Zhongsun pretended to be angry. Pai Lupi didn't participate in the matters between the siblings. He only indicated for Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui to eat the fish soup. The fish soup had to be eaten while it was hot. It would be more fishy when it was cold. Erlang, I overheard the eunuch say that Li Jia Xiaolang of Hu County was imprisoned by the Chang and county government. Why is that? Empress Zhongsun suddenly asked. Pai Lupi also didn't know the situation. He looked at the eunuch who came to report and asked him to explain the situation to everyone. The 100 Horsemen Department reported that 12 days ago, the secretary of the Chang and county government ordered Dingzhou village of Hu County to be transferred to Yinzhou warehouse in spring. Li Wangyu was also in the list of Dingzhou village. The eunuch bowed his head and reported the 100 Horsemen Department was an organization set up by Pai Lupi after he ascended the throne. It was used to monitor the world. The eunuch was responsible for passing on information from the 100 Horsemen Department to Pai Lupi. Pai Lupi suddenly frowned and interrupted. "Wait, that boy from the Lee family. I remember that he just turned 16? Why would the secretary of the Chang and county government order him to serve in the corvée?" The eunuch hesitated and replied, "The secretary of the Chang and county government said that his nominal age was 17. Pai Lupi couldn't help but snort. Empress Zhongsun also glared at the eunuch with dissatisfaction. The eunuch broke out in a cold sweat after being stared at by the empress. It was the secretary of Chang and county who did this, not him. He was the one who took the blame for it. "Continue," Pai Lupi said coldly. "Yes, 7 days ago, Dingzhou village's grain teams set off from Chang on warehouse and returned to Chang. And yesterday. Today, Li Wangyu and Dingzhou village went to Chang and county to report. The secretary of the Chang and county government didn't believe that they completed the transfer of grain, so he tore up the receipt and locked them up in the county jail." The eunuch quickly recounted the matter. Pai Lupi and Zhangsun Wuji were stunned. In 7 days, they went back and forth between Chang and Yinzhou, and they even transported 1,000 stones of grain. Hearing this, it seemed that the secretary of the Chang and county government didn't do anything wrong. If someone reported back to them like this, they wouldn't believe it either. Pai Lupi coughed lightly and asked, "Can you confirm that the boy from the Li family is telling the truth?" The 100 Horsemen Department has already sent people to Yinzhou to investigate. They should be able to reply the day after tomorrow. It would take about 3 days to travel to and from Yinzhou. Pai Lupi heard this and nodded. "Then let the boy from the Li family stay in the county jail of Chang. And county, it's good to learn a lesson." He then looked at Fang Xianling. "Xianling, I'll have to trouble you to investigate this matter and find out the truth." Fang Xianling stood up and cupped his hands. "I'll do my best." Empress Zhongsun said with dissatisfaction, "Erling, no matter what, Li Jia Xiaolang is only 16 and hasn't turned 20. His parents are dead, and he's very pitiful. How can you throw him in the jail like this? How can he suffer such inhumane torture?" She didn't know that Li Wangyu wasn't suffering in the jail, but was very satisfied. Chapter 134. Pai Lupi couldn't help but roll his eyes at Empress Zhongsun's words. He didn't know that ever since she saw the drunken Li Wangyu at the waterside pavilion, Empress Zhongsun had developed an inexplicable desire to protect him. In addition, eldest Princess Changle also felt that Li Wangyu's brother was very interesting. After returning to the palace, she couldn't forget about him. This made Empress Zhongsun even more fond of him. If it wasn't for Li Wangyu's drunken recitation of poems, she would have already summoned Li Wangyu to the palace and taught him a lesson. Okay, I will send someone to tell Chang and county not to make things difficult for that Li family boy. If that little bastard really lied, I won't forgive him." Pai Lupi felt his teeth itch when he talked about Li Wangyu. Zhangsun Wuji and Fang Xianling looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. In the eyes of this group of court officials, Li Wangyu was pretending to be smart. He wanted to get away with it because he was dissatisfied with the county yamen listing him as a servant. But regardless of whether the Secretary of State of Chang and county did the right thing or not, it was a big mistake to lie about the grain transportation mission. However, for the sake of Li Er and Empress Zhongsun's face, Fang Xianling only planned to investigate clearly and raise him high before gently putting him down and teaching him a lesson. As for the Secretary of State of Chang and county, it was obvious from Pai Lupi's snort that he wouldn't be able to get away with it. Pai Lupi didn't even mention that the group of bastards, including his second son, caused a scene at the Chang and county yamen. Fang Xianling naturally wouldn't ask for a snub and punish this group of foppish sons. Of course, after returning home, whether Fong Yai would receive intimate care from his father was another matter. While Li Wangyu was still sleeping soundly in the prison, the Chang and County Yamen received a message from the palace. He told them to keep a close eye on Li Wangyu and not to release him or humiliate him. Once the Duke of Wei, the left servant of the minister of Shangshu, and Fang Xianling found out the truth, they would deal with him separately. Originally, Chuizhu wished he could send Li Wangyu out as if he were the plague because of the playboy's quarrel. In the end, now that His Majesty had given the verbal order, they could not let him go. Instead, they had to treat him like an ancestor. Chuizhu was upset, so he could only send the Yamen runner to the prison to pass a message to jailer Zhao, instructing him to serve Li Jia Shaolang well. Listen to these words and serve him well. After prison, head Zhao heard the Yamen runner's words. He felt like dying. Even the saint had spoken. How was he supposed to live? He was the head of the prison, not a servant who sold himself. However, even though he was cursing in his mind, his body was very honest. Li Wangyu slept soundly through the night after drinking. When he woke up, prison head Zhao and a group of jailers were already waiting outside the prison cell. Some were holding copper basins and towels to wash his face. Some were holding bronze mirrors. Some were holding food boxes, which contained the exquisite breakfast that Chuizhu had ordered people to buy. Some were holding teapots for drinking water, and some were even considerately filled with warm water. Li Wangyu stood up and looked at the lineup. He quickly rubbed his eyes to make sure that he was not seeing things and could not help but feel happy. It seemed that Cheng Chumo and the others had come to make a big fuss, and it was really effective. He did not know that this matter had already been made known to Pai Lupi. He thought that prison head Zhao and the others were just afraid of Cheng Chumo and Fang Yai's despotic power. He accepted the attentive service of the jailers with a clear conscience. After washing up, a jailer immediately took out a comb from his pocket and helped him comb his messy hair. On the side, prison head Zhao was busy putting food on the table and asked him to take a seat. Seeing that the jailer's attitude was so humble, Li Wangyu naturally did not want to bother with them about the unpleasantness when he first entered the prison. After eating breakfast, he was bored, so he simply asked the jailers to find him some books to read to pass the time. However, the ancient books of the Tang dynasty were really obscure and difficult to understand. Moreover, there were no punctuation marks. Just reading the books gave him a headache. Li Wangyu flipped through a few pages of the books and then threw the books aside, thinking about how to pass the time. In his mind, this matter should be solved soon. Since it had already come to this point, Chuizhu should not deal with the Li clan's Minister of Civil Affairs, right? He did not know that the matter had already been blown out of proportion, and now Chuizhu could not make the decision. Only Fang Xianling could personally handle the case. Feeling bored, Li Wangyu suddenly thought of what he should do. He asked jailer Zhao to find him some cardboard and mulberry paper. He cut them into pieces of paper of suitable size. Then he asked jailer Zhao to find him a map of Chang and mark it. He asked for a pen and ink. Then he started to write and draw on the cardboard. Prison head Zhao and the jailers were curious about what Li Jia Shaolang was doing. They stretched their necks and looked at him for a long time, but they did not understand what he was writing and drawing. They only saw a row of grids on the cardboard, and the names of Shi Market, Dong Market, Ping Kong Market, Chongren Market, and so on were written on it. After drawing on the cardboard, Li Wangyu picked up the cut mulberry paper and began to write and draw on it. This made the jailers even more confused. What do you mean by 1 stroke, 10 strokes, and 100 strokes? If the beautiful boss was here, she would immediately cry out, "Monopoly!" Yes, Li Wangyu was bored and was making a game of Monopoly. When he was a child, There was no computer version of Monopoly. For a long time, the board game of Monopoly was popular. However, Li Wanyu did not have the money to buy it at that time, so he simply borrowed a Monopoly from a classmate and made one himself with cardboard and paper. This left a deep impression on him. But now in the Tang Dynasty, the original names on the Monopoly board were not suitable. Therefore, Li Wanyu simply asked for a map of Chang and market, and used the names of the markets to replace the names of the land on the original map. As for the paper money, he replaced it with a pair of copper coins. As for the small houses and hotels in the game, Li Wanyu sent prison head Zhao to find suitable replacements for him. Prison head Zhao was quite a clever person. He actually managed to find a bunch of ceramic huts for them. These ceramic huts were originally toys for peddlers to sell, but he bought them back. Li Wanyu played with the ceramic huts and found them interesting. In fact, during the Tang and Song dynasties, ceramic toys were already very popular. In Li Song and Su Hanshin's peddler painting, there were dozens of types of toys. As for the dice, they were ready-made. Prison head Zhao and the jailers sometimes had nothing to do, so they would roll the dice and play a few rounds. When everything was ready, the Chang and version of the Tang dynasty's Monopoly game was released. Li Wanyu called prison head Zhao and the jailers to his side and taught them in detail how to play Monopoly. This group of jailers listened with great interest. Several big men sat down at a few tables surrounded by a group of jailers and began the journey of becoming a millionaire. As the game progressed, everyone became enthusiastic. From time to time, the surrounding jailers would burst out shouting. While they were having fun, no one noticed that a few figures had walked in from the main gate of the county jail. Chapter 135. Originally, there were no prisoners in the county jail, and because of Li Wangyu's matter, Chuizhu was afraid that there would be an accident, so he simply interrogated the prisoners who were still in custody yesterday. Then, those who should be flogged were flogged, and those who should be released were released. The prison, which originally had few prisoners, was emptied, and only Li Wanyu was left. Those jailers were now bent on pleasing Li Wanyu. Coupled with the attraction of the Monopoly game, there was not even a guard in Noda's county jail. Everyone crowded in Li Wangyu's cell to watch the game. Everyone was concentrating on the Monopoly game. From time to time, one could hear the crowd saying, "I'll buy Shi City. Here's 500 strings of coins. Give me the title deed. Ping Kong Fong is mine. Give me the toll, 20 strings of coins." Several people came in through the open door of the county jail. When they saw the situation in the jail, they could not help but frown. One of them was about to speak, but was stopped by the leader. The few of them quietly walked into the prison cell and gathered around the prison guard to look inside. Li Wanyu grabbed the dice in one hand, shook it a few times in his palm, and threw it on the table. Unit 11. Xiaolang, you go to Unit 11 and draw an opportunity card. Ha! Xiaolang, you're unlucky. You're locked in the county jail for a day and can't move. Jailer Zhao's voice came. Li Wanyu angrily patted his thigh, feeling that his luck was too bad. Since he could not move in the next round, he stood up to stretch his waist, but was surprised to find that several strangers in fine clothes were standing outside the crowd. Li Wanyu was familiar with the two strangers in the lead. He had seen them at the birthday banquet in Zhang Liang's mansion. The leading man with a curly beard had extorted the sketch Goddess Luo's painting that he had painstakingly drawn for 3 days. Him again. Why do I meet this person everywhere? He's like a ghost. The newcomers were Pai Lupi and Fong Xianling. Today, Fong Xianling came to Chang and County to inquire about the case. The reason why Pai Lupi appeared here was that the 100 Horsemen Department had already replied to some interesting news. According to the 100 Horsemen Department's report, Dingzhou village had sent 70 villagers, including Li Wanyu, to transport the official grain. The 100 Horsemen Department's private investigation found that the 70 villagers agreed that they did go to Inzhou within 7 days. Secondly, they used a carriage to transport the grain, and it was a type of four-wheeled carriage that they had never seen before. Then there was the document that had been torn up by the secretary and Hujan army. The 100 Horsemen Department collected the remains and pieced them together. They found that the official seal and stamp of the Inzhou warehouse on the document were real and not forged. This news immediately piqued Lier's interest. He was very curious about what had happened. However, the situation in Inzhou could only be verified tomorrow. Today, Fang Xianling came to Chang and County to inquire about Li Wangyu, and Pai Lupi came with her. The two of them did not inform Cui Zhua. They only brought a few guards and broke into the prison of Chang and County. Unexpectedly, there was no one guarding the prison, and the door was wide open. Surprised, the two of them entered the prison and saw that the jailers were all gathered in the cell, shouting and playing something. They heard the crowd constantly saying, 30 strings of cash, give me 30 strings of cash, and, ha, you're unlucky, give me 50 strings of cash. Pai Lupi thought that these bastards were gambling, and his face became livid. He stopped the guards from speaking and sneaked behind the crowd with Fang Xianling, intending to catch them in the act. However, the scene that appeared in front of them puzzled the emperor and the prime minister of the Tang dynasty. The words East Market, West Market, and Ping Kong Fang were written on the paper, and the amount of money was just a toy drawn on the paper. What the hell is this? Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling did not say anything. They stood silently outside the crowd and watched. After watching for a while, the two of them roughly understood that this was a game, and it seemed to be very interesting. The two of them also watched with great interest. At this time, Li Wanyu suddenly stood up and moved his body. He accidentally found Pai Lupi. Li Wanyu stared blankly at Pai Lupi, and Pai Lupi also looked at Li Wanyu. The two of them stared at each other in silence for a long time. Xiao Lang, it's your turn. Prison head Zhao reached out and gently pulled Li Wanyu, which made Li Wanyu come back to his senses. He coughed softly and kicked the prison head, indicating that someone was coming. Prison head Zhao was so excited that he did not notice this. After being kicked several times by Li Wanyu, he came back to his senses and stood up blankly. Then he saw Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling, as well as the guards behind them. Although he did not know Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling, he was quite discerning. When he saw their luxurious clothes and the guards behind them, he knew that these two were important people. Prison head Zhao hurriedly pulled over the jailers who were still staring at the tabletop games and bowed to them. Langjuns, may I ask what business you have in the county prison? Pai Lupi did not know whether to laugh or cry at the scene in front of him. I told Chang and County not to mistreat this bastard, but you treat him like an ancestor? Not only was the cell clean, but the candles and incense were used. There were even beds and mats. Was this still a damn prison? And these jailers, they actually opened the prison door wide and ran into play games with this bastard. It was ridiculous to the extreme. Fang Xianling coughed softly. We have something to ask Li Jia Xiaolang. You can go out first. Prison head Zhao did not dare to ask more. He hurriedly led a group of jailers out of the cell, leaving Li Wanyu alone. After the jailers ran away, Pai Lupi did not hesitate at all. He directly sat beside the table, picked up the Monopoly cards, and played with them. Fang Xianling did not explain his identity. He just smiled gently and asked Li Wanyu, Li Jia Xiaolang, I have something to ask you. Answer me honestly. Although Li Wanyu was not happy with Pai Lupi, he knew that it was not the time to throw a tantrum. He respectfully bowed and said, Lang Jun, please ask. I will tell you everything I know. Fang Xianling stroked his beard and asked, "Let me ask you, how did you transport 1,000 dan of grain from Dingzhou village to Yinzhou within 7 days?" Li Wangyu naturally would not hide this question. He smiled and said, "It's simple. We used carriages to transport it." "You used a total of 30 carriages and borrowed more than 100 horses from Chang and County. You used them to transport 1,000 dan of grain. One carriage could carry 30 dan of grain." Fang Xianling still did not believe this. Li Wangyu nodded affirmatively. "That's right. How do you prove it?" Pai Lupi suddenly asked. In fact, it was very easy to prove. Everything would be clear when the people of 100 Horsemen Department came back from Yinzhou tomorrow. However, Pai Lupi still wanted to hear Li Wangyu's answer. How to prove it? Li Wangyu scratched his head. The receipt was torn by Officer Li. He suddenly thought of his client and could not help laughing. Wasn't the Ma family of Yinzhou the best proof? Chapter 136. Li Wangyu scratched his head in embarrassment, returning to Chang, and from Yinzhou and helping the Ma family to transport goods. Was this considered taking advantage of the government? After all, the horses were pulled by the county government, and even the rations for the 70 people were provided by the government. Even the fodder for the horses on the return journey was provided by the post station for free. Li Wangyu laughed mockingly. When we were returning from Yin province, because the carriage was empty, I took on a private job. I helped the Ma family of Yin province transport 8 to 900 dendrites of porcelain back to Chang. And this can't be faked. Lang Jun, you can ask someone to find out. His words made Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling stunned. This bastard, he was serving the corvée, but he was still doing private work. They really didn't know what to say about him. Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling already believed that the Zhou family could go back and forth to Yinzhou within 7 days. But because they believed it, they were shocked. Li Wangyu didn't think much of the four-wheeled carriage, but the two immediately realized the value of it. Fang Xianling immediately reached out and summoned a guard. She whispered a few words and asked him to go to the Ma family in Shi City to verify the truth of Li Wangyu's words. Fang Xianling asked again, "Li Jia Xiaolang, is this four-wheeled carriage your work?" Li Wangyu nodded embarrassedly and said, "Yes, I was forced to do the task of transporting grain by the county government, so I suddenly had the idea to make it. How much weight can this carriage carry? What's the speed? It has 4 horses and 2 coachmen. It can carry 30 stones and run 80 miles per hour. It can run up to 300 miles a day." Li Wangyu's answer made Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling couldn't help but gasp. The Great Tang was growing stronger with each passing day, but its territory was vast, and its greatest problem was the limitations of transportation and transportation. The transport capacity of 2-wheeled carts and wheelbarrows was limited. That was why there was a saying that grain could not be transported for thousands of miles. Putting aside the distant matters, in order to go on an expedition to the Eastern Turks, they had to transport enough supplies for the army, which was the biggest headache for the Tang dynasty's imperial court. It wasn't that they didn't have food, weapons, and armor, but they were difficult to transport, making it difficult for the army to resupply. Moreover, as the Tang dynasty gained more and more land, the transportation difficulties also led to a decline in the actual ruling power. For example, in Longyu, the actual area of control of the Tang army was actually very limited. This was caused by the lack of military power. If this 4-wheeled carriage could carry so much weight and travel so fast, it would not only play a role in the military, but also bring about earth-shaking changes in all aspects of the Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi suddenly stood up and glared at Li Wangyu. "You little bastard, you're just messing around. Quickly hand over the blueprint of the 4-wheeled carriage." His words made Li Wangyu roll his eyes. The bearded man was at it again. Why did the officials of the Tang dynasty want to rob him of all the good things he had? Didn't they have any awareness of copyright and business? Or had they been infected by Chung Yaojin? He was a bandit from Wagong village. Li Wangyu cupped his hands and said, I can give the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage to the imperial court, but I have a condition. I hope you two Langjuns can agree to it. Pai Lupi rolled up his sleeves and was about to hit him. He really didn't treat Li Wangyu as an outsider now. This tired guy was simply a treasure given to the Li clan by God. Therefore, the more he didn't treat Li Wangyu as an outsider, the more impolite he was and directly put on the attitude of an elder. He was ready to learn from Chung Yaojin and teach this bastard a lesson with a slap so that he dared to negotiate with him. Seeing that the bearded man was about to hit him, Li Wangyu quickly hid behind Feng Xianling and shouted, A gentleman uses his mouth, not his fists. Let's talk nicely. Feng Xianling didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this uncle and nephew pair. Speaking of which, Pai Lupi should be regarded as Li Wangyu's distant uncle. Their relationship hadn't gone beyond the 5 generations. The 5 generations included the male descendants and their spouses from the great ancestor to the great ancestor. The 9 generations from the great ancestor to the great ancestor were usually called the 9 clans of the clan. Li Wangyu's father, Li Zhou, and Pai Lupi were cousins. Pai Lupi was Li Wangyu's 4th uncle, and Li Wangyu was Pai Lupi's 2nd nephew. As the saying goes, relatives don't go beyond the 5 generations. If they went beyond the 5 generations, they really weren't relatives. However, Pai Lupi knew this, but Li Wangyu didn't know that the bearded man in front of him was his uncle Li Shimin, the emperor of the Tang dynasty. Feng Xianling grabbed Li Wangyu and said, Xiao Lang, tell us, what are your conditions? Li Wangyu confirmed that Pai Lupi wouldn't hit him for the time being, so he replied carefully, Hey, I don't ask for much. Just give me Chong and city. His words almost made Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling faint. How could this guy say that? Give him Chong and city? Pai Lupi began to roll up his sleeves again. This bastard, I can't let him go without beating him. When Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi was about to roll up his sleeves again, he knew that he didn't make it clear. He hurriedly explained, I'm going to organize the people in the village to use 4-wheeled carriages for transportation. What I mean is that I'll be responsible for the transportation of the merchants in Chang and city. Pai Lupi stared at him and said, Make it clear. I'll use the blueprint of the 4-wheeled carriage in exchange for the concession in Chang and city. All the merchants in Chang and city who want to use 4-wheeled carriages to transport goods can only find the 4-wheeled carriages of our Dingzhou village. What do you think? Li Wangyu asked carefully. Chang and city was the most prosperous and affluent place in the Tang dynasty. As long as the 4-wheeled carriage transportation business in Chang and city belonged to him, wouldn't he make a lot of money? Pai Lupi understood his plan, and his expression eased a little. However, he still snorted coldly and said, Humph, you don't want to make progress. Since you're so talented, why don't you take the exam and become a scholar? You think about these merchants every day. You're really a disgrace to your parents. His words made Li Wangyu dislike him even more. Who are you? Are we close? How dare you scold me in such an elder tone? My parents didn't give me any advice before they passed away. They only left me with a debt of $2 million. Why can't I make money with my own ability? I don't steal or rob. It's better than someone who takes other people's things, right? Li Wangyu was implying that Pai Lupi stole his 4-wheeled carriage blueprint. Pai Lupi was so angry that he almost went berserk again. When Feng Xianling saw that the uncle and nephew were going to quarrel again, he hurriedly said, Xiaolang, your condition. He stole a glance at Pai Lupi and saw him nod slightly. He continued, I can agree to your condition. Give me the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage. Seeing that he agreed, Li Wangyu hurriedly asked, May I ask who you are, Lang Jun? Will the imperial court approve of what you've promised? Fang Xianling stroked his beard and laughed. Ha! My surname is Fang and my name is Xianling. I'll be the left servant of the minister. Xiaolang, do you think this will count? Fang Xianling, the prime minister of the Tang dynasty? Fang, he loves his father. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed and saluted. I didn't know you were the prime minister. I was too rash. He looked at Li Er again, wanting to ask who this curly-bearded man who kept making things difficult for him was. However, seeing that Pai Lupi didn't want to introduce himself, Fang Xianling just smiled and said nothing. Li Wangyu was too lazy to guess. He was just a big shot of the Tang dynasty. Xiaolang, can you give me the carriage blueprint? Fang Xianling asked. Li Wangyu shook his head and said, Minister Fang, I've been framed. I haven't even explained why I've been locked up in the county jail. Chapter 137. The reason why Li Wangyu stayed in the county jail of Chang, and county was to teach the Li clan of Hu County a lesson. The sudden appearance of Fang Xianling and the bearded man gave Li Wangyu a clear signal that his matter had been known by the officials of the imperial court. Although Li Wangyu didn't know why such a small matter would alarm Fang Xianling, he had to seize this rare opportunity. He did so many things just to make a big deal out of it. Even the prime minister of the Tang dynasty came out. This matter was big enough. When Li Wangyu mentioned that he was wrongly imprisoned, Fang Xianling hesitated a little. He had a general understanding of this matter. It was basically certain that the Li clan of Hu County was behind it. They wanted to frame Li Wangyu and the villagers of Dingzhou village. He and Pai Lupi also knew the cause of this matter through the report of the 100 Horsemen Department. Fang Xianling gnashed his teeth when he thought that the Li clan of Hu County wanted to dig up the grave of his old friend Li Zhou. If possible, Fang Xianling didn't mind teaching the Li clan of Hu County a lesson. But this matter involved the royal family, so he was a little embarrassed. Pai Lupi suddenly said, Prime Minister Fang, as the saying goes, if a prince commits a crime, a commoner will be punished. Since the secretary of the army of Chang and county framed a loyal person, how should he be punished? Li Wangyu couldn't help but give Pai Lupi a thumbs up. This bearded man finally said something with conscience. When Fang Xianling heard Li Er's words, how could he not understand his meaning? He smiled and nodded. That's natural. Since you have made a mistake, you should be punished. This old man will give you justice. Li Jia Xiaolang, can you give me the four-wheeled carriage blueprint now? Li Wangyu didn't talk nonsense. He took out the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage and handed it to Fang Xianling with both hands. Fang Xianling couldn't wait to unfold the blueprint. Pai Lupi also stood aside to watch. The four-wheeled carriage's structure wasn't complicated. The key was the steering mechanism. They looked at it for a long time and finally sighed. Li Wangyu, you are really smart. It's hard for you to think of such a wonderful thing. Li Wangyu blushed. He was a little ashamed that he copied the four-wheeled carriage from the West, but he thought that the West didn't give him a penny for using the four great Huaxiao inventions. Thinking of this, Li Wangyu did not feel ashamed. Instead, he felt that it was only natural. Fang Xianling was a bit like Ma Zhou, who wanted to get to the bottom of the matter. She pointed to the drawing and asked, Xiaolang, why can the carriage's load increase so much with 2 more wheels? How to answer this question? It seemed to involve the problem of physical pressure. 4 wheels were more uniform than 2 wheels, so the pressure on the ground was less, so it was easier for the horse to drag it. In addition, the load of the wheels was not borne by the horse. The horse could pull the carriage with all its strength. It seemed to be the truth. Li Wangyu, a second-rate liberal arts student, could only explain it in this way. But how could he explain to Feng Xianling what pressure was? Li Wangyu blinked for a long time and finally said, "A horse has 4 legs, and it runs faster than a man with 2 legs. It's the same principle." He was being unreasonable. Why didn't he say that a turtle also had 4 legs? Fortunately, Feng Xianling didn't really want to do scientific research, so she didn't continue to ask this question. "All right, Li family's young man, you should go home now. Minister Feng, when will you give me the Chang and 4-wheeled carriage franchise?" Li Wangyu didn't hurry to leave and asked hesitantly. Pai Lupi's eyes widened again. Feng Xianling quickly replied, "Are you still worried that I won't keep my word? Tomorrow I will ask someone to send you the documents. You can rest assured now, right?" "Thank you, Minister Feng." "Hee, I thank you on behalf of the 127 villagers of Zhou Village." Li Wangyu bowed deeply again. "Well, you exchanged this with the blueprint. There's no need to thank me. I should thank you on behalf of the people of the Tang dynasty." Feng Xianling patted the blueprint in his hand and sighed with emotion. With this 4-wheeled carriage, the Tang dynasty could reduce the number of villagers and save a lot of food and horses. This was a great contribution for 1,000 years. Li Wangyu saw that he had achieved his goal. He was afraid that Su Chongqing would worry about him at home, so he bowed to Feng Xianling and Pai Lupi and left the county jail. Seeing that Li Wangyu was finally leaving, He Zhao and the jailers almost burst into tears. This ancestor was finally leaving. He Zhao decided that after today's shift, he would go to the temple to burn incense and thank Buddha for his blessings. Li Wangyu just walked 2 steps out of the county office when he unexpectedly saw Niu Wu squatting in front of the county office. "Erling, why are you here?" Li Wangyu asked curiously. Did Niu Wu know that he was going home today? Niu Wu was overjoyed when he saw him coming out of the county office. He quickly ran to him and said, "Madame Su was worried about you, so she asked me to wait for you outside the county office." "Lang Jun, has everything been settled?" "Yes, everything is done. This time there was an unexpected gain. Let's go home and talk about it." Niu Wu brought 2 horses from home. They mounted the horses and slowly went to the illustrious Virtue Gate. Pai Lupi and Feng Xianling appeared in front of the county office. Looking at Li Wangyu's back, Feng Xianling suddenly said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, we owe this child a lot." The emperor of the Tang dynasty had a complicated look on his face, but he nodded silently and did not say anything. As for Li Wangyu and Niu Wu, after exiting the city gate, they rode their horses and rushed back to Dingzhou village in 2 hours. When they just entered the village, a sharp-eyed villager saw Li Wangyu on horseback and immediately shouted, "Li Jia Shaoling! Li Jia Shaoling is back! Muramesa, come quickly, Li Jia Shaoling is back!" More and more villagers gathered around and bowed to Li Wangyu. Some excited villagers even knelt down and kowtowed to Li Wangyu. The villagers of Dingzhou village all knew in their hearts why Li Wangyu was arrested and thrown into the county yamen prison. Now that they saw him out of prison, they were truly grateful for everything Li Wangyu had done for the village. Li Wangyu also felt a fire burning in his heart and was very touched to be remembered by the villagers like this. However, Li Wangyu also felt embarrassed that so many people knelt to him. He quickly jumped off the horse and helped the villagers up. "What are you doing?" "You're too kind. Please get up, get up." The old Muramesa also rushed over when he heard the news. He excitedly grabbed Li Wangyu and said, "Shaolang, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. If you didn't come back, I was going to take everyone to beat the drum." The villagers surrounded Li Wanyu for a long time before they finally let him go home. Li Wanyu remembered what Feng Xianling had promised him today. He quickly grabbed the old Muramesa and said, "Muramesa, come to my house. I have something to discuss with you." Chapter 138. Li Wanyu's return also made the beautiful boss breathe a sigh of relief. She looked at Li Wanyu with eyes full of joy and nostalgia. In fact, Li Wanyu had never understood. He was a country boy who grew up in the countryside. Although he went to a second-rate university, what attracted the turtle white-bone fairy? With Su Chongqing's condition, the people chasing her could line up for a few streets. But after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty, Li Wanyu knew that the beautiful boss also had a good impression of him, which was really strange. He originally kept a respectful distance from Su Chongqing, the beautiful boss, in the company. The so-called kidney function was proportional to the thickness of the wallet. Li Wanyu did not dare to think about marrying a beautiful woman and walking to the peak of life. However, he was too embarrassed to ask Su Chongqing about this matter. He could only temporarily suppress the doubts in his heart. As soon as Li Wanyu returned home, Su Chongqing drove him to the bathhouse to take a bath. In the hot water that had already been prepared, she also put grapefruit leaves. She wanted him to get rid of the bad luck. He could not help but feel funny, but he could not bear to reject Su Chongqing's kindness. This woman, did she really think that he was going to jail? After a comfortable hot bath, he changed into the clean clothes that Perrin had already prepared. In the living room, Su Chongqing had already prepared a table of food. Li Wanyu quickly asked the old villager, who had been waiting for a long time, to sit down together. They chatted while eating. "Chongqing, old villager, guess who I saw in the county prison today?" "Who?" "He, the prime minister, minister-left servant, Feng Xianling." Li Wanyu picked up a chopstick and said while eating. Su Chongqing could not help but exclaim softly, "Ah, Feng Xianling? That's a famous person in the Tang dynasty." As soon as she said this, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. The old villager was still there, so she quickly covered her cherry mouth with her hand. The old villager did not notice that she had mentioned some famous people of the Tang dynasty. The old man was also shocked by Li Wanyu's words. After a long time, he asked, "Xiaolang, does Prime Minister Feng want to see you for something?" "Ha, you can say that." "Today, I made a deal with Minister Feng," Li Wanyu said proudly. The old villager was even more surprised. "Ah, you're doing business with the landlord? What's the matter? Tell me about it." "I gave the blueprint of the four-wheeled carriage to Minister Feng in exchange for the exclusive right to operate four-wheeled carriages in Chang and City." "Ha ha." The old man was confused by his words. "What do you mean by exclusive management rights?" Li Wanyu took a sip of wine and said with a smile, "In the future, if the merchants in Chang and City want to use four-wheeled carriages to transport goods, they must ask for the carriages of Zhou Village." "What? Wouldn't that become the government's monopoly? Is there such a good thing?" The old villager could not believe his ears. Even though he was just a small villager, he knew that the word monopoly had great benefits. In Chang and City, there were no less than thousands of merchant shops. If they all used the four-wheeled carriages of Zhou Village to transport goods, hiss! It was simply unimaginable. After a long time, the old villager said, "Xiaolang, there are only more than 100 families in Zhou Village. Even if all of them go to drive carriages, I'm afraid that it won't be enough for the merchants in Chang and City, right?" "Of course, old villager. When the time comes, we will issue exclusive licenses to others." Before Li Wanyu could answer, Su Chongqing explained for him with a smile. It was like the capital of the future. If all the taxis were only allowed to be operated by Li Wanyu and others, and it was illegal for others to run taxis, then they could make a lot of money just by selling the right to operate taxis. This was the advantage of monopoly. In the future, it was naturally impossible for anyone to monopolize the transportation demand of a city. But in the Tang dynasty, Li Wanyu believed that with the order of Minister Feng Xianling, the monopoly was necessary. Thinking of this, Li Wanyu wanted to laugh. The entire Tang dynasty, or even the richest city in the world, had thousands of merchants. How many four-wheeled carriages would they need to meet the demand? In the future, just selling the right to operate the special carriages would make a lot of money. 10 strings of cash for a four-wheeled carriage should not be a lot, right? 1,000 carriages would be 10,000 strings of cash. How about 10,000? Li Wanyu only felt that the beautiful days he had been looking forward to were waving at him. However, the profits would not be seen so quickly. It would take time for the four-wheeled carriages to become popular. Moreover, the cost of purchasing a four-wheeled carriage was not low. Just the 4 horses alone would cost about 40 strings of cash, and this did not include the cost of the carriage. The carriages that they built for this trip to Yinzhou were all made in a hurry. They did not use much iron, and the workmanship was also very rough. On the way back, many of the carriage's axles were broken. Fortunately, they had considered this situation before they set off and brought a lot of spare axles, so they did not waste any time. Even so, after running nearly 2,000 miles to and from Yinzhou, the four-wheeled freight carriages that were made in a hurry were almost in a half-broken state. Since the convoy came back, the village's carpenter Lu had been busy repairing and improving the carriages with his 3 sons. Therefore, if they wanted to popularize the four-wheeled carriages, they would have to invest a lot of money first. Li Wanyu estimated that it would take at least half a year for the four-wheeled carriages to become popular in the Tang dynasty and become the main means of transportation. The old villager finally digested the good news that Li Wanyu brought back and asked, "Xiaolang, what are you going to do about this?" Li Wanyu looked at his beautiful boss with a smile. Su Chongqing was better at this kind of thing than he was, so it was better to let her plan it. When it came to business, the beautiful boss immediately recovered the shrewdness of an elite woman in the modern workplace. After thinking for a while, she replied, "Old villager, what I mean is that my Li family and the 127 families of Dingzhou village will cooperate to do this business." "How do we cooperate?" "My Li family will take 50% of the profits from the four-wheeled carriage franchise in Chang, and the village will use copper coins to contribute. This time, we earned more than 900 strings of cash. Each family will contribute a little more to gather 1,200 strings of cash, which will be used to buy horses and build carriages. This will also take 50% of the profits. The 50% of the profits in the village will be divided equally between each family. What do you think?" Su Chongqing's words made the old villager wave his hand again and again. "Madam Su, this can't be done, can't be done. The carriages were all made by Xiaolang. This time, we can earn money because of Xiaolang's contribution. Not to mention, the Chang and carriage franchise is more than 50% of the profits." The old villager repeatedly refused. Su Chongqing's suggestion made him feel that he was taking advantage of the Li family. Su Chongqing didn't feel that she was at a disadvantage. Although technology was productivity, in the end, it couldn't be separated from the simple and honest villagers of Dingzhou village. At the same time, Su Chongqing also deliberately wanted to tie the 127 families of Dingzhou village to the Li family. She couldn't be blamed for thinking this way. For her beautiful boss, there was no sense of security in the Tang dynasty, especially this time, Li Wangyu's imprisonment. Although it was his own plan, it also made Su Chongqing realize that the Tang dynasty, where officials were based on power, wasn't necessarily so beautiful. While the old villager and Su Chongqing were discussing the shares, The Li clan of Huxian ushered in a storm. Chapter 139. 2 days ago, after the Li clan's secretary and Hu army had Li Wangyu and the village chief locked up in the county jail, he hurriedly rode back to Hu County with his servants. He found the clan elder to discuss how to use this opportunity to kill Li Wangyu. The group of people discussed in the clan leader's house for an entire night. Everyone felt that Li Wangyu would not be able to escape this time, so they ordered people to set up a banquet. They toasted each other and drank to their heart's content. The next day, when Sihuli woke up, he felt a bit unwell. He was too lazy to go back to the county office for roll call, so he sent his servants back to the county office to ask for leave while he prepared to stay at his home in Hu County for 2 days. After all, County Magistrate Chui Zhuan knew that he was a member of the Li clan, so he was usually very polite to him. In his opinion, if Li Wangyu was locked up in the county jail, he would not be able to call out to the heavens and the earth. He would just let him suffer in the jail for now. After resting for 2 nights, Sihu Li planned to return to the county office to make some connections and kill Li Wangyu. However, an uninvited guest arrived at his home. An 8th-rank supervisory censor of the censorate, dressed in dark green official robes, led a group of bearers and rushed into Li family's residence in Hu County. The censorate of the Tang dynasty did not only hear about reports, but it also had the power to supervise officials. It was similar to the procuratorate of the modern era and the Commission for Discipline Inspection. The censorate of the Zhen Guan dynasty not only had a prison, but it also handled special cases. For major cases, the censorate, the Ministry of Justice, and the Supreme Court formed 3 divisions to try them. The Supreme Court was in charge of interrogating criminals and drafting sentences. The Ministry of Justice was in charge of reviewing the cases and reporting them to the censorate. Although these censors were of low ranks, they had the power to supervise hundreds of officials. They were the most feared and unpopular officials of the Tang dynasty. Before Sihu Li could react, he was forcefully taken away from the house of the Li clan by the censor, leaving behind a group of crying women and children. When the Li clan leader and clan elders heard the report, they all felt as if they had been struck by lightning on a sunny day. Everyone was at a loss as to what to do. This time, the imperial censorate's punishment was very fast. The Li clan's 7th-rank official joined the army. Several days later, he was demoted and removed from his post, and sent to exile 3,000 li away under the pretext of double public service for personal gain. After this incident, no one else from the Li clan of Hu County became an official. After the censorate took Sihu Li away, the Li clan leader and clan elders were still at a loss as they gathered in the ancestral hall to discuss countermeasures. Then, another group of people rushed out of Chang and headed straight for the Li clan in Hu County. This time, it was the people of the Zongjing Temple who brought along the reprimand and punishment of temple head Li Xiaogong for not caring about the truth for 10,000 years. The Li clan of Huxian, who does not practice personal morals, is to reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors. He is to be grounded, and his imperial family's salary will be halved. In other words, the Li clan was prohibited from leaving the county where they had opened their accounts. They were not even allowed to go to Chang and city. Having the imperial family's salary was a heavy blow. The Tang dynasty still treated their relatives well. Even distant relatives like the Li clan of Hu County were not given titles, but they were still given a generous amount of money every year. For the Li clan leader, his annual salary was the same as that of the founding county magistrate, which was equivalent to the salary of a 5th-rank official. Now that half of their salary was deducted, how could they not feel as if they had lost their parents? Deputy Chow, may I ask why this is? The Li clan leader asked the deputy of the Zongjing Temple with a trembling voice, his face full of disbelief. Deputy Chow had a good temper. He just laughed and cupped his hands, saying, "Mr. Li, you have offended someone you should not have offended. Do you still not understand? The Li clan of Hu County has always been law-abiding. When did we offend anyone?" The Li clan leader still did not understand. In his opinion, his clan had never offended the nobles in Chang and city. "Fool, you have offended a saint." "Saint? What? What have we done? Please enlighten us, Deputy Chow." The Li clan leader was confused. How did they offend Pai Lupi for no reason? He did not have time to wail. He reached out and grabbed the deputy's sleeve, secretly stuffing a gold ingot into his hand. The deputy weighed the 5 taels of gold ingot and laughed. "Mr. Li, do you know Li Wanyu from Dingzhou village?" The Li clan leader was stunned. "Of course I know him." "Why? Does it have something to do with him?" The deputy nodded. "Li Wanyu is now very famous in Chang and city. He is in the emperor's heart. You actually wanted to dig up Li Zhou's grave. Your Li clan even imprisoned him in the Chang and county. Aren't you just looking for trouble?" The Li clan leader muttered. How is this possible? He is only a 16-year-old kid. How can he do this?" The deputy glanced at him. He felt that this kind of person who did not have foresight and only cared about small benefits was a disgrace to the imperial court. However, he still patiently told him what he knew. What happened at the poetry gathering in Xiujiang Lake and Zhang Liang's birthday banquet spread out through various channels. Although the deputy was an official of the Zongjing Temple, he also had a few good friends who were officials in Chang and city. Li Wanyu from Huxian had offended Pai Lupi several times, but nothing had happened. This kind of news had already spread among the nobles of the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu's poems were loved by the scholars and Confucians in Chang and city. Even the most popular songs sung by the prostitutes in Pingkong Square were Li Wangyu's poems. Early this morning, the deputy of the Zongjing Temple, Li Xiaogong, was summoned to the palace by the sage. After returning to the Zongjing Temple, Li Xiaogong angrily called Deputy Chow over and asked him to go to the Li clan in Huxian to reprimand this group of bastards. Hearing the deputy say these things in a low voice, the Li clan leader was so shocked that his scalp went numb. He could not stand steadily and fell to the ground. This child. He couldn't even speak clearly. The deputy saluted him with a slight disdain and left. As far as he was concerned, the Li family of Hu County must have been out of their minds to expel a Qilin like Li Wanyu from the clan. The elders of the Li clan were also stunned. No one would have thought that everything that happened today was because of the young man who was kicked out by them. It was too late to regret. After understanding all of this, the Li clan leader and the other elders seemed to have aged several years in an instant. Their bodies became more bent, and they looked senile. Li Gui suddenly ran in from outside and shouted, "Grandfather!" That bastard Li Wanyu was released by the Chang and county government. Before he could finish his words, he heard a crisp slap. Li Gui covered his rapidly swollen cheek with one hand and looked at the clan leader in disbelief. His grandfather had never hit him even once since he was young. "Bastard, you are not allowed to provoke that Li Jia Xiaolang in the future. You want to kill our entire clan?" The Li clan's patriarch roared at Li Gui with all his might. He used so much force that even his face turned red. Li Gui covered his burning face and cried in grievance. He didn't even understand why he was being beaten. While the Li clan was bustling, Li Wangyu's home was even more bustling. And this bustling was the trouble that Li Wanyu found himself. He had given Ma Zhou a question, and Ma Zhou had solved it. Chapter 140. On the day that Li Wanyu returned home from the county prison, Su Chongqing and the old village chief discussed for a long time. In the end, they more or less decided on the matters of the carriage business partnership. Dingzhou village would invest 1,200 strings of copper coins, 40% of the shares, and the Li family 60%. The 1,200 strings of copper coins would be used to build sturdier and more durable freight carriages, as well as to purchase horses. As for the specific operation of the carriage business, the beautiful boss naturally wouldn't let them have the management rights. Regarding this, neither the old village chief nor Li Wanyu had any objections. In the old village chief's opinion, Miss Su's business methods were simply like Fan Li's reincarnation. This old farmer, who had been farming for his entire life, was simply amazed by Su Chongqing. As for Li Wanyu, there was no need to even mention him. He was originally a subordinate of the beautiful boss in the future. Regarding this woman's business methods, he could only say one word: admiration. Although Li Wanyu didn't want to admit it, the beautiful boss was able to get a 7-figure monthly salary, while he only had a 6-figure annual salary. This was absolutely reasonable. After Su Chongqing transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, she had been holed up at home for almost a month. This really made this elite female professional feel suffocated. She wasn't one of those delicate canaries who didn't step out of the house. Instead, she was a modern woman with a strong career spirit. If she didn't do anything and just stayed in the house all day doing housework, washing clothes, cooking, and taking care of the children, it would be more painful than killing her. Now that she finally had a chance to slightly show off her business skills, how could Su Chongqing let it go? If Li Wanyu dared to say half a word of no, perhaps a bloody case of the Li family would occur. Seeing that Su Chongqing took the initiative to take over the carriage business, the old housekeeper Li Heng and Perrin secretly looked at each other. Both of them secretly let out a sigh of relief. There was no other reason other than the two of them didn't want Li Wanyu to be involved in the business of merchants. Whether it was the old housekeeper Li Heng or the little girl Perrin, they both hoped that their Lang Jun would take the imperial examinations and obtain scholarly honors in the future. Like their old master, he would patrol the heavens and enlighten the people. This was the right path. Merchants, on the other hand, were not allowed to participate in the imperial examination. If Li Wanyu wanted to operate the 4-wheeled carriage, these two people would definitely stand out to dissuade him. Perhaps even Li Heng would try to persuade him again. Now that Madame Su was willing to take over this matter, it couldn't be any better. After the matter was settled, the old villager got up and said goodbye. He had to find the old man in the village to discuss this matter again. After respectfully sending the old village chief out, Li Wanyu drank the Medicine King tea in the central room, but he always felt that he seemed to have forgotten something. Li Wanyu looked left and right for a long time, then suddenly slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about Ma Zhou. After returning home from the county yamen, he almost forgot about Ma Zhou's existence. It was really embarrassing. Ever since Ma Zhou was kidnapped by Li Wanyu and brought back to the Li family, he had been holed up in his room, fiddling with the weighing apparatus and copper coins, as if he was possessed. Even his meals were brought in by the maidservants. Ma Zhou didn't even know that Li Wanyu had been locked up in the county yamen prison. He was wholeheartedly trying to solve the problem that Li Wanyu had given him. The beautiful superior was also helpless against Ma Zhou's desperate spirit. She could only instruct the maidservants to take good care of him and let him be. Chongqing, is Ma Zhou okay? The beautiful superior was speechless and rolled her eyes. You finally remembered that there is still someone in the family? You are really good. After bringing Ma Zhou back, you didn't care about him at all. He is fine. Every day, he will be in his room calculating the 12 copper coins. You are so wicked. Let's see how you will explain if Ma Zhou gets sick. Li Wanyu smiled sheepishly and said, "Hee, I was also forced into a corner." Who asked him to suddenly think of taking someone as his master? Before he finished his words, he heard a figure running in from outside the central room. As he ran, he shouted, "Teacher, teacher, I calculated it. Ha! I calculated it." This voice involuntarily caused Li Wanyo's face to turn white. Su Chongqing, who was at the side, lightly covered his red lips with his hand, smiling until his eyes were curved. This person, he really couldn't be nagged. Li Wanyo's face was bitter. He looked at Ma Zhou, whose eyes were red and hair was messy. "Brother Bin Wang, don't worry about that problem. Come, try the Medicine King tea. This is made by the old immortal Sun Simiao himself. It is very rare." He wanted to change the topic, but before he could finish, Ma Zhou rushed to the table, grabbed the teacup, and drank it in one gulp. Ma Zhou put the empty teacup on the table and wiped his mouth with his sleeve. He didn't care what he had just drunk and put a piece of paper in front of Li Wanyu. "Teacher, please take a look. You only need to divide the 12 copper coins into 3 groups." Ma Zhou explained the correct answer that he had finally figured out after thinking hard for a few days. The solution to this problem was so difficult, but it made Ma Zhou even more determined to take Li Wanyu as his teacher. Li Wanyu really didn't expect that Ma Zhou could really solve this logical reasoning problem. This made him feel a little awkward. Brother Bin Wang, this problem, yes, your answer is correct. Come, have some tea, have some tea. Li Wanyu wanted to change the topic again. Ma Zhou didn't give him the chance. He stared at Li Wanyu seriously and asked, "Teacher, can you accept a disciple now?" Hearing Ma Zhou's words, Li Wanyu felt a headache coming on. He looked at Su Chongqing for help, hoping that she could help him say a few words to resolve the situation. The current situation was too awkward. Su Chongqing smiled sweetly and said to Ma Zhou, "Ma Zhou, Wanyu will keep his word." "How can a man not keep his word? A gentleman keeps his word. What the hell? Surnamed Su, don't think that you can hit someone when they're down just because you're good-looking." Li Wanyu almost choked to death by Su Chongqing's words. Was that what he meant? He looked at Ma Zhou with a bitter face. "Brother Bin Wang, let's discuss this matter again." However, Ma Zhou replied firmly, "Teacher, Lady Su said that a gentleman's word cannot be taken back. Is there really no room for discussion? No room for discussion. You force me to do this." Li Wanyu suddenly stood up, scaring Su Chongqing and Ma Zhou. What was he doing? He suddenly touched his stomach with his hand and said with an exaggerated expression, "Ouch, my stomach hurts. Brother Bin Wang, I have to go to the toilet. I'll be back soon." As soon as he finished speaking, Li Wanyu turned around and ran to the backyard. His speed was as fast as lightning. Even Niu Yong felt that his Lang Jun was agile and had a good talent for martial arts. Seeing Li Wanyu shamelessly use the defecation escape, the beautiful superior blushed. It wasn't because she was shy, but because she was angry at this lazy guy. She asked you to accept a disciple, not to commit crimes. Was it so difficult? Su Chongqing said to the dumbstruck Ma Zhou. "Ma Zhou, you wait a moment. I will go and catch him." After saying that, he stood up, his small waist swaying as he walked towards the rear courtyard. Li Wanyu hid in the bathroom in the backyard for a while. He felt that he could hide for a while. Just as he opened the bathroom door sneakily and was about to sneak back to his room, a slender hand reached out from behind the door. Before Li Wanyu could react, the hand grabbed his ear and twisted it gently. Above Dingzhou village, there was a mournful howl that made those who heard it cry, and those who heard it cry. Chapter 141. The beautiful boss grabbed Li Wanyu's ear and laughed happily. "Chongqing, let go. My ear is going to fall off." Su Chongqing glared at him angrily. "And let go. Are you going to run or not?" "No, I'm not going to run." "Chongqing, what are you doing? Don't you know what I majored in college?" If I become Ma Zhou's teacher, what can I teach him? Li Wangyu rubbed his red ear speechlessly. This little girl really hit him hard. Su Chongqing stroked her hair. Since you promised him, there's no reason to go back on your word now. As for what to teach, isn't it simple? Astronomy, geography, physics, and mathematics are all fine. In fact, Su Chongqing also had her own thoughts. Since she knew that Ma Zhou's future was limitless, Su Chongqing was naturally willing to play matchmaker if he wanted to worship Li Wangyu as his teacher. Since ancient times, the relationship between master and disciple was second only to that between father and son. As the saying went, my parents gave birth to me and my master taught me. If Ma Zhou worshipped Li Wangyu as his teacher, when he entered the imperial court of the Tang dynasty in the future, would the Li family still be afraid of being bullied? Su Chongqing knew that Li Wangyu had no intention of pursuing an official career, and she also didn't want Li Wangyu to be an official. But this time, a mere 7th-rank official had joined the army and almost caused Li Wangyu and Dingzhou village to hover between life and death. Su Chongqing was somewhat afraid. The Tang dynasty was not a legal society like later generations. In the era of officials, the saying, the county magistrate who destroys the family and the magistrate who destroys the family was not a joke. Since that was the case, where could she find such a good thing to get a strong backer for her family in the future? In fact, Li Wangyu understood all the thoughts of the beautiful boss. He just didn't think that he could teach Ma Zhou, a famous person in the Tang dynasty. After a moment of silence, Li Wangyu finally nodded helplessly. He followed Su Chongqing back to the central room. Ma Zhou couldn't help but be overjoyed. Teacher, are you willing to accept me? Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. Since you insist on becoming my disciple, then don't blame me for teaching you astray in the future. He nodded and asked solemnly, Brother Bin Wang, have you thought it through? I really don't have anything to teach you. All I know is some miscellaneous things like essays, poems, political theories, laws, scriptures, and moi. I'm not good at these. Li Wangyu also didn't want to cheat Ma Zhou. The knowledge he had was basically useless in the Tang dynasty. Whether it was to participate in the imperial examination or become an official, it was useless. Ma Zhou didn't hesitate at all. He directly knelt down and kowtowed to Li Wangyu 3 times. I'm willing to learn. It's my honor to be taught by you. Seeing Ma Zhou so determined, Li Wangyu didn't argue. In that case, I'll accept you as my disciple. Get up. Hearing Li Wangyu's words, Ma Zhou couldn't help smiling. He went to the table and poured a cup of tea. He respectfully handed it to Li Wangyu. This was the tea for the apprenticeship ceremony. Li Wangyu took the teacup, took a sip, and put it back on the table. It was the completion of the apprenticeship ceremony. Since ancient times in Huaxia, the apprenticeship ceremony was like this. The establishment of the apprenticeship relationship was relatively simple. It was just a ceremony of admiration and cultivation. There was no formal apprenticeship ceremony. Brother Bin Wang, Li Wangyu just opened his mouth, but was interrupted by Li Zhou. Teacher, since I've already been apprenticed, you can call me Bin Wang. Li Wangyu smiled and nodded. Bin Wang, I know a little about astronomy, geography, physics, and mathematics. Which aspect do you want to learn? Ma Zhou was stunned. Astronomy, geography, physics, and mathematics? The little teacher he apprenticed to knew a lot. He was excited and deeply bowed. If possible, I want to learn all of them. Li Wangyu nodded and was about to send Ma Zhou back to rest. Suddenly, he remembered that in a TV series, when a master accepted a disciple, he would say something pretentious to teach him a lesson. He thought for a moment and thought of a sentence. Bin Wang, you can stay in my residence and learn slowly. I only have one sentence for you. Constantly strive for self-improvement and be virtuous. I hope Bin Wang will remember it in your heart. Constantly strive for self-improvement and be virtuous. Ma Zhou heard it and couldn't help but murmur. His eyes lit up. Teacher, this is the Qian hexagram and the Kuan hexagram in the Book of Changes. A gentleman should be unyielding, not avoid difficulties, and constantly strive for self-improvement. A gentleman should increase his virtue and be tolerant of all things. Thank you, teacher, for your advice. I will remember it. Li Wanyu pretended to be profound and smiled, but didn't say anything. After Ma Zhou left, the beautiful superior leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Wicked or not, copying the motto of Tsinghua University and using it as a lesson for your own disciple." The phrase, constantly strive for self-improvement and be virtuous, was the famous motto of Tsinghua University in the future. It was put forward by Liang Qichao in a speech at Tsinghua University. "Hee, why don't you think of a better one for me?" Li Wanyu replied with a smile. The beautiful superior rolled her eyes at him and got up to leave. However, she was stopped by Li Wanyu. "What? Don't go. Help me think of what to teach Ma Zhou. How to do the lesson plan." Li Wanyu pulled the beautiful superior's sleeve and said. Su Chongqing wrinkled her small and tall nose and snorted discontentedly. "Humph! What does this have to do with me?" Li Wanyu said angrily. "Why doesn't it have anything to do with you? Just now you forced me to accept Ma Zhou as my disciple. Now you can't run away. Besides, I'm just a second-tier e-commerce major. I can't compare with you, a graduate of the business administration major of the University of Pennsylvania. You can't leave me in the lurch." Su Chongqing had no choice but to agree with him. They went to the study of the inner courtyard and began to recall and record on paper what modern knowledge could be taught to Ma Zhou. Li Wanyu said that he was unwilling to accept a disciple, but in fact, he was so happy in his heart that he almost sang a song. It was really a sense of achievement for a historical celebrity like Ma Zhou to worship him as a teacher. The cynical man had already begun to think about how he should train the prime minister of the Tang dynasty, so he couldn't wait to ask Su Chongqing to write the lesson plan with him. For his disciple, Li Wanyu only had a little worry in his heart. That was Ma Zhou's life was not long. Li Wanyu remembered that Ma Zhou was originally absurd and unruly for a period of time, and now it was his dormant period. In the 5th year of Jingguan, Pai Lupi ordered hundreds of officials to write to discuss the gains and losses of the imperial government, and Ma Zhou would soar to the sky. In the 22nd year of Jingguan, Ma Zhou died of illness at the age of 48. Li Wanyu was a little depressed when he thought of this and wondered if he should find a way. He wanted his disciple to live a longer life. If only he had fooled Sun Simiao at that time. Li Wanyu couldn't help sighing. Su Chongqing looked at him curiously. "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about why I didn't keep the old Taoist Sun Simiao, the king of medicine. What a pity." He didn't know that Sun Simiao, the king of medicine, had walked into the trap and built a Taoist temple on the hillside of his home in Dingzhou village. After returning from transporting official grain from Yinzhou, the beautiful boss forgot to tell him about it. After that, a lot of messy things happened, and he forgot about it. The beautiful boss's beautiful eyes flickered a few times, and she covered her mouth and chuckled. "It's simple." Before she finished speaking, she heard the old butler Li Heng gently knocking on the door. "Lang Jun, there are guests in Chang." And Li Wanyu was a little surprised. Why were there guests again? Was it Chung Chumo and his group of playboys? "Who's here?" "Yen Liben, Yen Xiaojian, is from Jiangzhou." Chapter 142. Li Heng's reply made Li Wanyu somewhat stunned. "Yen Liben, a famous politician and painter in the early Tang dynasty who was famous for his paintings. Several of his later works were handed down from generation to generation. Li Wanyu was naturally interested in making friends with such a famous person from the Tang dynasty. But why would Yen Liben suddenly come from Chang and to Dingzhou village to visit him for no reason? He had never met him before, so why did Yen Liben visit him? Even the beautiful boss knew about Yen Liben's reputation. When she was studying in the United States, she once went to the Boston Art Museum and saw Yen Liben's Emperor's painting. Hearing that Yen Liben was visiting, the beautiful boss also got up and followed him out, wanting to see the style of a famous person. In the central room, a young man in a scholar's robe was sitting beside a few tables. Li Wanyu felt that he looked familiar at first sight. After thinking for a while, he recalled that this young man was the one who commented on his sketch Goddess Luo's painting in Zhang Liang's mansion that day. It turned out that he was Yen Liben, so it's junior supervisor Yen. Zio didn't go out to meet you. I hope junior supervisor Yen can forgive me. Li Wanyu cupped his hands and greeted Yen Liben. After both sides greeted each other, Li Wanyu introduced Su Chongqing to Yen Liben. After some formalities, Li Wanyu curiously asked, "Junior Supervisor Yen, what's the matter today?" Yen Liben straightened his clothes and directly knelt down to Li Wanyu. "Liben came uninvited today. I'm here to take you as my master." His words were like a thunderclap, shocking Li Wanyu and Su Chongqing to the point that they were both stunned. "You also want to take him as your master? What's wrong with you today?" "Ma Zhou just took him as his master. Why is this Yen Liben, who I don't know, also like this? Are you all bewitched?" Li Wanyu twisted his stiff neck and looked at the beautiful boss beside him. The meaning in his eyes was, "Did I hear it wrong?" Su Chongqing was also speechless. He carefully sized up Li Wanyu. He was still that delicate and pretty 16-year-old youth. He didn't exude any aura of a bastard. "Why do you say that, young Master Yen? What can I teach you?" Li Wanyu felt a little dizzy. Yen Liben, however, bowed respectfully. "Liben wishes to be Xiaolang's disciple. I wish to learn how to paint." His words stunned Li Wanyu and Su Chongqing even more. Yen Liben went to Li Wanyu to learn painting? It felt as if Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo had come to him to learn how to play football, or Michael Schumacher had come to him to learn how to drive. Who was Yen Liben? Not only was he a famous painter in the early Tang dynasty, but even in the history of Huaxia, Yen Liben was not in the top 3, but he was in the top 10. He was like a god of painting. And such a great Yen Liben went to Li Wangyu's house and told him, a 16-year-old youth, that he wanted to learn painting from him. Wasn't this an international joke? For a moment, Li Wanyu had several thoughts in his mind. Was this Yen Liben a fake? But he did see this man in Zhang Liang's mansion. He was obviously a nobleman of the Tang dynasty. Did Yen Liben drink too much today? He sniffed carefully and didn't seem to smell of alcohol. Did he have a fever or was he confused? It seemed that Yen Liben was full of energy and had no illness or disaster. Li Wanyu couldn't figure out what was wrong with Yen Liben. He could only ask helplessly, "Yen Xiaojian, don't make trouble. I still want to learn painting from you. Are you kidding me?" Yen Liben didn't seem to be joking at all. Instead, he bowed again very seriously. "Xiaolang, Kuan, Liben isn't kidding. I sincerely want to be your disciple and learn painting from you." Li Wanyu was speechless. "What can I teach you?" Yen Liben immediately took out a scroll from his chest. He opened it carefully as if it was a rare treasure. Seeing the picture on the scroll, the beautiful boss couldn't help but exclaim softly. Then her face turned crimson. She secretly stretched out 2 slender fingers and pinched the soft flesh on Li Wangyu's waist. Li Wanyu also cried out. It was not because of anything else, but because he was really in pain from the pinch. Where did this little girl learn such a sinister trick? On the scroll, there was a framed portrait of a naked woman. This was one of the 2 naked sketches that Li Wanyu drew when he went to Chang, and to earn money to buy food. At that time, one of the 2 sketches was sold to the fatty Cho Kuan. The other one was not sold. Later, Li Wanyu gave it to Cho Kuan, and this naked sketch, the beautiful boss knew at a glance that it was drawn by Li Wanyu. In the Tang dynasty, and even in the whole world, at this time, no one except Li Wanyu would draw this sketch. She fiercely glared at Li Wanyu. Stinky hooligan, he actually drew a naked woman. Li Wanyu also felt his face burning. How could this thing he did be exposed by Yen Liben? How could he endure this? Cough, Yen Xiaojian, what do you mean by this drawing? Li Wanyu pretended to cough lightly. Yen Liben acted as if he had seen a priceless treasure. His fingers lightly stroked the scroll. Xiaolang, Kuan, this drawing was made by you, right? Li Ben wants to learn this unique painting technique. I hope Mr. can teach me. Li Wanyu subconsciously prepared to refuse. In front of the beautiful boss, no matter what, he could not admit that this drawing of a naked woman was drawn by him. Although everyone was well aware, he did not intend to admit it. Yen Xiaojian, why do you say this? This drawing is very unique. This is also the first time I've seen it. How can I teach you any drawing technique? Yen Liben raised his head in shock and asked in confusion, Xiaolang Kuan at Chongping County Duke's residence. Wasn't it you who presented the goddess of Luo painting? Why do you say this is the first time you've seen it? Li Wanyu was choked by his words. He almost choked to death on his own saliva. F***CK, I forgot about this. Cough, cough, cough. This is the second time I've seen it. But I went to the Cho residence. Duke Cho admitted that this drawing was made by Xiaolang Kuan and gave it to me. Yen Liben said with a smile, his eyes revealing a trace of craftiness. Li Wanyu was speechless. He thought that Yen Liben was an honest person. He could imagine that as a 4th-rank assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice, a junior supervisor, going to a merchant family like the Cho family to ask about him. The Cho family might not keep it a secret for him. The truth was so. Yen Liben could tell that the drawing that Li Wanyu made was not an ancient drawing. However, he was smart enough not to say anything. After the birthday banquet at Zhang Liang's residence, he went to the Cho family in Chang, and who presented the drawing. Using this point, he was able to trick Cho Yuan Liang into revealing that the person who drew the drawing was Li Wanyu from Hu County who presented the drawing that day. This drawing was also sold to him by the Cho family. After receiving the drawing, Yen Liben loved it so much that he could not put it down. He framed it and studied it every day. He also tried to copy it, but he could not get the hang of it. After studying it for many days, Yen Liben finally could not hold back his desire for this unique drawing technique and came to ask for a master. After the beautiful superior came back to her senses, she kept blinking at Li Wanyu. There was only one meaning: quickly accept this disciple. Chapter 143. In the eyes of the beautiful superior, one sheep was the same as herding a flock of sheep. Ma Zhou was just a potential stock, while Yen Liben was a blue chip. A 4th-rank official wanted to be Li Wangyu's disciple. Where else could you find such a good deal? Li Wanyu hesitated. It wasn't that he didn't want to teach him sketching skills, but he suddenly thought of a sentence that Yen Liben once said to his descendants in history. Old Tang Dynasty. The biography of Yen Liben recorded, when I was young, I was fond of reading. Fortunately, I was spared from facing the wall. But with my insight, there is no greater humiliation than being a servant. You should be warned not to learn this. This was what Yen Liben said himself. He meant that he had read books and poems since he was a child. Whether it was writing or discussing policy, he was definitely not inferior to his colleagues. Now, he also held an important position, but because he was good at drawing, he was called a painter and was ordered around like a lowly servant. He felt deeply humiliated by this, and they should also learn from it. Don't let this small trick bring shame to them. Li Wanyu once saw Yen Liben say this in a history book. He deeply sighed about the low status of painters in the Tang dynasty. Even Yen Liben, who used to be a prime minister, felt that being a painter was a disgrace, let alone other people. So when he heard that Yen Liben wanted to learn sketching skills from him, Li Wanyu was very hesitant. He felt that he should persuade Yen Liben not to be obsessed with this small trick so that he wouldn't regret it in the future. Young Master Yen, drawing is just a small trick. Why be obsessed with it? It's fine if you're bored. If young Master Yen is really interested, we can exchange ideas. There's no need to be a disciple. In response to Li Wangyu's sincere persuasion, Yen Liben was silent for a moment before he said in a deep voice, "I appreciate Mr. Xiaolang's kindness. Although drawing is just a small trick, I love it deeply and have never thought of giving it up. So please accept me as your disciple and teach me drawing skills, Mr. Xiaolang." "Young Master Yen, I'm just a commoner and I'm only 16 years old. If you want to take me as your master, it won't be good for your reputation," Li Wanyu persuaded again. "Don't worry about it. Confucius said, among the three of us, there is bound to be a teacher. Choose the good one and follow him. Xiaolang, Kun is skilled in martial arts. Since I am your disciple, it has nothing to do with age or official position. Please grant my wish, Xiaolang, Kun." Fine, it's this sentence again. Why is it the same emphasis as ma zhou? In the face of such a stubborn artist, Li Wanyu had nothing to say. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. "Damn it, isn't it just accepting a disciple? Since I have already accepted ma zhou, I don't mind accepting another Yen Liben." Seeing that Li Wanyu really agreed, Yen Liben couldn't help but be overjoyed. Ignoring his age and official position, he immediately knelt down respectfully and kowtowed to Li Wanyu. Then, he poured tea for Yen Liben, completing the ceremony. Within a day, their Langjun had accepted 2 disciples. This made the old housekeeper and the others smile so widely that they couldn't close their mouths. For them, ma zhou wasn't a big deal, but Yen Liben was a 4th-rank official. For such a person to become their Longjuan's disciple, Li Heng and the Niu brothers couldn't help but straighten their backs. Especially Niu Wu, his admiration for his elder brother was unparalleled. No wonder his elder brother wanted to become a member of the Li family. His foresight, TSK, there was nothing to say. Previously, the county magistrate of Cham, and county was only a 6th-rank official, but he dared to order people around. Now that a 4th-rank official had become his Longjuan's disciple, let's see who would dare to cause trouble for the Li family in Dingzhou village. Li Wanyu found Ma zhou and introduced him to Yen Liben. Hearing that the other party had become Li Wangyu's disciple, Xiaolang's disciple, Ma zhou, and Yen Liben both felt a sense of closeness. Student Ma zhou, courtesy name Bin Wang, greets brother Liben. Haha, student Yen Liben greets brother Bin Wang. The 2 of them were the same age and had become Li Wangyu's disciple on the same day. This made the 2 of them feel like they hit it off. However, the way the 2 of them addressed each other made the beautiful superior open her mouth wide and look at Li Wanyu in disbelief. "Student, why don't you just say hello? You also transmigrated. What are the 2 of them talking about?" Student Su Chongqing bit Li Wangyu's ear and asked softly. Li Wanyu was stunned for a moment and then laughed loudly. After a long time, he explained in a low voice, "Student isn't something that only exists in the future. It's in the Book of Han. People who are under the same teacher can be called students. Su Chongqing knew that she had made a mistake again. Her face turned slightly red, and her fingers secretly pinched Li Wangyu's waist. Li Wangyu wanted to slap himself. How could a beautiful woman be made fun of so casually? This was retribution. After Yan Liben became his disciple, Li Wangyu didn't hide anything and introduced him to the basics of sketching. Ma Zhou also listened with great interest. Although he wasn't good at painting, he knew how to play the zither, go calligraphy, and painting. Naturally, he wasn't unfamiliar with painting. After seeing the sketch of a naked woman brought by Yan Liben, Ma Zhou was once again amazed by Li Wangyu. He even asked Yan Liben for the sketch shamelessly, but was mercilessly rejected by Yan Liben. Therefore, Li Wangyu taught Yan Liben the skills of sketching and painting. Ma Zhou also listened and learned from him. He felt more and more that his decision to become Li Wangyu's disciple today was very correct. Sure enough, there were still many things in this little teacher's mind that were worth learning. After Yan Liben and Ma Zhou heard about three-dimensional perspective, light and shadow projection, and other sketching techniques, their eyes lit up. These were things that they had never learned or touched before when they were learning to paint. Teacher, how long do you think you can teach me these? Yan Liben rubbed his hands excitedly and said, Li Wangyu was speechless. He was really a painting addict. He couldn't wait to learn new skills. Seeing that it was still early, he simply asked Li Heng to get charcoal and paper and started the first painting lesson in the history of the Tang dynasty. When the sun set in the west, Yan Liben reluctantly said goodbye and left, because the civil servants of the Tang dynasty had to go to bed every 10 days. Yan Liben could only come to Dingzhou village once every 10 days to learn sketching from Li Wangyu. This made him very annoyed that he had too little time. Ma Zhou was very proud of this. He lived in the teacher's house and could ask for advice at any time. After Yan Liben left, Li Wangyu looked at Ma Zhou, who was packing up his painting tools, and then remembered what Su Chongqing wanted to say in the study. Chongqing, what were you talking about in the study room earlier? What is simple? The beautiful boss smiled and said, Oh, I forgot to tell you before. I gave away the hillside land at home. What? Gave it away? Who did you give it to? Li Wangyu was shocked. This prodigal woman, he couldn't keep it anymore. She actually gave away a piece of land that was worth 1,000 strings of coins. King of Medicine, Sun Simiao. As soon as Su Chongqing said this, Li Wangyu immediately froze for a few seconds. Old Taoist Sun Simiao, what does he want that land for? Taoist temple. Li Wangyu immediately understood. He laughed a few times, pulled the beautiful boss, and ran out of the door. Let's go, take me to see it. Chapter 144. Under the setting sun, smoke rose from kitchen chimneys in Noda's Dingzhou village. The farmers who had worked in the fields for a day carried their tools and animals back to the village in exhaustion, but they had smiles on their faces. Chickens crowed and dogs barked in the village. The half-grown children played with each other and ran around. Occasionally, they would be yelled at by their elders to go home for dinner. There was a naughty child who tore his pants while climbing a tree and exposed his, but the adults caught him and spanked him a few times. They scolded him as they dragged him home, causing the two to roar with laughter. When the farmers saw Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing, they all showed bright smiles and warmly greeted them. When the men of Guangzhong ate, they were used to holding large bowls and squatting outside the houses to chat and eat. While it was a simple meal and there was no meat or fish, they ate with great satisfaction. Roars of laughter occasionally came from the crowd. Some farmers saw Li Wangyu and the others and warmly invited them to eat at their homes. The two of them declined with a smile. Li Wangyu, who had been in a hurry to go to the slope to see the situation, slowed down his steps in front of this idyllic poem that no artist could paint. He slowly walked with Su Chongqing through the village. A smile uncontrollably rose to the corners of their mouths. Wang Yu, don't you feel that the atmosphere in the village seems to be a little different? The beautiful boss suddenly asked. Wang Yu stilled and did not understand what she was referring to. Su Chongqing smiled and explained, when we first came to Dingzhou village, while we were warmly welcomed by the villagers, I felt that everyone in the village had a layer of bitterness on their faces. Now, it hasn't even been a month, but the villagers are smiling even more. Wang Yu carefully considered her words. It seemed to be true. Su Chongqing continued, Wang Yu, this is actually all your work. Me? What does it have to do with me? Wang Yu did not understand. You came up with the water wheel, so the farmers didn't have to work so hard to carry water. You also lent 20 oxen to the village. This time, the corvée labor also allowed everyone to earn money. Adding all these together, these simple farmers naturally felt that their lives were better. Naturally, I'm in a good mood now, that I'm living well. The beautiful boss's words made Wang Yu somewhat embarrassed. He smiled sheepishly. Actually, I didn't think about that. Su Chongqing suddenly said seriously, Wang Yu, do you and I have the ability to let everyone in Dingzhou village live a good life? Could these simple and honest villagers live to the end of their lives, be useful to the strong, and be good to the young? Can you turn Dingzhou village into a paradise of the Tang dynasty? Why do you suddenly think so? Wang Yu was somewhat puzzled. Why would Su Chongqing suddenly say this? The land is flat and spacious, and the houses are upright. There are fertile fields, beautiful ponds, mulberry and bamboo trees. Along the crisscrossed paths, chickens and dogs could be heard. Among them, the people who come and go, the men in women's clothes are known as outsiders. Yellow hair hangs down, and happy. Su Chongqing suddenly recited a passage from a text she learned in middle school, Peach Blossom Spring. Then she turned to look at Wang Yu with a smile in her eyes. Because I suddenly fell in love with this land. Her words made Wang Yu slightly stunned. He seemed to understand something and couldn't help but reach out to hold his beautiful boss's soft hand. Chongqing, you will. Dingzhou village will definitely become a paradise of the Tang dynasty. I promise you. Whether it was Wang Yu or Su Chongqing, they both had their own relatives in the modern world. Wang Yu's parents were still alive, but they could no longer see each other. It was the same for Su Chongqing. Her parents, her friends, and her life had all become impossible to find because of this inexplicable transmigration. Everything had become memories. Wang Yu heard Perrin whisper to him several times that Sister Su secretly cried alone in bed at night. He knew that his beautiful boss was homesick. She missed the home that she couldn't go back to after more than 1,300 years. Therefore, Su Chongqing had always resisted the fact that she had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. In her heart, this was an unreal dream. Everything was like a game. However, the rural life of Dingzhou village that was full of life finally made her like this place. She fell in love with this place. Therefore, she hoped that this place could become the peach blossom spring in her heart. Su Chongqing hoped that Dingzhou village could be turned into a paradise. Wasn't this also a kind of escape from reality? Ask what era it was now, but don't know the Han dynasty, whether it was Wei or Jin. Wang Yu held Su Chongqing's hand. The two silently looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer. It was as if they could feel each other's heartbeat. Ha! Li Jia Xiaolang is embarrassed. Wang Yu and Su Chongqing both turned their heads in surprise. They saw a group of small children in the village surrounding them. They were making funny faces and singing nursery rhymes. The beautiful boss immediately realized that her hand was still held by Li Wangyu. She couldn't help but blush and struggled to break free. One must know that this was still the Tang dynasty. It wasn't the era where men and women hugged and kissed on the streets of the modern world. The two of them holding hands in the village could be considered a very out-of-line action. Therefore, these half-grown children in the village all ran over to watch the commotion. Even the villagers who were squatting at the door chatting and eating in the distance occasionally let out kind laughter. This made Su Chongqing's face burn even more. He glared at Li Wangyu reproachfully before turning around and running back home. Li Wangyu was thick-skinned. He smiled at the group of children and said, "You little brats, what do you know? Do you know what a wife is?" "I know, it's a wife. My father said that he would marry a wife for me in the future." A little brat shouted, causing the surrounding children to start to kick up a fuss. Li Wangyu smiled and patted their heads intimately. Then he turned around and chased after the beautiful boss. In front of a beautiful woman, there was no need to look at the old Taoist's lousy temple. "Chongqing, wait for me." "Hee, why are you running?" Li Wangyu shouted shamelessly, but it made Su Chongqing walk faster. The beautiful boss let go of the knot in her heart, and the relationship between Li Wangyu and her quickly warmed up. When no one was around, Li Wangyu had already touched first base. From time to time, he could hold the beautiful boss's smooth and tender hand. However, it was limited to this. Although Su Chongqing studied in the United States, her thoughts were quite traditional. Li Wangyu wanted to go one step further and hit second base, but he didn't succeed. This made him feel very regretful. A home run was far away in the future. Su Chongqing began to busy herself with the four-wheeled carriage company of Dingzhou Village. She put in a lot of enthusiasm for this matter. The Li family and Dingzhou Village's partnership to open a four-wheeled carriage company had been unanimously agreed by the villagers. Many villagers were even grateful for the Li family's decision. They thought that the Li family was benevolent and wanted to make the whole village rich together. Recently, the beautiful boss would lead Niu Yong and the old village to Chang and city at dawn. They would only come back at sunset. They were very busy. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was very idle every day. Other than taking some time to teach Ma Zhou, he would ride around the village on his horse. He also went to the construction site of Sun Simiao's Taoist temple on his own hillside. He also met Lu Xunwei, which made him very surprised. Li Wangyu also patted his chest and promised Lu Xunwei that after the Taoist temple was completed, he would let Yan Liben paint the murals for the temple. This made Lu Xunwei have a good impression of Li Wangyu. The two of them felt like old friends at first sight. They regretted not knowing each other earlier. In his spare time, Li Wangyu either went fishing by the Gan River or played mahjong with Ma Zhou and Lu Xunwei at home. His days were very comfortable. However, after a few days of leisure, a group of troubles came to his door. Chapter 145. They were called a group of troublemakers because they came in groups. The Chung brothers, the Du brothers, the Yuqi twins, Fang Yai, Wei Shuyu, Chai Lingwu, Niu Zhengping, a large group of the top playboys of the Tang dynasty came to Dingzhou Village and captured Li Wangyu alive. "Ha, Zio, you brat! Why didn't you go to Chang and to find your brothers after being released from prison in Chang? And you deserve a beating. Let's go to Chang and drink. We're not going home until we're drunk." Chung Chumo dragged Li Wangyu out of the house and pushed him onto the back of a horse. Li Wangyu saw the situation and knew that he could not escape today. So he resigned himself to his fate. He laughed and greeted the group of playboys. And then the group of them rode towards Chang, and Li Wangyu was actually very willing to make friends with this group of top playboys of the Tang dynasty. It was not that Li Wangyu was snobbish, but that this group of playboys was to his liking. They were unpretentious, straightforward, just like the group of good friends he had in the university in his previous life. No one despised Li Wangyu because he had nothing to his name. No one despised his poor family background or the fact that he was in debt. Although Li Wangyu was somewhat talented, his status was still far from that of these foppish sons of rich families at the moment. Even so, this group of playboys was willing to cause trouble in the Chang and county government for him, and they were even willing to sit in prison and drink with him. Li Wangyu could not say anything about such playboys. The group of playboys rode into Chang, and laughing, when the colonel guarding the illustrious Virtue Gate saw this group of playboys, he hurriedly ordered the soldiers to move aside. He even chased away the caravans that were queuing to pass the customs to make way for them. This was the first time Li Wangyu entered Chang, and without going through the public inspection, and he also enjoyed the treatment of a privileged class. Although the playboys loved to play around, they did not dare to gallop their horses after entering Chang and city. They all obediently reined in their horses and moved forward slowly. In Chang and city, no one dared to gallop on horseback except to deliver urgent official documents. If they were caught by the patrolling marquis, he would not let them go just because they were the sons of important ministers of the marquis. They might even be beaten. Li Wangyu thought that they were going to the restaurant in the East City to drink, but he didn't expect that they would lead him to the West City. When the group of wastrels dismounted in front of a wine shop, Li Wangyu suddenly thought of something. His face couldn't help but flush, his heart beating wildly. He was here to drink wine with girls. Li Wangyu wasn't a pure and innocent virgin in his previous life. When he was running errands for clients, he often went to all kinds of nightclubs. However, how could those nightclubs of the future be compared with the taverns of the Hu people in Chang and City and West City of the Tang Dynasty? This place was full of foreign girls. Huji. In the taverns of the West City, there were many Huji. Moreover, their singing and dancing skills were exquisite and full of strong exotic charm, attracting countless literati to stop and indulge in wine and women. Even Li Bai wrote a poem for the taverns of the West City. In the woolen year, young men in the East City, silver saddles and white horses ride the spring breeze. Where do the falling flowers travel? Laughing into the Huji wine shop. It could be seen that the banished, immortal Li Bai was also a romantic figure. In the Tang Dynasty, Huji referred to the Sogdian women of the western region, who were also Persians. However, there were also women from Tokaria, Central Asia, India, and even distant Europe who were called Huji in the Tang Dynasty. The Tang Dynasty was prosperous, and the Silk Road endlessly transported wealth between the East and the West. Besides spices and gems, the goods transported from the West City to the Tang Dynasty were mostly female slaves. The profits were 5 times that of silk, so the profiteering caravans continuously sold all kinds of female slaves from the West City to the Tang Dynasty. Huji were very popular in the Tang Dynasty. Whether it was merchants or nobles, they didn't mind buying a few beautiful Huji at home. The Huji in the taverns of the Hu people not only had to sell wine as prostitutes, but they were also forced to provide all kinds of services such as drinking, singing, dancing, and even sexual services. They were not much different from prostitutes. The Silk Road was the nightmare of these young women in the West City. Driven by the huge profits, these beautiful women were given away and played with like goods. In the end, they died in a foreign land, never to return to their homeland. The Tang Dynasty poet, Li, he once wrote in the Song of the Dragon, at night, "The curly-haired Huji has green eyes. The sound seems to come from the sky, and the beauty under the moon cries for home." In this regard, Li Wangyu could only sigh in his heart, but he didn't want to be a savior and save these pitiful Huji from their tragic fate. Seeing Li Wangyu in a daze at the entrance of the tavern, Fang Yai went forward and put his arm around his shoulder. Brother Zio, why are you in a daze? Come in quickly. Maybe it's because Li Jia Xiaolang is still a virgin. Ha! Chai Lingwu teased. The Yuqi twins also chimed in. Ha ha, that should be the case. Today, we brothers will treat you and find you a beautiful huji so you can enjoy what it means to be a man. Li Wanyu was speechless. This group of scum. He gave them the middle finger to express his disdain, but forgot that in the Tang dynasty there was no international language like the middle finger. Wanyu, what do you mean by giving us the middle finger? Wei Shuyu asked curiously. Li Wanyu was embarrassed and hurriedly explained, it means to call you brothers. This is called sign language. The group of wastrels didn't suspect anything. They also thought it was fun and gave him the middle finger. Seeing Cheng Chumo laughing happily at his two younger brothers' middle fingers, Li Wanyu was sweating like a waterfall. What a sin! Fortunately, Li Wanyu was the youngest in the group, so no one gave him the middle finger, and he escaped a disaster. However, Li Wanyu wasn't completely spouting nonsense. In sign language, the middle finger really did mean that he was an elder brother, and it meant that he would become the pillar of the family. The group of wastrels gave each other the middle finger and clustered around each other as they entered the tavern. The Hu taverns in Shi City were expensive. Those who weren't from influential families or merchant families wouldn't dare to patronize them. As soon as the large group entered the tavern, several young and beautiful Huji girls came out to greet them and led them to an elegant pavilion. Under the attentive service of the Huji girls, everyone took off their boots and went to the banquet. Chung Chumo directly waved his hand and said, "Call the best Huji girls for me. If you dare to use any ugly ones to make up the numbers, I will smash your tavern." The Hu shopkeeper of the wine shop had already rushed over. He smiled apologetically and replied in the great Tang official language with an accent. "Little Duke, what are you saying? Even if I deceive anyone, I would not dare to deceive Little Duke. I will immediately ask the Huji girls to come over and serve you." Chung Chumo and his group of wastrels were all regular customers of Hu taverns. The Hu tavern manager didn't dare to neglect them. "Wait, are there any new Huji girls? This is the first time for my little brother. Find him a clean and refreshing Huji girl to serve him." Wahahaha. Chung Chumo pointed to Li Wanyu and said. Chung Chumo's words made the group of wastrels look at Li Wanyu and laugh, making Li Wanyu blush. These bastards! He wished he could pull out his 40-meter-long broadsword and chop them to death. However, Li Wanyu, the cynical man, didn't say anything against it. Instead, he was a little expectant. It was wise not to take Nyowu out today. No one would tell the beautiful boss, right? Chapter 146. As a healthy man, with a normal mind, Li Wanyu would be lying if he said that he was untainted by the mud and that he wanted to learn from Liu Xiahui. Although there was an ambiguous relationship between him and his beautiful superior, it did not affect the uncontrollable ripples in his heart. Chung Chumo's words made him look forward to it even more, but he heard the Hu shopkeeper reply hesitantly, replying to the young duke, "There is a new Hu concubine in the inn. She is also very beautiful, but her temper is fierce, and she has not been trained well. I am afraid that she will spoil the young duke's mood." "Ha! She is just a Hu concubine. How fierce can she be? Just call her over. My little brother can handle her." Chung Chumo waved his hand without a care, indicating for him to call the Hu concubines over. The Hu shopkeeper did not dare to say anything else and turned to leave, arranging for the Hu concubines to accompany them. Not long after, a group of young and beautiful Hu concubines dressed in foreign attire entered the courtyard. They were dressed to the nines, each with a different style. For a moment, The courtyard became enchanting and charming. It was very tempting. The group of debauches each chose a pleasing concubine to accompany them, but did not let the rest go. They had them play music and dance to entertain them. Li Wanyu sat on his seat and saw the debauches, and concubines on his left and right, making him feel dry in the mouth. These bastards, they are too indulgent. TSK. Fang E. AI. This bastard. Where did your hand go? Yuchi Bao Lin. Can you be any more vulgar? This group of concubines. They are too lacking in self-respect. Being taken advantage of like this by this group of debauches, they were just short of doing that kind of thing, yet they were all smiling so seductively. In broad daylight, under the clear sky, they actually did such a thing. It really made Li Wanyu angry. He really wanted to say loudly, "I don't want any chicks. Give me a dozen of these unrestrained concubines." However, for the sake of his own face, Li Wanyu could only act like a gentleman. He sat in the pavilion and waited for the arrival of his huji. Suddenly, a commotion could be heard outside the pavilion. Everyone looked over and saw two maids dragging a blonde girl with a Chinese hairstyle walking over. The girl struggled with all her might, but her slender body was no match for the two burly women. After struggling for a while, she was still dragged into the pavilion. However, that Huji girl was very unyielding. She actually opened her mouth and bit one of the maids. Under the sudden pain, that maid slapped her, causing that Huji girl to fall to the ground. The blonde, blue-eyed Huji girl was also tenacious. Seeing that she was being hit, she only covered her face and stared at the two maids without saying a word. Enraged, one of the maids raised the whip in her hand and was about to lash out. Li Wanyu's sense of justice rose again. He pushed the table and stood up, shouting, "Stop!" Seeing that the guest in the pavilion had spoken, the two maids didn't dare to act rashly and quickly retreated to the side. Li Wanyu took a few steps forward, wanting to see if the Huji girl was badly beaten. He was almost shocked when he saw it. Oh my God! Angelina Jolie also transmigrated? Is this a F*King movie? The girl in front of him looked younger, at most 14 or 15 years old, but her appearance was almost exactly the same as Angelina Jolie's. One of Li Wangyu's favorite Hollywood actresses was Angelina Jolie, the female lead of the movie Tomb Raider. He would never admit that he was attracted to Angelina because of her devilish figure, although she was indeed very attractive. After a long time, Li Wanyu finally calmed down. He swallowed his saliva and asked the Huji girl in a gentle tone, "Are you okay?" Angelina Jolie, "Oh, no." The Huji girl glared at Li Wanyu with her eyes full of vigilance. She crossed her arms in front of her chest, frightened but stubborn. She just bit her sexy red lips and didn't say a word. Huji's inadvertent action made Li Wangyu's heart beat faster. He couldn't take it. In his previous life, the sexiest thing about Angelina Jolie besides her devilish figure was her alluring red lips, which could make people fall head over heels for her. Her lips had the title of wild lips. Her lips gave Angelina Jolie a wild beauty that was hard to tame. It was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Time seemed to have frozen. Li Wanyu stared at the Huji girl in a daze and didn't say a word. On the other hand, the maid at the side saw that the Huji girl didn't speak and couldn't help but get angry. She yelled at her, "The VIP is asking you a question, little hussy. Hurry up and answer." "Shut up. Get out." Awakened by the maid's loud voice, Li Wanyu couldn't help but get angry and yell at the maid. After being yelled at by Li Wanyu, the two maids in the tavern didn't know what to do and stood at the side uneasily. Seeing that the commotion was too fierce, the tavern owner rushed over and bowed to everyone. "My apologies, my lords. This Huji girl hasn't been trained yet. Why don't I get another one?" "No need. I'll take her." Li Wanyu stopped him. He bent down again and asked the young Angelina Jolie, who was half sitting on the ground, gently, "Let me help you up, okay?" As if sensing that Li Wanyu didn't have any ill intentions, and with the two maids who were always fierce, the young Angelina Jolie didn't object and nodded gently. Li Wanyu was overjoyed. He quickly reached out to help her up and pulled her into the pavilion. Angelina Jolie didn't struggle and was led into the pavilion by him. This scene made the group of fops in the pavilion dumbfounded. After Li Wanyu pulled Hu Ji back to her seat, a few of them had mischievous looks in their eyes. Fang Yai winked at Li Wanyu. "Zio, you're a gentleman, but what?" Li Wanyu asked curiously. "But, Zio, your taste isn't very good." "Ha! You actually like such an ugly woman." Fang Yai's words made the group of fops convulse with laughter. Chai Lingwu even laughed until tears came out of his eyes. He kept burrowing into Hu Ji's arms. Ugly? Angelina Jolie was actually called ugly by this group of fops. Did they have any sense of beauty? Were they all blind? Before Li Wanyu could speak, he heard Chung Chumo teasing, "Zio, this Hu Ji is so tall and so slender, not to mention her mouth that looks like a bloody basin. TSK, the barbarian merchants of this tavern are really despicable. They actually use this kind of thing to fool us." Li Wanyu was almost struck by lightning by this guy's words. Damn, a bunch of country bumpkins. The Hu Ji girl beside him was nearly 7 meters tall. Her two long legs were faintly visible under her skirt. She could be said to be of the highest quality. Her figure wasn't inferior to Angelina Jolie's in his previous life. In fact, it was even better. Her skin was fair, unlike the thick pores of ordinary European and American women. Instead, it was as smooth as silk like Huaxia women. When Li Wanyu held her hand just now, he almost couldn't control himself. Not to mention her sexy red lips, which were actually described by Chung Chumo as a bloody basin. Li Wanyu despised this guy's sense of beauty.